is, and that they can deceive most of the world, and you can't do anything about it. So it's kind of like what was Electric University saying, a learned helplessness. You know, and the same thing with 9/11. I would claim that they made all the mistakes on purpose, planned the conspiracy theory, along with the truth movement being, you know, kind of ignited by 9/11, which it was, and controlled the opposition from the very start to create the information war and the you know, divide and conquer tactics that have gone along ever since. And it's really what we're involved with. And are we being set up by, you know, participating in these conversations, or giving or defining ourselves as suspicious of the government? Yeah, well, they've done that in the past, and it's scary to think. It's a scary thought, but they have done that. They've even exiled people to Australia, supposedly, or other countries for, you know, questioning the authority of the Queen. So there's all these kind of like things that you have to kind of consider, and at the same time, you know, freedom of speech is what we all assume we have, and maybe that's, you know, the fact that we're talking about it may not lead to anything that we desire, but the right to talk about it, or just if there was an environment we lived in where these kind of things were you know, people were scared to talk about their thoughts. That's what the real fear is, whether we get anywhere with it or not. What we're doing is making sure that it's not the norm to be scared of saying what you think.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
They're definitely trolling us, though. I mean, have you seen those commercials, that Ewan McGregor one that I was talking about?
I don't think I've seen that one. Although, I mean, is it possible that that's just some like people that know about the flat Earth, you know, or they just, you know, and so they're putting it in there, or do you think that's actually like, you know, the kind of controller people doing it?
Well, it's a major TV commercial. It was shown during the Super Bowl. I think that they definitely have control over these kind of things and what we're told. I mean, there's all kinds of, there's been many of them. In fact, another Super Bowl commercial from a couple of years ago
The Pizza Hut one?
was no, it was with Siri, and it was Siri, tell me something interesting. And it was like kind of like back in the day where there was some old woman that was, or some, you know, kind of like peasant woman that was carrying like a dead body in a like a wheelbarrow, and the woman goes, Siri, tell me something interesting. And Siri's the woman that she's talking to that's carrying the body, and she goes, well, the Earth is flat. And so it's the perfect, you know, way of doing it. I think these things are very carefully constructed. In fact, because you could interpret it as, oh, well, it's because she was, you know, it's a, you know, back when they used to think the Earth is flat. That's why she thinks it's interesting. But if you just break down what was actually said, the woman says, tell me something interesting, and she says the Earth is flat. And you could see it as, well, she's saying, yeah, well, that is interesting, because now, and it was right at the kind of one of the peaks of this, you know, information being talked about. And it does seem like that it was definitely put in there for a reason, either to troll or to get people used to the idea. Then there's all those people that went down to Antarctica, like John Kerry and I think Gore. You know, it was some weird shit. Like, I thought they were planning on telling us here soon, because I didn't think that that this would last long. After I realized how obvious it was, I didn't think this would be still such a minority, even though it's growing definitely like wildfire still. I think there's a lot of people that are definitely aware of the Earth not being a globe that haven't even ever said one thing online that you would never know. I think there's tons of those people.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I noticed it just in like being in Hollywood, flat smacking on Hollywood Boulevard with Kenny and the Hollywood, Flat Earth Hollywood, a couple of people down there. We noticed just within like the 2 years, the first year we were like, people were like, shut the fuck up, basically. And, it was a lot of like, almost people mad. And then a year later, it was like half the people at least had heard about it. It seemed like, kind of an unofficial judgment of the people walking by. And then, half a year later, people were like high-fiving us. A lot of people knew about it or already agreed with it. You could see just in that small little sample space of people walking by, you could tell it was definitely not a joke anymore. And I think even with the people that have realized it and have talked to their friends, I think it's pretty common that at first we were being laughed at, and now people we're laughing at them, or they're running away from the conversation. And it's because they either know that we're right or they just don't want to know that we're right. My interpretation, at least. I don't think they like a lot of people knowing something that they don't want people to know. And I don't think they would miss the opportunity to use this, even if, like I said, even if it's not true, they would use it as a way of selling more lies or changing they could definitely change a lot of things. And it seems like they're headed towards trying to change a lot of things right now. So it could be a catalyst towards that, or a way of excusing it or distracting from this like upheaval with the economy we might be facing with the dollar and everything going away. Blame it all on the flat earthers.
You can link it into a reset thing as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it might depend on, so like the idea that these like controller people, that they actually are fully in control, I don't think is the case. I mean, it's more like a chess game, like they have to see how we react, and then they have to kind of, change an adjustment to everybody. So if there is like a larger awakening occurring, then it's like, that's our chess piece essentially. And then they've got their chess pieces. So it's gonna be kind of crazy to see like.
Well, we can see how they influence so many things. Like even the smallest of things, they can just put out like some subterfuge and change most people's opinion about it. I mean, it's hard to get everybody on the same page, even within the flat Earth community, about things.
Yeah. But I mean, do you think they have the globe Earth and outer space like really as locked up as they did like 5 years ago or even 10 years ago? Like to me, it seems like it's kind of slipping. I mean, I know it's still popular.
Oh yeah.
But
well, yeah, but I'd say due to them. I mean, that, like I said before, you might have heard me say this, that they don't have to show us anything. They could just say, yeah, we're going to space, we're on Mars, and they don't have to make a big show of it and make all the mistakes and show us the wires on ISS that happen to leak over and over again and all those glitches. I mean, if they were really trying to protect that truth, they would do a very good job of making sure that public sees nothing but positive, really, really good stuff that makes us totally believe it. And they've done the opposite. I would believe on purpose for whatever reason.
So, okay. So are you suggesting it could be possible? Maybe you're not even suggesting this, but that's just something I thought of. And I'm not even saying this comes from my mind. It's just sort of more of like, since we're talking about this kind of just freewheeling conversation, but sort of like if the globe thing and the outer space thing, it's almost like an old bus, you know what I mean? Like you're driving this bus and it's just like, you got a flat tire, like engine doesn't run very well. You got, rust all over the outside of it. It's sort of like at this point, that's what the globe is. And it's like, they're just kind of like riding it till the wheels fall off, but it's like, they're already planning to transition to something else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the ISS is a perfect metaphor or parallel for that fact right now. And they've been talking about taking it down and crashing it into the sea. I mean, like, what the fuck, really? So we're talking about crashing this thing into Earth. And I mean, why, right? What's the reason for it again? It's just an old bus, right? Basically, is that what their claim is?
Still just seems like a really big deal for me. Like, I'm not saying for me personally, but for them to actually absorb this in some way or to actually in any way have this be mainstream still seems surprising, like that they would ever do that. Like it seems like they're going to hold on to the globe thing till the last Because there's still a lot of people
I
that
almost
buy
hope they
into it.
do. Don't you almost hope they do? I mean, isn't it ironic that it actually would be the worst thing for flat Earth for them to go mainstream with flat Earth?
I heard you say that the other day, and it's kind of funny because you were saying like that if they did sort of absorb it or come out, that it would actually not be what the rest of us want, probably because it would be some kind of controlled or kind of some kind of fake like
Yeah,
backstory around it or something that
right,
isn't actually like the sovereignty, freedom, liberation thing that a lot of us, would prefer to
right.
have.
Well, they could even sell us the sovereignty free thing, under the cloak of something else that is not what we want. Kind of like you know, I guess you could even like, I don't know, like the idea of communism. Like it's a beautiful idea that we'd all be on an equal plane, but then it's not really what we want if it's a fascist society. And it doesn't work for all these other logistical reasons. But it's a utopian idea that requires everyone to be actually decent people, and that's what we would hope, but it's not what we should expect.
Yeah, like if they came out and said, okay, yeah, the Earth isn't a globe, and but we are your creators. We created it or something. If they're going to try to,
Right. Or yeah, we're the ancestors. Our bloodline is the ancestors of the people that actually created it. So we actually are more special,
yeah,
definitively, man.
and
Right.
that, yeah, it's some,
You know what I'm
yeah, there could
saying?
be some weird shit like that they could do.
They may give us this win on purpose, which is what I'm trying to just point that out in case that's the case, and maybe pointing it out so that maybe that it would spoil that idea to
Yeah,
some degree. You know.
yeah. If it's between those, I would almost rather them just keep pushing the globe and all that ridiculousness because
Hmm.
yeah, and then keep this just organic and grassroots. That would be better because then there's that much more like contrast.
Yeah, or start saying, yeah, God's real, and we know exactly what God's saying because it's a flat Earth, and we've got special ties to the communication with this God, and we're the ones that He chose, and all these things, like all these other pack of lies that could go with it, because they've given you the big truth. And this was kind of and similar with 9/11. I think I was noticing that it seemed like a lot of these gurus that came out of the woodwork were using 9/11 as the big truth to sell whatever agenda they had, or whatever angle they had on other information. That could have been a lot of misinformation or disinformation. But anybody paying attention were more apt to only listen to people that at least admitted that 9/11 wasn't what they told us. That was like the standard, and then we might listen to you. But if you're agreeing with 9/11 being what they told us, then I don't know if I want to listen to much else you say. Now the same things happen with flat Earth. A lot of these gurus that people were like respected at one point, there's a whole list of them, we could go through, and basically we don't listen to them anymore. They're not admitting that the Earth is flat, or that the Earth isn't what they were telling us, basically. Max Egan, I mean, let's name him off, right? He even went flat Earth for a day. Remember that? It's hilarious.
Yeah,
David Wilcock. I was kind of surprised that he was able to save face after 2012, because he was pretty much saying that 2012 was going to be the end of life. And in fact, he was right, though, to be honest, because 2012, you could technically say, was when flat Earth information was kind of circulated, or maybe started. Um, I've heard some other people say that they had some names and videos that were kind of attributed to that. But I mean, not that flat Earth hasn't been around forever already, but it seemed like that, almost like the world as we knew it. If flat Earth, if the decision was made to let flat Earth out of the bag in 2012, it kind of was the end of the world as we knew it, or the beginning of the end, at least.
It was all planned out.
I think they pride themselves on that. Like I said, with the bills, with the 9/11 being shown on the 5, the 10, the 20, the 50, and the 100, and how clear it is to see for people that realize that it wasn't what they told us, or it couldn't be. The laws of physics just don't allow buildings to fall that way. You know, for those people, it seems like, wow, oh my God. So these bills were fucking 10 years. They were printed 10 years before this happened. That's how much control they have. You know, if those bills were actually printed to depict that, which seems obvious, but then someone that thinks that was what they told us, then could look at it, and it's not definitive enough for them to say, to not still say, oh, well, that's just a coincidence, or you must be crazy, or whatever. You know, that's how brilliant these people are. Not to give them too much credit, but it seems like it. That's really how brilliant they are. They got us convinced that idiots run the world. That is amazing. Bravo, and fuck you at the same time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Celebration with frustration.
Yeah, and then you could always, be the devil's advocate or whatever, and say, well, maybe there's reasons that we don't even know. That this, like it could be like the truth is way worse than the lie that they're selling us, right? And maybe they'll try to use that as a way of saying, yeah, what would you?
There's some like
rather?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but there's some like alien race that lives in the outer ponds and they all like eat humans or something.
Right. Yeah. Like whatever. Right.
So if they told us it's a globe, then we're not going to want to go there. And then they're saving our lives. Yeah. How about that one?
Right. They could go with that and we would never know if that's true or not. And they could maybe show us at this point with the technology they have. They could do a very convincing job of showing us that's the case. But yeah, that reminds me of that movie that people often bring up, the Village, right, where they've got the people convinced that the red color is something that they have to avoid because the monsters on the outer circle are going to kill you and eat you or whatever, and it's really the adults in costumes that are perpetuating the lie, and they justify it because they realize that the regular society has been very harmful for people, and they've created a utopia under this lie and justified their lie because it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, that's an old film, right? That film you're talking about, The Village.
Yeah.
Yeah.
M. Night Shyamalan.
What was that one?
M. Night Shyamalan. It's one of his films. M. Night Shyamalan.
I'm not into movies. I've seen it, but that's a really old movie, actually. If I remember,
it's not really old. It's not too old. I think it maybe 2000.
Maybe it's based on an older film, because I'm sure it might be a remake of an older film, but it sounds like a film I seen when I was younger, like a whole
yeah. There's a few films. There's a few films you could see that are working that way, or at least give you that idea that there's kind of like a lie, the noble lie. It's like I think there's one called The Room. Actually, yeah, I've never seen it, but I know that the idea of that is this woman that's trapped in a basement with her son, and she convinces him that that's all that that it exists, like that the whole world is that room, because she knows they can't leave. So she might as well just tell them that this is what it is, because it's better than just telling them the truth that they're trapped in a basement.
Have you seen that film? Here's a great film. It's really, really sad, and it doesn't matter what you believe about whatever happened during the war or whatever, right? It's called A Wonderful Life. It's an Italian film. It's called A Wonderful Life, and what happens is
Roberto Benigni. Roberto
That's
Benigni.
the guy. Oh,
it's called A Beautiful Life. It's called A Beautiful Life. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, exactly. Similar
Yeah,
idea where
exactly.
he convinces his son that it's all like for the game, you know. They think they're in this, you know, they're in this in camp, this concentration camp, but the
Yeah,
son is totally
it was a
convinced
game.
that it's all a game. Yeah, it's great, beautiful. It's a
That
beautiful
is,
movie, actually.
yeah, and it's very. That's what I'm saying. I like movies. You know, I've seen thousands and thousands of movies. Have you seen that documentary about? There's a documentary. It's based in New York, and it's about like a group of people. I'll need to, if I remember the name of it, but it's a people that they're obsessed with these films, but cult films, these B movies, and they interview these people that go there all the time and watch these like B movie.
The family that doesn't leave their house, is that what you're talking about?
No. It's
Oh,
it's an
okay.
actual documentary. It's about a group of people. There's you know, like in every genre of art, there's always like a underground kind of that go
Mm-hmm.
for the unpopular side. You know, the like B movies. There's people that B movies. Some B movies are cult movies. You know, and they see a thing where normal, not normal people, but other people go, that's not our taste. But it's quite an interesting. It's more of a a look at it's giving an opinion of a certain type of person. You know that looks it's hard. I'm very bad at explaining it. So
No, you're
yeah,
talking about people that like the B movies, like the cult movies,
yeah.
like
There's like
the
a culture. You know, there's like a
Mhm.
culture. Not a bad thing. I'm not trying to say there's a bad thing, but
Right.
it's interesting that where that psychology develops from. You know, to get
Hmm.
into that, yeah, whatever. Like we
Gotcha.
experience, you know, all our beliefs. It's based on beliefs, and it's like, you know, like our beliefs. You know, I believe certain things. I've got a certain worldview or a certain view on reality that gets crushed many times. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Well, it's true though. You know, you learn. It's like I know when I was younger, an old guy I knew. He said every day's a learning day. You know,
Yeah, that's so liberating, to learn that you're wrong. And I think that that we're kind of conditioned, or maybe just that people assume that, you know, to be proven wrong is a bad thing, or that, or even just anything that you don't succeed in. And if you learn a lesson, then it's a success regardless, you know.
yeah, exactly. And it's that ability to also admit you're wrong. And the best
Hmm.
way to doing it, not only to yourself, but to other people, that's even more liberating because it
Yeah.
makes you see when you have that ability to admit you're wrong to other people. That means there's no boundaries to what you can imagine or say or state or whatever, because you're coming under that belief. You've already learned that I could be totally wrong, but there's nothing wrong with going full speed ahead and then the only way you're going to learn that you're wrong is if you present it to someone and they find a flaw in it or whatever, and you go, yeah, actually, that's a wrong thought. Actually, you know, there's nothing wrong with going full into it and into a belief, but always be aware you could be wrong, kind of thing. It's
Right.
hard because we have ego and stuff like that. You know, we always like to be right, but I'm just saying it's kind of the perfect approach to the gathering of knowledge or the way. You know, you shouldn't be held back because you might think you're wrong or whatever. You should always believe you're right, but don't be disappointed or don't be hurt or don't be damaged by the fact that you find out you're wrong. You know what I mean? So it's like finding
Mhm.
the balance between the two, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of works in the opposite way than you think. Like, you know, you know, being proud of yourself for admitting something is a boost to your ego in a way, because you're strong enough, you're man enough to do that. And, you know, and if you see it as just, you know, like we always criticize, or a lot of people criticize, you know, some of the ballers or some of the people that are in an opposite argument with, that they're more interested in winning the argument than actually, you know, finding out what the most possible truth is. And that's kind of what we're trying to sift through a lot of these, you know, these conversations.
Yeah.
We're trying to, you know, figure out about each other.
And that's hard, isn't it? You know, when you kind of, you know, because you know how many, right, say, I don't know how long you've been doing this, but how many, or been doing this?
Ali B,
for
I've been listening to you since 2015, brother.
Oh, have you? Oh
Yes,
God,
I have.
man.
I'm very familiar with who you are, and
I'm
you may
sorry,
not
I
know me,
must
but
have.
I know you, brother. Don't worry
All
about
right,
that.
I must apologise.
No.
Oh,
You've been a source of great entertainment. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
all right, okay. Oh, well, that's fine.
No, I don't mean entertainment in a bad way. I mean, I've seen
No,
you
no,
come through
no. I don't care.
go through your journey, and in fact, I do give you credit because you've been one to admit many times, in fact, when you're wrong about something, and I appreciate it.
All right, and well, you know, and thanks very much for thinking that. But that's funny as fuck. But anyway, moving on from that.
You're famous
Moving on
without even
from that.
knowing it. We're all kind of famous in our own ways, relatively speaking. When you know people know about us and have heard of, you know, just being
Well,
on YouTube and
what's
stuff.
your name? New.
Dave, but New Perspective is my handle. Yeah, Dave is my name.
I must. I think I've entered because I recognise the name.
Mm-hmm.
I certainly recognise the name, so that's what I can say. But the point is, yeah. But the point is, well, Neil, well, good for you bringing up that example. But that is so hard, right? Do you know? Because I've experienced this cognitive dissonance, man. I've actually experienced that like full on. But I realised I was having it, and like, you know, you only get cognitive dissonance with big things, man, right? And I had this cognitive dissonance with a big thing, and then I had to resolve it. And the only way I could resolve it is that I was totally wrong, and I had to admit, and that's really hard to do. And so even, you know, about the ego, about that thing you were saying, when you, yeah. I try to avoid that. I can't remember what you said. I'm sorry.
No, I remember you went back and forth, and you were kind of you know, on the fence for a long time, and then, you know, trying to argue the baller side a little bit, and then you were man enough to say, look, this doesn't make any sense.
No, but I was given it. I was always, look, I bought it from the minute I heard it. The only reason that I was given is because I could see it from their perspective, and I was trying to say, well, you know, I'll give you that.
I think you were saying the moon landings. You thought the moon landings were real, but the Earth was flat.
that's it.
Right?
That's it. Because honestly, that's when I got like right. They could be totally wrong. Remember, I approach everything. I could be totally wrong about everything, right? So that's how I approach things. But
that was surprising because not too many flat earthers thought the moon landing was real. What stood out.
Well, I got some things because, you know how they say it's so badly built. I've been on submarines. I've seen how things are built by governments and shit like that, and it's fucking. I have to say, right, I'll give it that. If these guys went up there, they've got a load of balls. If they do sit in these fucking things, man, because I've seen certain things. You know, I worked as a civilian, but in a military base. My friends were in the Navy. I've got submariner friends that go away for 3 months at a time before they surface. They go away and there'll be a month before they fucking surface. Actually come up and actually, you know, surface. So go up as high as snorkel, taking the fresh air, fresh air, and then they'll go down under, and they're stuck in these tiny fucking places. I've been in them. I've been in this shit, right? So it's like I don't even know what I was talking about there.
The moon landing. You thought the moon landing was real.
Yeah, and that's it. So when I looked at these things, when people, I look how bad it's built and shit like that, well, that's not a surprise for me. So to me, that wasn't proof. And then I started looking at the videos. I've watched every video that NASA ever produced. I've watched literally hundreds and hundreds of hours of it. And when I read a thing about satellites, it's called Satellite Geodesy by Gunther Sieber. It's like the technical thing for people that build satellites, or people that want to track satellites, or that people want to attach things It's got all the mass and stuff like that. And I thought, right, okay, so if satellites are fake, this is where it came from. If satellites are fake, why the fuck would you even write a book for this? For about this? Because the technician doesn't give a fuck. The guy that's building the arm or moulding this bit of metal doesn't give a fuck about all this technical shit and stuff like that. So here's this huge big book. But also I learned, right, according to this book, just at 50,000 feet, and this made me think why there's a limit on planes flying at 32,000 feet. At 52,000 feet, according to this book, about given the different heights, you know, you've got it tells you about the geostationary orbits, low Earth orbit, you know, the Lagrangian points or whatever you call them, these things. But it also mentions the uses of it. Some of it commercial, but like 80% of it is like government. So it doesn't give you what they're doing, and this is in this book. And also about the speed. It was so funny the number it gave. At 50,000 feet, according to this book, that's the Bible and satellites, it's fucking 400 pages of technical and mathematics and orbital mechanics and all this kind of shit, right? It says there's objects at 50,000 feet that are traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Right, the same number as they give the ISS for 17,500 miles an hour. Everything seems to travel, but at 50,000 feet. And that's what I clicked on. I thought, wait a minute, that's a bit, what do you mean there's things at 50,000 feet traveling at some? And I looked into it, and that was like, that made me take a little bit. And then I remember about government, you know, I used to think space was a militarized zone. It was a no-go zone or whatever. And if you notice, the most people that go up there have either worked for the government or whatever. They've got some clearance. I've signed the Official Secrets Act. And that's a thing where I'm bound. I never took it serious. That's probably why I got sacked out the facility that I worked in. Anybody asked me a question, I would just tell them what was going on, kind of thing. That contract that I made when I worked there as a 17-year-old, the first thing I had to do was sign this contract saying that I would not divulge any, as a civilian. I wasn't even army. As a civilian, I would not divulge any, you know, operations or anything that I see within this facility that I'm working in, blah, blah, that kind of shit. Right? I had to sign that. Now, some people take that serious. Right, and I think the higher you go up, the more you have to lose, kind of thing. So
yeah, that makes
as I
sense.
say, yeah, well, to me it does. Well, it makes sense to me anyway, right? It makes my lot. I'm thinking because I've been through the process. I know what it stands for, and I've got friends that have worked on the Vanguard. That's a class of submarine that the British bought off America, and he works. He's a civilian. He's my mate. I've grown up with him all my life. And I asked him what he did down there, and he never ever told me. He says, I can't tell you. So he took it serious, even though my mate, I didn't, but he had it, and I respected it, but it wasn't the point, no. You know, I grew up with this guy all my life in the same village, and we went to the work in the same place, and he wouldn't talk about his, and he wasn't a highly qualified or anything like that. He was just like myself. You know, just a civilian, but he just wouldn't talk about it. So, so it doesn't surprise
and
me.
it makes sense that they wouldn't. I mean, it's like, you know, even for just, you know, that they're like, why risk something, or why bother with, you know, crossing that line? And some people think that way, you know. I mean, I guess I'm getting that, like, why, you know, if we think that telling the truth to these people is going to make a huge difference.
But is your friend
that-
like in on it, Ali? Do you think that? Because he's not telling you the truth as to what he does?
No, absolutely not. No, because it's a government secret. It's whatever he does It's a thing that's got nothing to do with the control of the fucking world or my opinion about who's controlling the world. It's the fact that he signed a contract. He's doing. I didn't say. I don't say, oh, what are you doing there, or whatever. There's nothing overt or covert. Nothing covert going on inside these submarines or whatever. I'm not going to learn who the controllers of the world will be known. It's just curious or whatever, and that's it. And that was it. No, I don't think anything of that. I don't think he's in it. I think there's very, in fact,
So, like, when do you
I
draw?
have to. I think there's very.
When is someone a part of it, and when are they not?
Right,
I think what he's saying is we get higher up.
Let me say,
there's even more restrictions.
let me answer. Right, I'll just say, right, within this community, I don't actually believe where, a lot of people think there's fucking agents and stuff like that. And being accused myself of being an agent and knowing that I'm not. Right, this is true, right? Years.
Okay.
There's people still think about it. Not that I'm bored about it, right? But the point is, so I'm like, right, they're not a very good judge of character. They don't know me because I'm not, right? Right, I'm not an agent, so I'm thinking, right, so when someone calls out someone an agent, I'm like, right, I've been called that before. I'm not. So how do I know that person, that this person's calling out as an agent? This is bollocks. No, I think a lot of the people, the majority of people, 99.9% of the people are in here for other reasons. They're either bored or they're like debating, or they perhaps want to save humanity, or they want to do something, right? There's nothing nefarious about, I think, the most people's interaction on this community. That's me after being in a few years. I don't buy it because he got it wrong about me, and that sort of told me, right, so I can never say that about someone because I'm getting accused of that. I don't know you, I don't know anybody really, so how can I say for definite 100% just because they come on here?
That's just what an agent would say.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Exactly, that's it, man. And there you are, man. And that's just fucking amazing. Exactly.
Trying to cover your tracks, are you?
Yeah, there you go.
We weren't talking about agents. You were talking. You're the one that brought up agents and is trying to say you're not one. That sounds like something an agent would do.
Yeah, exactly, man. And that's the way. And that's.
So, I mean, Ali, the question still stands though. How do you know when someone is like a part of the whole agenda and when they're not? Like with your friend, how do you know your friend isn't part of?
All right, here we go. Right, I'll say that. Right, I'll say that because I don't give a fuck. There's bigger stuff going on in my world for my friend to affect anything that's not going to impact any of my beliefs that don't. If you told me, right, something in my head, I'll go, right, is that going to affect my life in any way? Is that going to affect my me, my family, or anything around me? If it doesn't matter, I don't give a fuck what you say. You could tell me the most amazing story, and I'll tell you something. I won't judge it. I won't judge you for telling me that or anything like that.
Oh, them lying about the shape of the
I don't
Earth
care
doesn't
because
matter?
it doesn't impact my life. That doesn't impact my life. Seriously.
Okay.
And in the end,
Wow.
that's like, it's so minuscule. Honestly, it's so fucking minuscule.
You are the first
because
flatters I've ever heard say that, Ali.
Well, there's actually a lot actually. They get what I mean.
Oh.
They understand that yes, it's a huge subject. But see, if everybody knew the Earth was flat, it wouldn't change the people, well, the agenda or whatever, the direction that humanity is going in, right? It wouldn't matter because, look, the people that I believe or whatever are in control. They just adapt. They'll blame it on the scientists. They say, hey, wait a minute, these scientists have been lying. They'll put them up for public persecution. The public will be, just like in fucking the Roman days, they'll be placated. Yeah, we've got our justice. It was the motherfuckers that lied to. We are sorry. This is the new group, by the way. We didn't know. We were totally ignorant. These fuckers have been lying for years, and the public will vote for that person. They've got it all in place. They've got all these like whatever scenario. And the thing is, they didn't come up with the scenarios themselves. They got people like us or people that studied how to project or project trends, see how trends are going through
subterfuge.
Yeah, but they pay people to do it. The people at the top. This is the thing.
Sure.
Yep. My belief, the people that seem to have control, they don't come up with the ideas. They come up, they say, this is how we want it. A case, they say, this is the result, and they pass it on to whether it be scientists or social engineers or financial engineers or whatever. Is they come up with a good thing for doing that, and they'll put it out like how you put out a job for to tender. You go out and tender a job. That means you say, I want this job done, and you advertise it to different companies, and they give you an offer, right? And these group of people say, right, I want to be able to, for example, if I wanted to manipulate the worldview of people, how would I do this? And they would present this to experts in psychology or whatever kind of thing. And they would write a paper, do the study, and they would be told, by the way, hey, by the way, we'll give you this resources, and whatever you do, how you get the information, we don't give a fuck how you get the information, so you can fill them with drugs or interview them or whatever you want to do. Just tell us how this you come about, and you'll be covered. And then they'll go out, do an experiment, they'll come back with a paper, all these groups that whatever, I'll come back with this paper, present it, like you'll get your screen out and your little remote control your computer. Well, first of all, I think we should start with, at school it'd be a good idea, or the majority of people when, experiencing this situation will react in this certain way. And so if we can
they did that exact thing, in fact, with that Bill Gates conference, the 202 or whatever it was called, and it was basically like word for word what they were saying on the television when the pandemic hit. It's like 2 years beforehand, and they worked out all the scenarios, had all the pundits saying exactly what the pundits ended up saying, and basically, yeah, this is what we were dealing with, this pandemic, and it's just brilliant, because then people could say, look at that and say, well, look at that. It's obvious they planned this. They got this whole symposium that, like, actually acts out all of these, the public reaction and what people are going to say, and the different issues that were going to come up. And then other people could look at it and be like, well, that's just how brilliant Bill Gates or whoever it was in charge of organizing that thing is. They were planning ahead for this very thing to happen, because they knew it was going to happen, not because they planned for it to happen.
Yeah,
Crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, and because we have videos from, we have people like Aldous Huxley. I was, my daughter, I was talking to my daughter yesterday. She's 17, she's studying philosophy, and her majors are philosophy. When she's going to, she's taking a year out, she's going to university, she's going to major in philosophy and religion. I'm like, see that? Because I explained to her, I said, see, as long as you get a degree, it doesn't matter what it's fucking in, you'll get a fucking job. And philosophy, honestly, philosophy and religion, because philosophy, it kind of teaches you to, like, it gives you an easy way of being manipulated into see, like, the bigger picture. If your philosophy is, it's true that maybe 50 people will die here or whatever, but it's going to save like 100,000 or 10,000, right? It's a good selling point, right? And in philosophy, nothing's determined, right? And the thing is, when you do that, you're projecting, and that's what philosophy is about. Kind of thought process, and you'll philosophise, you'll give a scenario, you'll make a model, that'll come for that. And it's dead easy to convince a philosophizer, even though he knows it's wrong for someone to die, as well. In the end up, you know, it is for the better good, and it's you know what I mean? It's like
Yep, that's exactly, yeah, the detachment, the philosophical detachment, or you know, a lot of these people that are convinced that there's the good of the whole at hand, and I think that's how they hook a lot of the people. I was saying this earlier in another conversation. Yeah, that if the people that are in control, in quotes, but being controlled by another organization of sorts, are going along with what would seem to be an evil plan, I bet there's contingencies or ways of justifying it in their mind, that they're convinced that this is for the greater good, and that's the reason I'm participating in it. Or even like just the
and
small
that's it. That's what I mean. Sorry for interrupting it, because I
no,
totally agree. And that's the thing, that these guys, a lot of these politicians and these do-gooders and stuff, they have been under the same psychological rate or indoctrination as we have, right? So they believe, you know, they're not all evil. It's like, I've seen 99% of these, and there's certain people from a higher tier, shall we say, that are in the lower tier just to keep control, just to maintain the order, that know the bigger picture, know the picture. Not it's the end of the world. They probably still believe that they're doing good because they're seeing a bigger picture than the one that's below them, seeing the bigger picture.
And on a small scale, I was going to say, even on a small scale, like some of the people, like the crisis actors that are being paid to create an event that's reported as real on the news, well, they're probably, at least this is what I guess, that they're probably, you know, convinced or coerced into doing it. And who knows how much truth there is to the claim, but I'm sure that they're convinced that, okay, like, we're going to have a school shooting that's not real, but this is going to prevent real school shootings in the future. So therefore, even though it's a deception, it's a good thing, because societies, you know, they need to have this as an example, so that, you know, the results of what happens to the school, the person that's shooting the people, is going to be the example that they don't want to become. So it's going to actually be for a good, even though that it's a lie.
Nice. And that's good. Even just the fact that, what you're saying there tells me a lot about it. It's good and always don't be scared of seeing the other side of the story. It doesn't mean it's a fact, but there's still that other side of the story. I wrote what do you call it, in the text there, I wrote a thing, and I said, rhetoric is proof that none of us know what reality is. The fact that there's always two sides to an argument, that's the biggest teller. There's two sides. You can argue whether atoms exist or they don't, and there's scientists out there that will say that atoms, they look at other things, but they're regarded as poo-poo. But the fact is that they guys can come up with the same convincing evidence if you step back and you act as a adjudicator rather than someone that's actually emotionally involved, or, you know, you're putting your beliefs, you're becoming like Buddha. You're putting all emotions aside, beliefs or whatever, and you are going to be the totally 100% neutral person. And if you listen to these conversations, you go, right, you know, it's absurd. You know, it's good. Pick a side, whatever. You can pick whatever belief that you want, but just remember, it's a fucking belief. It's not fucking reality. For the fact that they're talking about little fucking things that are in front of us that we can't see, obviously what we are seeing is not reality then. So there's evidence that, for starters, that they're saying this. If they're saying this, that means what we see is not reality. That means we don't know what reality is. That means that if I can't see it and they can't see it, and they're picking up little. They have to, what do you call it? They have to use a catalyst, or they have to like poke this thing with electrical impulses and stuff like that to even. How do they know that what they are creating is actually part of reality? It's a what do you call it? It's like, gunpowder and a match, right? They're having to put, so they're saying, oh, me putting the match towards the gunpowder is making it explode or whatever. But they haven't explained what fire is, what that is, and why the gunpowder reacts or whatever. They'll say, oh, you know what I mean? They'll give an explanation, but it's just an explanation in their eyes because they believe there's little bouncing balls or whatever, and they've fitted, what do you call it? Back engineered. What's it you call it? Back engineered.
Reverse engineered.
Reverse, that's it. Reverse engineered these things, and they've created this cause. They've created these things that in their heads, right. So they've got these atoms that bounce like balls. They always say they bounce like balls. Well, where did they take the analogy about they've seen something there? They said, oh, it must happen like that just because we can create a web of a spider or whatever, that kind of thing. They're taking things that we can't even see, we can't measure. We have to artificially induce this thing. It's like light. Here's the thing. I read a paper and they were talking about Newton's experiment on light, about when he gave the colours and stuff like that, saying it's a prism. Now there's a very interesting comment there, right? And it made me think, right, okay, because light's invisible, right? And the only proof that they've got that light is made up of like loads of colours. Now I done art and stuff like that, and I've heard the argument. I was like, there's all these colours. White's made out of this, so you should be able to mix all these colours without using black or white into white into the yellow. Sorry, you should be able to use all these colours to get back into the. Well, it was actually sodium light he used and projected it. It was sodium light he put through the prism. Right, but the problem there is it's passed through an object. It's interacted with an object. So how can you prove it is not what do you call it, a part of the prism that causes the light to split into that? You can't say that's built all the colours, right? They say light's built all the colours, but you don't see them until they interact with something. Now, how do they know it's not a property of the prism? And this was a paper, this was one of the flaws that was written about, what's his name, Newton's theory on, I think it was corpuscular theory of light or something like that. It was some theory that they proved wrong, but I think they've accepted, or they said they proved wrong, then they accepted. Right, but how? You know what I mean? It's an interaction of the two things. So there's one thing here, you've got a prism there, you're illuminating or sending this, whatever, towards this object, it's splitting it, diverting it, and turning into different colours. Well, that's telling me there's a property of the prism that's causing that. It's not like saying, it's doing like the experiment, like this experiment breaking down the properties of light into this and then producing it to the world. You know what I mean? It could be the property of the prism. Put it through a different colour prism, see what colours you get out of it, or whatever. You know, and that was kind of the argument kind of thing. So I kind of laugh when they say it's, you know.
Yeah, speaking of listening to you back in the day, Ali B, I think it was with Issa that I've heard most of your talks with.
Oh, Issa. Yeah, he's yeah. Oh, okay.
Well, he's here
Yeah.
now. That's why I was trying to give him the cue to say what's up.
All right, how you
What?
doing, Issa?
Hey,
Good
what up?
man.
What up, brother?
What up?
What up,
What
Lou?
up? What up? What's going on?
Chilling, just about to make coffee.
Nice.
What came first, the chicken or the egg, Ali?
Who knows?
It has,
Well,
it
the
has to be
egg
the
actually. The egg.
Yeah, it
I
has
would
to
say
be
the
the
egg.
Because
The
like
egg.
I'm dumbfounded with like Trump's Space Force. Like normally you have to have admirals and generals, and you actually have an army first or a navy first, don't you? You don't have a name for it yet. You just have it as your army, and you have ranks and you have divisions and you have like all of your foot soldiers, you know. And Trump comes out with this space force, but there's nothing behind it. There's no essence. There's no one
Space Force
traveling
has
to
been
that.
around for years. Hey, listen, before Trump mentioned it, right? There's, I read before he mentioned it. There's a thing that's existed for fucking 20, 30 years called that. Not it's the same thing. Space Force. Before he mentioned it, that's old stuff. If you looked at it, you would see actually it's a world kind of thing. It's all governments are involved in it, kind of thing. Just saying. Don.
Well, yeah, it's just like there's nothing behind it, right? It's like this empty void of no certainty. They don't have any organization, any departmentalization. They haven't come out and said, well, these are all of our top guys and this is what they do. They don't have a plan. There's nothing to it, you know.
Do
It's
you know
kind
what
of,
it
I don't
is?
know.
Do you-
Yeah,
yeah, I'm
I'd like
totally
you to
behind
tell
you. A few years ago, right, I made a video. I took fucking. It took me about 5 days. I was going to call it NASA Financials, right? I never think with it. I had fucking gigabytes of files, but what I did decided to do, I looked at NASA contracts because they contract out. You know when they say, "Oh, NASA invented this and that." No, they didn't. They contract all the work out. So I was looking at who was getting all the contracts, and McDonnell Douglas, all the usual suspects. And then I decided I was having a look at specifically what kind of contracts they were getting paid, right? Some companies were getting paid like fucking billions of dollars, right? Billions of dollars to do something, right? And it was called, it was like no time limit kind of thing. You know, it was a contract where there was no, right, you've got to, this month you've got to have done this, like a work program. If you build a building, you've got a certain time frame. It's going to take 3 months. Then you micro it down to, right, the plumber. It's going to take this long. I need that for that. It's like a work program. It's called, right. There was no like limit to this. And then I thought, oh, that's interesting. Then I thought, fuck it, let's have a look at and it was like huge amounts of money. Actually, more money than they say the budget was, but it didn't matter. This is years ago. It didn't matter. So I thought, I'll scroll through the lesser contracts, right? The little contracts, and I was stumbling. Do you know? I was stumbling across companies that were based in Alaska. They had their offices in Washington, D.C., and they were like getting 50 million for like fuck all. I even googled the place, you know, the building. It's crazy money. It's crazy, right? And all I see
So-
that, and then what I did was I thought, all right, so these little companies, I thought, I know the term umbrella company or is owned by. So I would type the name of this little tiny company that had 3 employees or 5 employees. I would Google who owns or directors. You can get them on Bloomberg if they trade. You can get all the directors of education, what other companies are work for. It's a fascinating journey. But anyway, I'll shortcut it. Is I would go to the who owns blah blah, and you would find out that this company that was getting 50 million was owned by perhaps Northrop Grumman, or as I say, McDonnell Douglas, or whatever. They were that was the umbrella company kind of thing, and there was so many, and they were like, no pressure contracts, and it came to nothing, and well, that was wasted money. And I done a breakdown of the billions, right? Here's the thing, right? You think NASA only gets I don't know what they say, 20 million. But did you know that the Navy or the Army or whatever can spend part of their budget, and they can, what do you call it, hire NASA to give them a contract that hands the money out to McDonnell Douglas, Northrop Grumman, or some company that's owned by one of these corporations. So they don't actually get 20 that budget. Oh, it's 20. Oh, it's only 50 cents here. Did they fuck? The national budget for defence or war or defence. It used to be called. That's an amazing thing in America. Also in Britain, I think it was called the Department of War. I think that was what it was called before. I thought, fucking, that's bad propaganda. How about doing a little psychological trick? I will change it to the Department of Defence. Sounds better. Yeah, that's cool, guys. Yep. Boom. That's when the marketers came in. But all this money, right? And this is just one of the arms of how they actually steal. They literally steal money off the public. It's public funded. Guys, listen. We are funding murders. And we are actually funding our own enslavement. Literally, if you look at it from an outsider, from an observer, it doesn't give a fuck about getting or what's going on around on, and sit back and actually have a look. Stick things in and say, what's the effect of that? And I actually have a look what's happening. There's a transference of wealth. That's the best way I can explain it. It's called a transference of wealth. And that's just one arm of it, is that it's through corporations as well, but through this thing specifically, because it's about science and NASA or whatever, is that's just an arm of it. We're getting sucked, like the Matrix says. We are little batteries. We use energy. Whether you sit in a seat and fucking type on a computer, you're using your brain, or you're out digging, or you're out thinking, whatever you're doing, man, you're using energy. Batteries use energy. They have to get reloaded. They give us food to reload us. But in the end up, it's not a fair fucking exchange, man. Not a fair exchange.
Ali, you just had me thinking a little bit. It's like, the thing is that people think like, I use energy. You know what I mean? I use energy, therefore, yada, yada. In reality, it's like you are the energy. And it's not until you realize that you're actually the source of all the energy. And then, you're looking for, well, who do I owe? It's almost like people are like, who do I owe for using my own energy? And these people are like, well, you could owe me. And then the people are like, okay. Like, it's not even like, it's when you realize like you are the energy versus like I'm consuming energy. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, keep going, Issa. Get it out, man. I want to mute. I'm agreeing with you, but keep going.
Yeah, I think I heard you mention this once before, and you were talking about it as like the guy who's like the janitor or something like they don't
Right.
realize.
It's like you own this building, and you show up every day, and every day you ask the secretary, where should I go? What should I do? And they're like,
Right.
well, we need the floors mopped. And you're like, okay, I'll do that. You know what I mean? So like, as opposed to like understanding, like you own the building.
Right.
Like, and all the people that work at the building, they're like, yeah, I don't know where the boss is. I don't know where the boss is, but if you want, you can mop the floor over there.
Right.
And like, we're over there mopping the floor. Like, the system sucks.
Right.
And like, in reality, like, you own the fucking whole building, but you're over there choosing to be like, I don't know. And then when somebody confronts you with the information, they're like, oh, it's too complicated. I'd just rather wash the floors.
Now explain what you mean by that in a more detailed sense a little bit, just because you don't literally own the whole building by yourself. You're right. It's that
That's a
we
great
all
way
own
to
it.
look at it too. Well, that's the thing is here's the thing is like, if you're in a building and it's like, imagine it's like a co-op, but it's like, but like everybody owns a little piece of it, but nobody knows what the fuck to do. So the one person who stands up, usually like the person who realizes that he can manipulate people, is going to stand up and start taking and acting like he's in control. And he's not
Right.
really in control. That's why all the politicians are a little bit nervous, because they're like, yeah, can't believe you guys are buying this bullshit, but let's keep it going.
Right. And then that's what's great about it is that it almost has to work that way, because if they were really in control, then it wouldn't be a voluntary system.
Well, that's it. It's like, you got to remember the 13th, or was it the 13th or 14th Amendment? There shall be no involuntary servitude,
Right.
which means that you can completely volunteer to be a slave.
Right.
They can't force you, but they can make you sign up for it.
They could influence you. Yeah. Or
They can
threaten you.
Can I just jump in? New perspective. That was very out of the box what you said there. That was cool.
Well, it's pretty much just reiterating some stuff, a lot of the stuff I've heard.
Yeah, also
say,
Isa, but I'm just saying. Yeah, but that was quite.
Yeah, it was kind of like basically getting back to where I knew Issa was headed, because that's basically it. Yeah, and getting those details down and actually being sure of them is so hard, because there's people out there giving you misinformation on purpose to redirect you from these things, but then at the same time acting like they're selling you the truth about these things. And that's one of the things that Issa's done a good job of calling out. And that, yeah, there's this whole thing set up with this, it's a double-edged sword with the freedom of information, or the freedom to speak freely, because you can manipulate people, and at the same time you don't know if some of the manipulation is even bigger than that, and they're getting us to try to believe some of these things about sovereignty that may or may just be a trap in general, right?
Well, it's like this, does it comport? I remember this. It's an ecclesiastical system. So it's like, imagine like you have like the owner's manual of a vehicle. It's like, does it comport with the owner's manual? If somebody's coming in and they're saying something that goes, and it's like, wait a minute, that goes against the owner's manual. Like, if you come in saying that you're a sovereign, already I know that you're retarded. Because
I don't say retarded,
Right.
but I get what you mean.
Well, sovereign citizen,
unknowledgeable,
in particular, right?
No.
But you're unknowledgeable. Isa, it's better to say they're unknowledgeable, because remember,
you know what though? They can kiss my ass if anyone's offended.
Yeah, okay. But only the ones that know. But only the ones that know and say that, right? But the majority of people don't even have a fucking clue what.
Well, here's the thing, Ali.
Here's the thing, what we are talking about.
But
they don't get it.
Oh yeah,
well, I mean, they don't get it.
It's like that's what it is.
Give
it's like,
that.
but it's like this though. It's like, if you're gonna say, like, look, it doesn't like if I say I am sovereign, does that comport with the Bible? No. No, it doesn't. Because only
Yeah,
God
absolutely.
is only
It does
God is
not.
only God is
But
sovereign.
they don't know why it doesn't. They don't know why it doesn't because they can't actually. Most people
Well,
that
I don't
read the
care. I mean, how
Bible.
about this? Here's the thing, Ali. There's a million ways
Yeah,
to
okay.
fuck up. There's a million ways to fuck up a cup of tea. Do you know what I mean? But like, there's one way to get it right, right? And maybe that's one way is just for you, or whatever it is. But in this system, it's like they have like, and that's why all I was saying is like, in the world of disinformation, kind of get what new perspective was saying. Like, you can reference it. Does it comport with the Bible? If someone's coming at you with some bullshit talking about we're going to take down the fucking government or this, that, the other, it doesn't comport with the Bible. The Bible says fucking agree with the government that you're dealing with.
But what if it's an atheist, though, that you can't use that against an atheist? You can use it against a Christian.
How about this? Show me one fucking government that's an atheist government. There is
Didn't China just declare themselves atheist? That's what I heard at least.
Oh, British government. British government, dude, they've done a great job over there in the UK, and they've taken honestly.
How about this? You can't get a fucking flag without going through the Queen of England.
You know, yeah, exactly, right. Not, yeah, exactly, right. And that's fucking crazy. Do you know what I did one time, right?
But she orders it from the Swiss, right, Isa?
One second, can I just say, when I got into the looking at imperialism, what actually the British did, you know how they kind of got control of the world and stuff like that? Or they actually, right, whatever they did, right? I actually went and I looked at I have to say the globe, right? I'll have to say the globe. And I looked at the size of Britain. And I zoomed out and I looked at the size of all these continents and stuff like that. And I went to myself, how the fuck did we fucking exploit all these lands? I mean, literally take them over, and we still own them. I don't mean we own them. I'll use that as a slip of the tongue, but we own them and still take reparations or fucking royalties or whatever.
Right, and
if you look at the size of Britain, but wait a minute, look at the size of it. It's a fucking tiny space. So that says it's not about strength of arms or strength of fucking how big you are. There's obviously, I think they learned the old knowledge of fucking psychological shit, man. And they took over like that. That's unbelievable. If you go look at a globe, zoom out, read about the history of the empire of fucking Britain, and look at the size of that fucking country. And all the doubters, don't ever think that a small group of people can take over the fucking world, man. These cunts were whatever, and these are still the same people in this room today. Sorry, he's on new perspective. You inspired me to.
No, it's good. Like even like because like I was going to add to that was, and Great Britain, owes the Pope interest on the value of the mineral of all the soil that they own. Great Britain.
There you are. Yeah, you're the only second.
So they own.
You're the only person. Yeah.
So it says like, and it says in the agreement that that the Vatican
1213.
The Vatican owns all the minerals in the soil. So because it owns all the minerals in the soil, you have to pay a tax on it. That's why some people have like in the States, some people have said how like the IRS is actually like an agent of the Vatican collecting the taxes to pay the tithe, the 10%.
Right, Isa, can I just? I need to jump in. Let me jump in, please, because it's part of the history as well. Because it's to do with contracts, right? There has to be two beneficiaries.
Let me just say real quick. I was going to say that 10%.
All right.
That just real quick. That 10% comports with the Bible. 10% tithe.
Right, and as you know, there has to be a deal. So the King James, I think it was. Yeah, or yeah, it was James 1213 or something. I think it was that contract was written, right.
It was King John. It was King John.
John, that was it. Sorry, that's correct. Yep, sorry, my apologies, King John. I knew it was a J.
That's why the
right?
Magna Carta
Right,
was considered
but
null and void.
Right, and the deal that they gave the other side of the deal was as that they gave the Pope or the Catholic Church Ireland, and that was the deal. That was the actual deal. Not only did they get to own Britain, he signed it away. They got Ireland, and that was part of the deal. That was to stop the war, or there was some whatever it was, politics going on. But that was the deal that King John sold Britain to the Pope, and they got Ireland in exchange. They solved the Irish problem that John was having. The Irish church, which wasn't Catholic. And it's so funny, right? And it's so sad as well. It's not funny, actually. I mean, it's so strange or so sad that if you ever meet anybody that's from Southern Ireland, shall we say, well, which is Ireland? I say Ireland. I don't recognise Northern Ireland. Ireland is one, it's called the Emerald Isle. There's no, Northern Ireland only exists through politics, right? But the thing is, every, what do you call it, Catholic in Ireland would die for the fucking Pope, right? When it is the Catholic Church, it's actually destroyed the Irish people. They actually the agreement, they would always be enslaved to it, and that's why Britain can free run that with no interaction between the Vatican or whatever, because they signed the contract Issa's just been talking about. Exactly that. And it's so funny. And if I talk to a Catholic and insult the Pope, there was one Catholic priest, I think, in Ireland, and he got excommunicated because of the deal, because they actually there was a different, the church in Ireland at the time was not Catholic, and that's when it changed. Very interesting history. Sorry, Issa. But just a den.
Yeah, no, I mean, my main thing is the idea of like that we ain't gonna do shit, nobody, until you discharge the national fucking debt. You ain't doing dick because it's an obligation. And if you don't correct the obligation, you have no authority. You have no freedom under commercial law. Because if you didn't do what you said you were gonna do, if you didn't do what you said you were gonna do, you get your head kicked in. That's the rules of the game. Do what you say. You know, I remember, you know, like I always learned, like, you know, a real man is like Listerine, says what it does and does what it says. And if you don't fucking, if you're gonna sit around and, you know, want to go to crypto to avoid the national debt, you're fucked. It's not until you realize you're the priority security interest, having an interest in the collateral, you're a citizen, and that you have the right to discharge the obligation for the citizen and the United States to have to pay you back. And the United States and its citizens are doing its darndest to pay back on a loan that they can never pay you back for because of the interest and the fact that there's not enough money in the marketplace to pay the interest. The difference is you either think you're the citizen and you're operating in that limited capacity, or you understand you're the priority security interest holder and they owe you. And until we realize that, this is going to go on. There's going to be space rocks and fucking space mining, and you're never
Well,
going
if
to
it
get
was the, but again, if it's the benefit to them or to the whole or to the country or whoever for us to discharge the debt, then why wouldn't it be something that they would teach us how to do or make more available the information on?
It's religious, and they can't teach a religion in a secular school.
That's it, huh?
That's it. And you're supposed to, that's why they want you so off of your deen, off of your religion, that they could do this to you. Only if you had only if the people had a sound mind and a sound concept of religion would they ever be free. I mean, even like John Adams or one of them said, like, this is made strictly for a moral Christian people. This is like, and this is like the other thing too about like nationalism and stuff like that. Like, this was made by these men, you know what I mean, who were of English origin, who respected the Bible and had a concept of the rule of law and the value of it. But you have to be a moral Christian people, and they can't teach you that in school because everyone's agreed that religion causes too many problems. So it's like they just teach you how to read and write and all the rest of it. Now they want to fucking superimpose this satanic fucking agenda because they've already got people away from religion. Living on a space rock, floating through, you know what I mean? Like, you're a fucking piece of mold on a rock.
And their plan is to kill nationalism, which is really what we represent, what we should be, preserving by doing what you're talking about.
Oh, and say that again, brother. Forgive me, I got a bunch.
Well, they're kind of killing nationalism through that effort to basically detach us from the idea of this religious. Not. I don't think you mean religion. I think you mean the interpretation of the Bible as the law.
People don't like, regardless of like the concept of whatever philosophically thinking about the nature of God, like, that's something different than the rules of the game. Because the rules of the game are what's in the book.
Yeah, I think about that idea that stood out to me.
Yeah, don't kill, don't steal, don't cheat your fellow man, don't shag his missus. Right. That's it, and they're kind of, it's like logical. Why would, to create if you wanted to, imagine, right, say it was just 4 people, you've got your missus, you've got another guy, and this will bring in, what do you call it, survival, survival of the fittest, evolution, right? You've got to adapt to whatever, right? So you're one person, you've got your missus, there's another person, you're the only people that exist in your earth or whatever, and he's got his missus. Would it be advantageous to fucking steal off him or shag his missus or do anything like that? Well, no, it fucking wouldn't, because we weren't born dumb, right? We weren't born dumb, and we could quite easily think, well, actually, being smart about it, because we seem to forget, intelligence, the 20th century or the 19th or the 18th didn't invent fucking intelligence. Intelligence was born the minute we fucking came into existence, however we came into it. It came there fucking instantly. And it is not advantageous for you to shag his missus, steal off him. It'd be more advantageous to kind of say, well, I'll do this, you do that.
Those are all cruel or crude examples of what's in the book.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so
but it's more of a philosophical beginning. I'm not talking about the Bible.
What I'm talking about is like the rules of court, like, and the idea and the concept of court, and the concept that you are a king, right, in your own world, and this is why our system is so fucking epically beautiful. Is that this is the first time in human history that every layman can actually live as a king. If you can own your own property, if you can own your own things, and you can fucking live freely, You know what I mean? To some, I mean, granted, we're overburdened.
If they choose to understand, if they choose to, or I know, or if they understand.
Even if you don't choose to understand it, people still work a 9 to 5, have a house, have electricity.
No, you're right.
And this is the first time in history that like mankind has had access to what only kings had before.
Yeah.
So that's why we have such a beautiful system. Now the point is, it's like,
praise the internet, man. Praise the internet,
well, it's
not
just,
YouTube.
Well, like, no weapon
but
formed
the
against
fucking
us shall
internet.
fucking listen to me. No weapon formed against us shall prosper. That comports with the Bible. So I don't care how much confusion these dickheads sow. I don't give a fuck. The thing is that like this to me is like the most important thing. That national debt. The problem is that ties into a whole bunch of spiritual beliefs that people have been set up to be triggered to talk about.
Yeah.
And so when we get over the triggering, you know, which I think is what's happening now, is like people en masse have been triggered for the last 2 years in one way or the other. You know what I mean? Put a mask on, I'm not putting a mask on, whatever side of the fence, right? And like, and so like, you know, this awakening is happening. But I think the completeness
people have been confused.
The completeness of it
entails, put it on, take it off, fucking get injected, don't get injected, fucking hang me. The best way to control the best way to control someone. The CIA did the experiments, confuse people.
Ali, I'm on solution think. I don't care what these fucking demons do. What I'm saying is like solution think. Like, you know, because people can sit there, like I used to say all the time, you know what I mean? Sit there and complain. Go fucking write a song about it and entertain me with your bullshit before you fucking come crying. And that comports with the Bible.
Also, my other favourite song, Isa. Sorry, I have to interrupt. You know me. You've known me for long enough. Another favourite song of mine, apart from the sun is totally tangible, is also Welcome to the Show. Big shout out. Go check out Spotify, Isa. Welcome to the Show. Also totally tangible. Great songs, man. Sorry, carry on, Isa. I just had to do that. I've got 2 songs.
I like your new one too, by the way. Antipodal Neighbor. I like that one.
I gotta try to write that more and record it.
Okay, I didn't know that one.
Antipodal Neighbors. Yeah. How could you get there with
your feet you can't be totally tangible is the most comedic. I think it's brilliant, man. It's honestly, artistically, it's fucking awesome, man.
Did you hear that? Did you hear when that song came about, Ali? When it was like it was.
I was there. I was there
too.
When
we were both there.
I was there when Isa wrote it.
Yeah, I was listening. Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah, I was as well. We'd have been in the same hangout then because it was on.
Where is she gone, by the way? Is Channel Q around at all anymore? I haven't heard anything from her or about her. She disappeared, didn't she?
Yeah, I don't know.
She went to the sun.
But anyway, back to what you were saying, Isa. Sorry, we just had to give you a shout out there.
It's funny though. You call on these cats and they're like, "Hey," you know. But yeah, I mean, and that's it too. It's like, you know, it's a war against like principalities or whatever. Like I even sometimes look at it like it's like, you know, like technically like I'm sitting in my kitchen talking to my phone by myself right now. What am I doing?
Right. Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
you're curious, you're exploring, you're expressing, you're venting or whatever you're doing. That's what you're doing, and that's good. I think anyway. That's what you're doing.
Oh yeah, and I think like I mean, if I didn't think that it was almost essential for people to grasp some of the stuff like the financial side of it, because it answered so many questions, and like to me, it's also like, you know, what I talk about isn't necessarily for everybody. It's for a bunch of people who have been sifting their way through this bullshit and getting attacked for it the whole fucking time. Outside of anyone in that category, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Like my people are like people that had to deal with fucking idiot parent. You know, I mean, not that I love my family and all the rest of it, but like you're dealing with society's fucking zombies at some point. And if you're fighting that and you've been fighting that, like this is the shit. This is the way through. It answers the questions in regards to the fucking like some mysteries for me. And I found other people and like-minded people, like New Perspective and shit like that. They fucking, you know, Allie, you know what I mean? Like, this shit resonates, and we can talk about this stuff. And I'm gonna talk
Yep.
blue in the face until my people get it.
Yeah,
Because if you guys
I need a playlist. I need a playlist and a lot of specifics to even catch up to where you're at, for sure.
well, I mean, it's not even about where I'm at. It's just like the idea that, like, and I don't know where anyone's at. Like, you know, I don't know how anyone receives the information I'm talking about either. You know what I mean? And I don't. But I mean, I'm very matter of factly about it, just because I've heard so many of the other arguments, and they all don't comport with the Bible. And if it doesn't,
It's a brain twister, though. You know, it's a puzzle, and that's the thing. It's
well,
like it sounds contradictory when you say that they owe us the national debt. You know, because people don't even though I understand it to the point that other people may not at this point, I still don't get how they owe us in the way that you do. You know, because you know, you can discharge your credit cards, but what else can you discharge?
well,
Well, your
it's
mortgage,
so
what
I
anything.
look at it like, see, that's the thing is that, I mean, I look at it like, theoretically, yes, you can completely. That comports. You can totally do it. Now the thing is that you've got history, right? So you know the facts of the matter. Then you've got philosophy, right? And then you've got the religious aspect of it. Then you have the actual technique that you would do in court, like in a court of law, let's say, where you would actually have to file paperwork properly. Like, that's a whole nother section that has nothing to do.
It's a chore.
That, like, you know, that practical, you know, way to do it is a completely different discussion from philosophy, whatever, like this. But when you see them all come and merge together as one, that's where it's like, to me, it's like that old, like the prodigal son returning home, because you have a full grasp on the idea of why they have the authority they have, why they will do things that you're not aware of, like, and why they will help you. All of a sudden, when you fucking start coming in the right way, these officials, these judges, despite their first or second attempt to dismiss what you're doing, they will, if you do it correctly and you do it with honor and without a disrespect to the court, they will fucking be your best friends, and they will love you. And they will love you just like a fucking drill instructor in the Marines has yelled at some dickhead and told him how much his girlfriend hates him, his mom kicked him out because he's stupid, fucking, you know, and all this other shit to get him to quit the Marines. At the end of it, when that dude makes it through to become a fucking soldier, that guy that fucking cursed at him the whole way through is going to be his brother in arms.
Right.
But you don't get to just
And
call
that's the
yourself.
truth. That's the
You don't
truth.
get,
Can I need to button just to.
real quick. You don't get to
Okay,
pay.
sorry. Yep.
You don't get to pay lip service. You can't just say you're a fucking Marine, dude.
Uh-huh.
Like, you know, I know Marines, and they will fuck you up if you do that, dude, because you haven't been through. You have no idea what the fuck these gentlemen have been through. It's an honor to be amongst them, and the point is that they all had to make it through that drill instructor, who then went to the battlefield with them. And the point is that, like, for your own sense of freedom, like, these judges are gonna tell you you're stupid, fat, ugly, lazy, your paperwork sucks, this is not how it works, kid. But if your paperwork and everything is all correct and there's no fault in your work because you know it, like, it's like when that, like, you know, if you're, I used to go to military school and you'd be standing there.
Oh, you said it was going to be quick. I have to button because
perfect.
Hold
no,
on,
but it's relevant.
Allie, he's peeking on this last fucking rant. Go for it.
I'm just making this one point, just like the idea that, like, look, it's like, even though you're perfect, the drill instructor, whoever it is going to say, what's up with your shoes? And the point is that if you look at your shoes, you know your shoe. You were questioning whether or not your shoes were shined properly, and you shouldn't even have to look at your shoes, because you're like, my shoes are the motherfucking shit. I don't have to even pay attention to anything you fucking just said to me, sir, because you're just looking straight ahead and everything is correct. You're not double checking yourself, and in a way, they're trying to get you to flinch. And all I'm saying is, when your shit is correct, you know it's correct. There's no reason to doubt what you're doing is correct. And I feel like when you have that authority over this information and, like, fucking the legal side of it, that's where you realize these judges become your brother in arms, and they will protect you against these stupid prosecutors too.
Yeah, Allie, real quick, I
Like,
want to ask
can I-
Keith a question, real quick, Allie.
Oh well, let me
It's
no
another thing,
because
and not
you
having
said
to
I
do with
could.
court.
Let
Having
me.
to do with court,
But
real
it's
quick, real quick.
relevant.
It's
It
just a
was
question
relevant. Come
for
on,
him to
dude.
think about while you're talking about it. When
Well,
you're in
I
court,
forget.
there's
I've got
tricks.
such a bad memory.
Oh, go
All right,
for it,
let me
Allie.
go.
Go for it. Go for it. I can wait.
All
Go for
right,
it.
and it was totally relevant to what Issa was saying. I was having the exact same conversation today with my friend, and I was telling him about, because he's buying a house, right? And the sales kind of not went through because the commune, that's Danish for the council or whatever, the area, the government area thing, wanted it for something else. And I was sort of explaining about, right, wait a minute, you know, there's laws, this and that. But the woman that was going to go into court, she was like raging and she was going to go into court. I said, hey, and I started to explain about the honour thing. When you go into court and you have just exactly what you were saying, this is because it's relevant now. It's happening now. Have your shit all together, remain in honour. Remember, when you go into court, when you make an offer, on a statement that's, as long as you don't cause controversy, as long as you don't disagree with the prosecutor and say, yep, okay, I agree, but can you give me proof that that's blah, blah. But you just agree, but always ask for proof, but remain in honour kind of thing. And it was just funny. I gave him the same speech as you were giving now. Sorry, Gio, new perspective.
No, no
That was
worries.
just
No worries. That's
yeah,
true. Yeah, and I
that
was
was
just
it,
going to
man.
say that there's a lot
It was
of
just relevant.
this that a lot of people might rightly criticize as well because it is so cryptic sometimes in figuring it out. And think about how long it took you or some of these other people. Not to say that's not the right thing to do, and not to have your shit together. But I was going to ask about one of the things that I had heard from, I forget who it was, but some other person that seemed to be respected as far as, I think it was on um, freedom, what's his name, Freedom Fly or whatever. Doesn't matter. But the
Oh
whole
yeah,
idea
Free
is
Man
that
Fly, dude. I haven't
Free
checked
Man
for that
Fly.
dude. But yo,
Yeah,
last time I checked
but
that dude, he was all angry. He's still all angry
oh
over
yeah,
there.
about what?
Like that was years ago, but I haven't checked for him in years. But I
Huh.
remember I heard him talk to that law shit. And as soon as you see somebody getting angry about law, like there's something wrong with the system that you need to fix, and like
Mm-hmm.
it's not if anyone is saying that it's not their problem to fix, like that we as a society have to wake up, that if they're not imposing that, if they're talking about the corruption and the then
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean? I'll slap somebody, dude. I just shut up.
I think it was somebody he was actually interviewing that was giving court advice, and one of the things he said was that you have to ask 3 times, and the third time they have to give you the right answer. It's a way of like forcing their hand or
You
something like
know,
that. Is that true? Have you heard that
like
before?
this. Well, it's like this. I've heard it like this. It's like in tennis, right? You know, I don't know if you play tennis, but it's like, you know, you
Yeah, I
have
do.
two
I used to
two
play a lot.
nice. So you know you have like, you have 2 shots to serve.
Hmm.
So the first one they can call, it might be a fault. So they give you a
Hmm.
second shot. Like let's say you come in and your paperwork's not right. They're gonna be like, fault. You know what I mean? Do you want to try
Hmm.
again? You know what I mean? But in the same stroke, you can do that to them. So like,
Okay.
if you like, you have that, like, because what'll happen is someone will come in, or like let's say if there's like weird paperwork or whatever, and they'll be like, they didn't do proper process of service or whatever. They're gonna say, hey sir, you should probably get an attorney. You're gonna hurt yourself. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? Because like they're coming in, but it's like yes, there is, like, I've heard it, like they can reject you twice. Really they reject you once. And then if you come in correct on this, it's like serving. If I serve correctly the second time and it's in the box, you can't just say it isn't.
Hmm.
It's like the same thing with basketball. Like I used to think of it like that's why when people get into the corruption thing, if you and I are playing basketball and you steal the ball from me, I can't go to the referee and be like, ask some moral fucking question. Well, isn't stealing unlawful?
Right,
You
right.
can't
It's
you
the way the
can't
game's
steal
played.
the ball. And the ref's gonna be like, you're playing basketball, dude.
Right.
And the same thing goes with this shit, I think. You know, what's
So you have
unfortunate,
heard that before. That kind of comports with what you've learned as far as the
but I do agree
like
with the
three
I
questions.
do agree with
Or,
that 2-shot thing. Like, you know,
Mhm.
like, you know, and on the third, even on the 3rd shot, they'll give it to you. But more likely, they'll go against you on the 1 shot, try to take you out. If your 2nd shot is correct, they have to take it.
I've got a question, Issa. If someone came and said, say for example, I said, hey Issa, you owe me a fucking $1,000. What would your response be?
Well, I'd probably just conditional accept it. You know what I mean? On what grounds? And if you can't show me, you know, any evidence of the
Yeah, what
ground,
would you ask for? That's what I'm saying. What would
well,
you
it's, you
ask?
know, if you can, you know, if you just respond in a notary seal for any, you know, any evidence for that
Like
I've
a
ever.
contract?
I'm not done, actually. So, like, you know, if he's going to ask me, like, you know what I mean? And then I'm going to be like, hey, I'd love to, as long as you could show me the documentation about where I owe you. And then also, if you can't, you agree that you owe me 10 grand for falsely accusing me and for filing frivolous paperwork. And now I'm going to go and I'm going to collect that. And if you don't respond in 10 days on a notary seal with that information, then it's agreed that you do owe me that 10 grand. And if you don't respond, and I have to take you to civil court or something like that, then you agree to treble damages. And then if I
What
really want to, I'm
documentation?
going to go
What
fucking
documentation?
ham on somebody, maybe.
What documentation would you
That's your
require?
problem, dude. That's your problem. You said
No,
I owe
no,
you
I'm
1,000.
saying what proof, about what proof in court, right? That say it now goes to court. What proof would I have to produce? This is I'm asking you because I want
No,
you
my
to tell
evidence,
me your
my
knowledge.
evidence, my
What
evidence would
what
be the
what's my
if you.
evidence?
Oh my God!
What
If you
am I
send me a letter,
required? Right.
if you send me a letter, I would like. I mean, just from my perspective of you sending me a letter frivolously, right? Like I don't even know you or something like that, and you send
Mm-hmm.
me something like that, then I'm going to conditionally accept it, and then see how you respond. My evidence will be your letter,
Right.
and
But no,
whatever.
I
And
was
if I
asking.
have to. If I have, I mean, Ali B, you're asking, like, I'm not a plumber, right? So I don't have any bills outstanding with, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know what you'd be
No, it
referring
wasn't
to.
that. It wasn't that, Issa. Right. What what I was sort of meaning there, I was playing the devil's advocate kind of in a way there, saying if I sent you, if someone sent me saying out of the blue, you owe me £1,000, I said, okay, exactly right. I'll say, yeah, okay, fair enough, that's fine. On the condition, I conditionally accept it, but the terms, I would ask, for like a contract, some kind of agreement signed. If I wanted to be pernickety, I would have to have 3 signatures: mine, the person that I was doing the deal with, and a witness. But I would settle for the double because it can't be produced. A signed contract, actual evidence from their accounts or whatever. That was to what do you call it? The money, from their actual own accounts, the company's accounts, bank accounts, or whatever, a sum of money that it's the same of the money, the amount of money that was, deposited into my account coming from that source instead of being made up or whatever. I would say I want to see money coming from your bank account coming to my bank account, saying that, showing the source. Right? It's the same thing as if you ask the bank for a loan, you say, that's fine, right? Can you show me, you can pay it and then, or pay some of it, and they say, right, I think I've paid enough, or whatever, and ask for that. They can't give you the contract because there is no contract you've signed. They don't sign for a loan. You sign a bit of paper. That's not a real contract. In law, if you want to be pernickety, I've signed, all I've done is I've accepted their terms and agreement to to the loan, that bit of paper. You've just accepted it. You have to get the acceptance that they've accepted you as the co-signee. They would sign it, and then the witness, if you want to go the full contract thing. So when you sign a mortgage, you might get a signature from you, the owner, or whatever, but they don't own it because they owe money to the bank or whatever. So you have to have it. They have to prove in the end up, any debt company that comes to you and they say, you bought this and you owe this. Well, that debt company is not attached to the company that you bought the goods off of, or like if you say the government, they're not actually attached to that company, and it's illegal for another organisation, if you accept a government as a corporation or a business, which they do because they have a tax number or whatever. If you accept that as no, in law, commercial law, no other company, you can't sell on debt to another company. All that company that's bought the debt off of you, the only financial the exchange of money is not that you owed. They never gave you money. They sold. They bought. So the only connection that they can have is this transaction of them buying a debt, which is totally illegal for to sell a debt. Because I told,
It's hard listening, Ali. I gotta be
the
honest.
lawyer. I know.
It's hard
I
listening.
told a lawyer. I told a lawyer
Jesus Christ,
department.
dog.
I got put through to the lawyer department of a financial institution that was fucking harassing my friend. I got put to the legal department of the.
Bro, you need to write a song about it,
Exactly
Ali.
said that. I told them. They said. I said, well, what that organisation or that company has sold to you. I said that's illegal under the law. I said, so you can't demand that. If you want to prove that my friend owes you money, you show the contract, your accounts, your actual accounts, the company accounts, with my friend's name attached to it, with a fucking number. I said, more than willing to pay for it. I said, but you can't do that. I suggest that you either report that organisation that sold you that debt, because they paid for it. All debts are paid for. They get paid, they get sold, right? I suggest to you, because in law, that's
I don't know
fucking
what's
illegal. You're like the mafia. They dropped to debt. I'm finished.
Just say, I don't know. Man, Ali, you fucking drag her out there a little bit on me, dog. Forgive me. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like,
See, the thing is, yourself, when you talk ages and ages, I never point out, oh, you drag it out. I sit there and listen. You know, it's kind of,
you
it's
could drag.
kind
Yo,
of buying in. No, hey, listen, I'm not
let
complaining
me
because I
know if
don't really care
let me
because
know if I'm
everybody
dragging it
knows
out.
me.
Please.
But I'm gonna, it's only for yourself. You might say that to other people that go on and on and all that, but sometimes you should just sit and fucking listen and not comment, not add that little bit of gaslighting, or pointing out that kind of thing. Not as I don't take it personal or nothing like that. It's just like for a way, maybe whatever, like on a humanist kind of level. That's all.
Oh, I
You didn't
know,
have
bro.
to say you
Dude,
dragged it on a bit and stuff
if you
like
met me,
that.
dude, I'm such a dick, dude. Like, you have no idea. I'm probably the biggest jerk in the world, man. I feel you, dude.
No, you're
I have
not. You're not, Isa. Do you know you actually made me accept that even though I knew about law and stuff like that, I still hated the system and government and stuff like that. But you did actually teach me and actually learn me. Actually, it's not the system; it's the people within the system. So, fucking
even when I come out here, man, it's like, shoot, I
big
feel
ups,
like
my friend.
I'm talking to, it's like when I'm talking about any of this shit, it's like, I'm talking to, the guys who get it, you know what I mean? And you get it, because half the shit, like, you're right. It's like, where I see it, like for me, I'm trying,
I didn't used to.
I'm moving on these like bigger concepts, but you're so right in the sense that a lot of the intricacies don't make sense to people if they don't know some of the history that comes along with it, which I'm not too good at explaining sometimes. You know what I mean? Because like, and it's good that there is, that like some people really need to hear about, like we were just talking about the
You
accounts.
brought Nathaniel Bowditch. You brought Nathaniel Bowditch that just fucking caused tsunamis. So yes, you're fucking spot on, man. I'll just.
Yeah, man. We were talking about Bowditch. I was talking about Bowditch.
I read the book, man, and you made me fucking look him up and read his book. His 2 books actually. So, but anyway.
I was so happy to get my hands on it, man. This guy that I knew, this was years ago. It was like, and he let me borrow the book. He's a captain, and he plots international, business, like or like like fucking freighter ships. He plots their courses. Like he's a bad dude. And he let me have that book. But I was always amazed when I was talking to him. I was like, "How do you get your latitude?" I asked him. I was like, because I had a sextant, and I was talking a little bit about it, and he was like, "I don't really use it." And I was like, "Well, you know how to get your latitude from Polaris?" And he was like, I don't know. He wasn't too fucking savvy on it. I don't know why, because they do everything through computer programs and the rest of it. But I just was like, wow, wait a minute. You don't know some of these simple ideas that like latitude comes from the angle to Polaris? Like that tripped me out. And he gave me that book anyway. And that's what turned me on. Like, cause it was weird. Like I tried to talk about a couple of flat earth topics and he just didn't bite at all. And I was like,
I
wow.
read it.
He
I
didn't
read
know
that.
anything. Didn't
I
know enough.
read it and also read his life story. That guy was like, he was the guy that he was. If it was his job, right? He was inundated with offers. He was the guy to go to if people wanted to know about navigation or anything like that. He's got a fascinating. The guy was fucking awesome, man. It was great reading. I love reading, so thank you for that, especially for that. But that was just but that sent tsunamis through the fucking. That was the funniest thing. It sent tsunamis through the globe. Man, it was brilliant. Sorry,
I think it's
I
so
see
cool.
the funny side as well.
I love how in his intro, he discusses that the Babylonians who mapped the stars were flat earthers that believed in the cosmic egg. And like, and how we've adopted their, like, he's honest about it. It's like, it's always funny to me. Like, that's why, like, like, or quote unquote ballers or anti flat earther kind of vibes. Like, they're always like, nobody ever believed in flat earth. And then it's like, I always was just amazed that, like, if you put up a video about flat earth, it says flat earth was an archaic model that like people believed in years ago. You know what I mean? It's like, yet you're going to say in the very video that nobody ever thought the earth was flat. But then there's a qualifier from Wikipedia on the video. And I just think it's, like they're self-owning themselves. But, and that's why like the masses, I think, the masses are still learning that like you mean doctors can be corrupted? Oh my goodness. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's where most people are kind of coming along in my book. And
sadly, but
it's just what it is.
But remember though, always the give. I always give it. It's so funny. It goes into what I was talking to my mate about when I talk about in real life in Denmark. Oh my goodness, when I talk about the government, no, not going to conspiracy theories or just comment on something that the government's done or what the newspapers have said. Just as I'm like not, it's like the reaction I get, the answer I get. I'm like, right, okay, I'm not going to take this one on, or well, that's fine. I know where this person's coming from, but you learn more by not trying to spread the truth or whatever, than you do trying, because you get people's opinions, you ask them, but it's pretty,
Well, that's why, like
it's
I
like
always.
indoctrinated, Esau. That's the thing. It's, and you know it as well.
Well, this is the thing,
It's like
is that when
it's so
like
convoluted, man.
this whole like idea of like even like me like coming online and like talking online, it's like, I've always just thought of it like, oh wow, like there's a group of people that I don't have to fucking labor through this bullshit to give
You've
you,
got
like, I
hope,
don't have
though.
to hold your fucking hand through this fucking historical
But
conversation
there's hope in
before I can
humanity.
get
That's
to.
when you come,
No,
because
but
you
here's
have
the thing: is
hope.
that Ali, here's the thing: is that
Yeah, but you got this fucking hope.
in this arena, my point is like my goal is like I don't want to waste my fucking, like, if I'm here, like, take like in this chat room, for instance, like I don't want to waste my time talking about fucking the intricate details about Halliburton and fucking, you know what I mean, like, and how, like,
the
like,
really criterion,
right, like,
gravity, black holes.
well, I mean, like, well, all that's intriguing because there's always stuff there, or it was intriguing
That's
to me.
nice though, but
But at the same time, like I look at it like this is a room, or this room in particular, and like others, just like the rooms where people are already on board with, like, they get it, you know what I mean, to some extent, and like they understand, like, everything goes, like, even if it's like just bare, like, naked idea that everything goes back to the Vatican, like, like I can work with something like that, you know what I mean, because it's like, from there, like, if you're at that point, like, at least, like, that's where it's like, welcome to the show, because now you're like, okay, look, dude, they're never going to arrest the Black Pope, dude. So just so you know, stop trying to fucking be an anarchist. Just fucking go learn how to be an individual. You know what I mean, dude?
But have you heard about the Gray Pope yet?
Right,
all
and
right,
there's a
here we
Grey
go,
Pope,
man.
of course. Well, dude, there's always, and that's why I love what's his name? I love
Wait,
Robert
is he a
Anton.
moderate? He's a
Robert Anton.
moderate, right?
He
The
said,
Grey Pope's a moderate. He
No,
wants
there is
he wants to kill
actually
the
is a
population, but he's
supposedly
not sure.
supposedly there is actually a Gray Pope that's like above all of them. But go ahead, Issa. What were you saying?
Well, no, I just think, I mean, of course there is. There's always going to be, another level that you can't get to because you're the fucking one. It's like I always said, too, if you got the Black Pope by the neck and you were like, is the earth flat? He's going to be like, I don't know. Like, you know what I mean? Even when you got to the bottom of the well of the one you thought was going to know, they're going to turn around and be like, I don't fucking know. And the
Can I give
reality
a
is,
quote? Can I
yeah.
get? Let me give a quote. Right, there's a philosopher. He's called Søren Kierkegaard. Right, he's Danish. He's quite interesting. He made a quote, which it's quite deep, but I got it in my belief system or whatever. I thought, oh, that's interesting. He said, "To define me is to negate me." And you can take what you want off that, but when you talk about black popes,
That's
grey
dope.
popes, white popes, and stuff, and it's not a criticism or whatever. I'm just saying it was in my head when I was hearing it. I just felt I had to say that. In that regards to me as well, I think, well, my name's Alan. I'm defined as Alan. It's like people walk about, yeah, they define themselves by the jobs that they do. Oh yeah, I'm an artist, or I'm gay. I'll tell you what, I've been in the gay community in
That's
London.
okay,
I
Ali. We
can't
kind of
think.
figured. It's okay.
Right, okay, but
I'm kidding.
the whole point is people like to define. But people like to define themselves, right, or define them in either internally or externally. We all define ourselves, and so that's what I'm saying. To define me is to negate me. And you should never define yourself or define anybody. Well, I don't know what I was going with that, but yeah.
Well, you said who was it that said to
Sorry.
define me is to negate me? Who's the one that you were quoting?
Søren Kierkegaard. He was a Danish philosopher.
Okay,
Well,
so it's kind of like you're limiting me by defining me or by naming me, or
yeah. If you put someone in a group, but think how the bigger controllers use it. Like,
right.
Say for example, I say I'm Scottish, right? Right. I say I've defined myself as Scottish, right? But it depends what the other the other people out with me have defined what a Scottish person is. Right? I've put myself in a
Right.
category. Other people have put me into a category. So there's a overall depth. There's no micro. Oh well, okay. So you know he believes in God, but he's still doubtful. He's a Christian. He believes in God. He's a Christian. There's always these little nuances, and so that I think that's what he was making. The fact is, just if you don't define yourself, nobody can describe it. Nobody can attack you. Or
Yeah.
I'm a
We get a lot of
Christian.
that in this
You
discussion. I
believe in
think
God.
you and
Subtle, but
you and I talked a while back, Ali, and I think we or not a while back, but just a little while ago, and we were both kind of agreeing that you know, you don't want to be, neither of us want to be called a flat earther, because then you're locked into declaring the whole thing's flat, as if
yeah.
you could know that.
And I think that's what he meant. I think that's what
Mhm.
Son. But you know, not with it was just honestly. I tell you what, Flat Earth has given me. Flat Earth has introduced me to Socrates, Plato, Søren Kierkegaard, Descartes, Einstein. This whole this I love reading, so I've read these things. I've not watched videos. You know, I read my first book. My dad gave me Ivanhoe as my first book when I was 9 years old, man. And I read it and I made up the characters, I imagined, you know, that was, you know, and that's what builds, you know, images. And when you watch a film,
What book was it
if you
again? What was the name of the book?
read Ivanhoe,
Ivanhoe. Okay, I'll have to look it up.
it's like a Scottish classic. If I remember rightly, my memory, because I've done what I did. There's a character. Not Ivan. Wait a minute. I was. My
Is that
dad
your way
named
of saying
me.
you're stoned? You're like, I've done what I did. Is that what you're saying? You're stoned? Smoke some weed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, I've had
that's what you were referring. That's a great way of saying it. I've done what
I've
I
got
did.
work tomorrow. I have to. It's strange, isn't it? You know, how we always give. You know, if you wanted to argue against
No,
someone,
you just you
you
stopped
always
short
say.
of
You
saying that.
always say. But I was just saying, like, non sequitur, right? I always found it funny, and I do this as well. It's like if, say, for example, you're talking to someone in real life, not on online, right? You're talking to someone, and uh, they ask you a question, right? And you say, "Well, no, I don't want to insult you," or you give an apology always before you make a statement, rather than saying the statement straight out.
Like,
If
all
you
due
know what I mean.
respect, but
Yeah,
you know,
that's it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You're giving that up. Yeah, spot on, man. With all due respect. That's the best. Yeah, exactly. And I do it now, right? I know I do it, but I try hard to. But isn't that strange kind of quirk of human psychology kind of thing? Because we all do it. Because you know it. You named it. With all due respect, you're apologising, and you're already prejudging that person's going to get upset or whatever by your thing, rather than saying, well, you know, this is how I think. Rather than saying, well, you know, I don't want to upset you or anything, because
yeah,
that's this
it's
is
also
my
kind of
opinion.
a hidden uh, undermining of what it might be interpreted by it, because you're not necessarily saying you're giving them respect. You're saying you're only giving them what respect they're due. And if you don't think they're due much respect, then it doesn't matter if you say it, you know?
But actually, just thanks. See, this is what I love about conversation, because you've inspired a thought. But imagine it's a subliminal thing within you. You've already judged that character. You don't want to hurt that person's feelings or whatever, or you want to like this morality, this and okay, you're empathetic to how your answer is going to affect that person, so you apologise for. And I only thought of that now because we had this conversation. I never thought of that before, but it might be because I do believe we have a inherent morality. Just my belief, right? And that works in. So yeah, maybe. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we do too. I'm in the garage here, so I agree. Yeah, inherited morality. You know instinctively, what's right and wrong.
Yeah, but to make that statement, that's what I'm saying. You know, to do that, you don't really. Well, we do it all the time, kind of thing. But it's like, I don't know. I don't know what is that. That could be a self-confidence kind of thing. Being upset that the other person's upset or whatever. I don't know. There's a balance in it. It's weird. It's like a yin and yang. There's because there's always three sides. I've studied or I've read a bit about martial arts. I've practiced throughout my life. I've met people that have done martial arts. I'm like, all right, okay, come on, let's fucking teach me or beat me up or whatever, or whatever. And I've learned, I sort of kind of understood it. And what I did learn by the yin and yang symbol, because you use it in martial arts, you know, too much. If you practice hard martial arts like karate, it's like, but you're using your force and just fucking everything and all your force to snap the opponent's arms or whatever. But in the other side, the soft, is you use the other person's thing, so you're kind of like fucking doing the same shit, but you're doing it softly, without your body's not tensed. It's you know what I mean. It's like soft, right? But in the middle, and I was taught in Bagua Chan, is actually the second most practiced martial art in China. My mate used to fling me about the place. I was like, right, come on. And he'd stand there and we were doing, you touch each other's hands.
Hey, Ali,
Sorry,
all due respect, but I think Issa was going to say something. I think Issa was going to say something. I see electric. I see electrics in here too, and I didn't. I don't know if I've talked to electric yet, or illegals here too and stuff. Issa, don't leave me hanging now. I just got an opening, please.
Forgive me. No problem. No, you're good, brother. I'm just over here busy. But what was it? What's up?
I was just cutting off Allie's rant to hopefully get what you were saying. You were a minute ago. You were about to say something, but also electric. I never talked to electric before. Whoever else here, illegals here. I don't know. Either way. Otherwise, Allie B, continue.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, I was, it's funny. You had me thinking. I don't know why I thought to talk about this earlier, but during one of the listening, was like, I love how like comedians, right, when they like introduce somebody, you're talking about like respect, disrespect, or whatever or something, and it just made me think of like the idea of like comedians. Like if a comedian introduces somebody and they're like, "This is my good friend so and so," that means this guy's gonna suck. You know what I mean? But like if they introduce him like, I don't know where they found this guy, probably under some fucking dumpster somewhere in San Francisco, but we're gonna put up with him tonight. Everybody welcome. You know what I mean? Like they make fun of the guy that they're bringing up that's gonna kill.
Yeah.
And they, and if you, they'll always be like, my good friend so and so. That's the dude that's gonna bomb.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
that's a good call. Yeah.
It just made me think of that line of like, how that's the way our world works. And it's like, you're either into, this is why computers can't emulate us. because that sarcasm, that wit, that
That
nuance,
nuance.
that fucking, that's what makes us the greatest machine, if you will, ever made by God. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
because we're beyond anything we could create. Like I like the Quran. It says they cannot even make a fly. They can't make what the Creator has created. Your arms are too short to box with God,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
You know,
For sure.
Wu Tang Clan in the house. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Mm-hmm.
fucking, like, and I just think that that's so important to know. Anyway,
For sure.
and
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
that's why, like, even like the concept of like AI, like I've been saying forever, is artificial intelligence is not a fucking computer program. It's fucking people filled with misinformation. So when people say it's the age of AI, it's the age of artificial intelligence. A bunch of hubris having moron dipshits living the freest life in the fucking world, as in the historic world, and then complaining about servitude when they've never fucking done, they don't even know what servitude is.
And not to give them an out or say it's not their fault, but the propaganda machine is that powerful. And yeah, we have the Library of Alexandria at our fingertips, like you've always said. And it is our fault for not learning these things because the information is there to find.
It's like, yo, you gotta. I think of it like too, like, yo, like I don't know why, but I've just always been in some oppositional fucking thing to authority my whole fucking life, and I just feel like either you are immersed in that and you're immersed in that uncomfortability, you know what I mean, or you're not.
Yeah. I don't get what you mean by the uncomfortability.
Right, like, can you like, when I went to the one store, they were like, you need to wear a mask, and I was like, I'd love
Oh.
to. I'd love to, so long as you could show me the
medical license you have,
whatever it was. And it was an uncomfortable moment, and then when they realized they didn't have anything and everyone else is wearing masks and she has to walk me through the store to get my shit because they can't stop me from going in the store because I'm not wearing a mask because I know my fucking rights, and everyone else is looking at me like I'm fucking crazy and I'm killing their grandmother. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because I know that this is Chinese propaganda by Fauci and these fucking Event 209 dudes. So, whatever.
And that's where it starts to get a little bit. I feel like we're on thin ice, so almost in those regards, because if these people are protected if you were given the ultimatum of getting this thing that is now going to maybe poison you or give you some kind of immune deficiency, and your job was requiring that you get this to continue working there as well as your kids and whatever else. I mean, the kind of lawsuits we're looking at coming up are unthinkable. Hey, Electric, you unmuted if you want to say something. What's up? Or maybe not, but so yeah, or you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like if this is really what's going down, and it has gone down, and the atrocity's been committed at this point. Yeah, people have rights and they volunteered, and that sucks because they did volunteer, and there may be no way of actually getting kind of any retribution from any of this. But when you're given ultimatums to keep your job, or not keep your job, or even be in a public place, and all the propaganda is just veered towards making it sound like it's the right thing to do. Maybe Fauci's head will roll as a result. Maybe China will squash the national debt with what you're you're talking about with blaming China for the virus or whatever it is. But I mean, behind the scenes, how much justice is really being done?
Perspective. That's my hope. Is that, look, stupidity shall be the salvation of mankind. Because it's going to be everyone not like, because I look at it like this. This is why, like, when we talk about this shit, we sound like we're talking in fucking witches' tongues to these normies, dude. Which is completely fine. Like, and I look at it like I'm out here for you motherfuckers that are
I don't think so, Issa. I think why we are not getting interrupted at the moment, and there's people that believe in the ball now or they've left, is because they know as well, but they just can't speak and they like this conversation.
No,
about
like I'm
this.
just saying, even outside of like law, like if I've talked
Yeah,
to
he's
I've talked to attorneys that don't know what a charging instrument is. You know what I mean? Like, I've talked to like a prosecuting attorney that can't, reference their bar number, and they aren't really quite sure. You know what I mean? And I don't know what I don't know how real they're being or what they know. It's really fascinating to me, but I think I just think that stupidity shall be the salvation, because they'll get away with discharging the national debt by blaming China
no,
for
but what new
what they
perspective
did
was
to our
talking
economy.
about what new perspective was talking about what we've been going through the last few years, where people have been culpable, and like fucking deaths of people, sicknesses are people, indebtedness are people, and stuff like that.
The thing is like this, right? What can you do with your property, Ali B?
Fuck the property. That's not the thing, though.
Listen
That
to
was not what.
once
That's
again.
not what New Perspective was talking about. He was talking about a specific subject there.
Talking
No,
about
he
whether
gets what I'm talking about. He gets it.
I
He's
get,
just
I get
saying
exactly.
that there's like
Yeah, I
a
know
general
Issa gets it as
consensus
well.
that
I know Issa
Well, no,
gets
but
it as well.
okay. So like the idea is this, right? It's like I have no authority to tell someone else what they can or cannot do with their body, right? This is why it's like this is why I have no authority to teach religion in school. There's no authority to do those things. Those things emanate from the value of our society allowing the individual to exercise his rights over these things. Now,
It was a
if
heinous crime,
I
man.
can't, I
It
can't
was a
go.
heinous fucking crime that
Okay.
has just been committed on the whole world, not just on
But again,
America,
I hear
Denmark,
right it's
all
wrong
over
about
the
it, Ali.
fucking world. It was a heinous
Write it, dude.
crime.
Write a
What
song
can we
about it. Bring
do
us all
about
to
it?
see
It was a
this great
heinous
man crime.
crime. What
Write
can we do about it? How are we going to fucking get these motherfuckers held accountable? We want a solution on what are
I
we
think
going to do to get these motherfuckers,
you know
because
what
you
that's
can't
like.
just sit
To
here
me,
and
it's
fucking
like
talk
being
about
upset.
it, man.
It's like, what are they gonna do with the lead character on the Lord of fucking Thrones? Oh my God, we should activate and do something so that the character development of the first, it's their play anyway. So the point is that all you have control over, to waste your time trying to because I think that the system will correct this, and that's what I'm trying to say. That's why what New Perspective is talking about when I talk about the national debt is the idea that in a normie's mind, most people think that China owns all this fucking debt, right? Which they probably do on the books, right? But the thing is that in order,
Don't define them. They're not
hold on,
normies or anything. Don't define them.
I don't care, dude. I'm not talking to them.
Well, when you do that,
I'm talking to New
okay.
Perspective. I'm talking to fucking people that get this shit already, like, because
yeah,
this is
let him roll. Let him roll. He's responding to what I said. He gets it. He's
yeah,
getting there.
I'm
He's
not
getting there,
holding.
Allie. Just have some
I'm not here
patience.
to hold people's hands through this fucking the dark night of the soul, dude. Like, I'm just saying, like. I mean, I am in a way with my music and shit, but I'm not when it comes to this legal motherfucking solution thing. Because, like, the whole deal is that, like, what can you do with your property? Well, anything you fucking want to. That's the beauty of it. The problem is, if I ask your average normie if they're a U.S. citizen or we're a Scottish citizen, they're going to say yes. Well, that property that you've just identified yourself has a whole bunch of fucking things that come with it. Now, if you're going to identify, it's like I've always said, like it's identifying as like a chair. It's like, I am a chair. And they're like, the chairs go in the closet. And you're like, I'll die for my right to be a chair. And they're like, okay, but it goes in the closet. And they're like, yeah, that's where real freedom fighters go. And they're like, okay, here, put them in the closet. And like, you know what I mean? And it's like, instead of us realizing, like, we're not chairs, we have a priority security interest over the chair. And that's complicated. It's too much. Like I said, this is why it's witches brew talk to fucking normies. And the point is that, like, you are the priority security interest holder having an interest in the chair. You are not the chair. You helped create the chair. In fact, you helped create the company that made the chair so that you could fucking sit down in. Because everybody needed a chair. in order to
And
take part in the world economic fucking system that we have that's operating off of a bankrupt system that can never fucking pay the debt because there's not enough money in circulation to pay the fucking interest. This is why all the sovereign heads are like, we're all in slavery. Every child that's born already owes $200,000 to the government. Well, the fucking reality is that the United States and its employees, the United States citizens, they're the ones on the hook for the principal and the interest that can't be paid, but it's owed to you. The problem is they say, who are you? And you're like, I'm the fucking chair that I'm sitting in. And they're like, you don't see the distinction between the fact that you are sitting in a chair? And they're like, no, I am the chair. And until we pull ourselves out of that fucking scenario of like, just even mentally, you can't jump any of these other hurdles. But there are other hurdles, and that's not the fucking. That's why everyone's like, "There's a name fraud, name fraud." And it's like, no, it's not a name fraud. It's a fucking title of your vessel that you're operating in. The problem is that you think you're the fucking boat, dude.
yeah, and I think that the point I was getting at is that you know, all of those things are good enough when we're talking about whether you're the chair or not the chair as far as your rights go. But now these rights have been violated, but but the people, the normie, has volunteered for this atrocity, and yeah, maybe there's no way for them to ever get, you know,
Well, no,
their rights back, or their life back, or whatever, their immunity back.
well, I think
You
once
know.
you
Can I jump in? Let me jump in now, Isa, please.
Wait, I was just let them respond to my thing real quick.
one caveat.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah,
The
fair
idea,
enough.
no matter how deep down the hole you are, there is always that moment where you can, like, you can make a conditional acceptance upon proof of claim that they haven't denied equal protection due process. Like, there's a way out, even if you're in the deepest hole of the fucking whatever. There is a way, and that's why I think is the hopeful
Yeah.
message, the idea that there is a way through. You might not like it because you got to do some fucking homework, but there is a way through. Do you want to find it? You know, there's a
Right.
way out of Alcatraz, right? One guy figured it out, but everyone else didn't want to do the work, kind of thing.
And they provide a way out, because that's the only way it can exist the way it does,
But
by
not
having
really.
the way out there.
Right, but they figure it out and they close that way. And you got to now dig your own fucking tunnel. And do you want, and they're like, oh, it's just too much work. I might as well just sit here and get 3 square meals a day. Sorry, Ali B. Go on, bro.
No, it was right. There was a contract signing. I think it's called the bioethical. It was a Lisbon Treaty or something like that, right? And if you look at the countries that signed the deal, meaning towards human rights, I think it was a United Nations contract or whatever. But there was, it was like a contract, and I had a look at the countries that signed the contract. Saying that they wouldn't, for example, if it was a new experimental drug or whatever, all
You're talking about the Nuremberg
side effects attached to the Moderna, whatever it was, right? Whatever chemical, it was nothing to do with the this recently thing. It was just it was written years ago, right? Or it was signed years ago. But there was certain countries, right? It was great looking at it. There were certain countries that said, "Yep, full. I'll agree with that," right? There was other countries, right? There was, I think there's 167 or 168 countries that signed it, which Britain, Germany, America, blah, 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 or whatever, or who chose to sign it or not sign it, or sign it with addendums, kind of thing. Yeah, we'll sign it. We won't experiment on our
So
population with.
What are you trying to say, though?
Well, I'm basically trying to say that what you were talking about, these if you look at the countries that have blatantly just went full speed ahead on injecting and all that shit, they or making or the countries like Switzerland, for example, biochemical or making the inoculation or whatever you call it, that thing, right, is that they never signed it. They never signed saying, no, we are not going to inject our population and we are not going to subject and we're not going to take away their human rights and stuff like that. It's a fascinating contract because it's a contract, Isa, like what you were talking about. And the thing is, we've given, we are bound personally by that contract because we've given our representation. He's signing, the person that, or the president or whatever that signs that contract, he's signing on behalf of us because we've asked him to do it for us. And it was fascinating to watch for the last 2 years or whatever, and especially in Europe, because Holland didn't do jack shit, no mask or anything. But if I was in Germany, had to wear a mask to go into any shop, whatever, at the beginning. The minute I crossed the border to Holland, whipped off the mask, went into France, mask back on in certain areas, but not all of it. That was crazy, man. It was crazy. But just to watch it unfold in front of me, because I was exempt. I drive a lorry, so I was not crossing borders and stuff like that. But people that wanted to come into countries, man, they had to show passes and fucking electronic shit. All through that. I moved through all of Europe from Switzerland, France, or whatever, right? I could have been carrying that virus, infecting people. It was the Black Plague, man. It was going to. But every truck driver from Poland, Lithuania, if I was sat in a truck, man, I was fine. I was exempt from all the restrictions in every other country, which is quite strange for the fact that I'm actually travelling around more and into other areas than most of the population in any country. Quite a strange experience for me anyway. So. But as I say, as I notice, because, as a human being, we notice patterns. As I noticed that certain countries had certain regulations, I thought that's a bit strange. But the countries that had the different regulations didn't sign that treaty. Can't remember what it's called. It's a United Nations. It was the humanitarian bioethical fucking treaty. So when you can't inject anybody without the full disclosure, going to law and all that kind of stuff. And some countries in Europe chose not to sign it. I think Canada didn't sign it, but I know Switzerland didn't. I think France didn't. And most of the other countries put addendums to it.
Yeah,
it's
the thing is, though,
but
Ali B, it's like, my issue is like, with those kinds of stuff is like, I just need them to show where it supersedes my rights and protections provided for me by the Constitution, and provide any details how as to what they're doing is not a deprivation of rights under the color of law. And that's what's so great about that, is that they can't do dick when you fucking show them this stuff. Because like I've said before, once you expose that you're the one in control, it's all good what they do. Who cares what they fucking do?
yeah, but
Yeah,
go to France, right, and have the gendarme booting in your fucking door, tooled up like the fucking cyber cop, grabbing a hold of you, right? And the beauty of it is they'll grab a hold of you, and do you know the only person or the only people that's going to fucking put up a fight, grab you, take you away to a cell, whatever. The only people that's going to put up a fight is your family, right? And your family's nothing, man. Not your neighbours. Your neighbours won't stand up for you or anything. It'll just be this little group of people that's called your family, saying, "Ah, it's unjust
You know what's
and
crazy
whatever."
with those kind of
And wait a minute,
situations is I've
you don't
always noticed
understand.
how
See, but wait a minute.
those-
I know you're right about the law. I know my rights, but see,
no,
I
what
could
my
go
thing
to
is that
Britain.
when
Hey,
those people
listen.
attack like the
Let
most
me tell you
popular
something,
music
Esau.
they want.
Esau, listen. Even though I know what I've got, inalienable rights over the whole fucking flat earth that I believe. Every bit of land, it's mine. It was given to me, but it also was given to other people as well, and I have to respect that. But the point
Outside of that,
yeah. I don't own anything. I don't own
no.
anything
Well, what I'm
apart
just saying
from.
is when you see like those cops usually beating up folks, is all I'm saying is that like usually what happens is
But
like
in France, honestly, I
somebody's usually said,
swear it, man. We're discussing that. That is the same law, but it's harder to in Britain. It's dead easy for me. If I was in Britain and they try to get me for a speeding ticket or I didn't pay a stent or whatever, I could go to the court and I could get it annulled very easy. Nobody's going to beat the shit out of me or anything. You go to France and try to argue or argue with a police dude or whatever, say, hey, I've got rights and that. Honestly, they'll get if you're an outsider.
if you're over there arguing, then I guess you get like I mean, unfortunately, like
No,
if
yeah,
you're
I do. You know
the
what I
rules
mean
of
by
the
the
game,
words, but
if
I'm
you're over
saying
there and you're gonna argue and you're gonna make a scene on the side of the road, like without actually talking the properly way,
yeah, but it's
they're gonna come
nation
probably fucking whoop your ass.
specific. Every police,
That's why I try to talk about the solution to it. You know what I mean? We all understand the problem. That's why I always feel like whenever we belabor the problems, I always feel like someone should just go find an instrument and write a song that changes the world. But until then, it's just complaining. And that's my problem is that, like, it's like complainers bother me to
but I
no
don't
end.
care, Lisa.
Oh,
In the end
God.
up, you don't. I don't think you really care either. I don't care. I'm having a great life. I've got a great family. I have a great life. I'm just on here on the odd occasion. I bump into people like you or New Perspective or Bandsaw or a few people we can have a conversation with. And you let me rant and then say, right, stop. And you're like, okay. And then you get, you know what I mean? That's why I come here now.
I just look at it like, I mean, like, for me, I'm more interested in like the solutions because it's like, I've been noticing the problems for fucking 20 years or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like my idea is I'm more intrigued by, solution think, like this idea that there's a way through and, you know what I mean?
I hope you're right about that too. I really do. I
That's the
do hope
kind of
you're right.
vibes I like, you know what I mean? Because, like, I mean, it's easy to complain, you know what I mean? It's like, it's easy to hate women, you know what I mean, for a guy, you know what I mean? But in reality, like, no, you should go fucking learn what they want, see what, you know what I mean? And learn the ways. And fucking, you shouldn't fucking just hate them. Same shit. It's like, same shit. Like, everyone just knee jerk reaction, throw a fucking tantrum.
So do you think that this recent thing with the dollar being in jeopardy and some of the hyperinflation possibilities, do you think that this time around it's still just, threats and making people worry about something that'll never happen?
I think this is actually like, if the fireworks, like, this is the grand finale, so they might fucking hyperinflate. Yep, Rand, get over here. Like, they might go to extent. I mean, I don't know, man. This is like unprecedented. I mean, you got the
Yeah,
fucking
that's what's worrisome.
president of the United States like ready to get fucking indicted for his son's shit and China money and all kinds of crap. I think,
Right.
and I think like they're just letting their the dirty money play out. And I think like I don't know what they're liable. I mean, they're liable. Like, when you get a caged, a cornered wild animal, that's kind of what you're dealing with. Is these knuckleheads are getting put into the corner. And like, they're trying to start wars with Russia. They're fucking doing anything and everything. And if you notice, everyone's just calm and cool. And they're like, no, we're not joining you, fucking idiots. And, but it's like, again, our society needs normies to wake the fuck up. Otherwise, we're kind of like neutered. Like, but that's why, again, the whole Jubilee thing with China and all the rest of it is interesting because
Yeah, it's unprecedented for
somehow,
sure. If they're not going by the petrodollar or whatever that means, if they are actually,
well,
using other currency, it is unprecedented. It means something bigger than maybe people are giving it credit for.
Well, I think even if it goes into like the great reset digital fucking world that they want to be with the metaverse, it still comes down to this national debt issue. My issue is I'm curious to see how it's going to play out if, like, let's say Trump gets back in office and holds these people liable for what they've done, in the international courts. But think about it. It's taken like these many years for people to see through some of the bullshit. And it might take 2 more to fucking have them figure it out. I don't know. I think of it like the psychologists that run this shit show are fucking genius. I don't put it past them. Like, they're,
Yeah, that's the scary part. That's the scary
well,
part.
see, but
Is
here's it, right. But at the same
yeah.
time, they cannot buck the ecclesiastical part of it. And that ecclesiastical part of it says that you might be the son of Adam. And so we can't do anything to you unless you fucking permit it by showing us that you're not one of the children. And that's how they get it. And the children are not, agree with thine adversary quickly, the rules of the game. That's what God's children would know. That's
They're
why I think
just
that, like,
karma dodgers.
but
They're
it's like
playing with. They're playing.
it's an intricate battle. It's an intricate battle, but at the same time, it's not really a battle. It's like about more like discovery about who you are.
Yeah, it's
Forgive me.
early morning here. That is awesome. Awesome talk. I wish I could stay on longer. I need to go to bed, but I'm going to listen for sure. I'll be listening.
Yeah, that was a nice. Thanks, New
Yeah,
perspective.
Yeah,
you
good
too,
shit.
Alec.
Yeah,
Good
that
shit,
was
New.
cool.
Crypto.
Thanks
What you
for
got? What you got? What
thanks
you
for
got for us,
shutting up.
crypto?
That's all you have to do. Just say, well,
Oh, I'm
and
sorry. I didn't mean that. I was kind of kidding you.
no,
I
don't
didn't mean that. I'll
apologise. You
be
just done what we talked about.
respectful.
You had to
No.
preempt.
Forgive me.
But that's what I'm saying. No offence, man. I know my
Not at
faults.
all. No,
It's
I
good to
love
have.
hearing it. I've like I said, I'm a fan. I've been a fan for a long time. Glad to finally know you.
Yeah, but I appreciate same as you, Isa. Just tell me, and I appreciate that. Then it shuts my. I can hear more or whatever.
All in good
But
fun.
that's
Yeah, for
true,
sure. You can
you
go.
know.
We can all get off on our own little spiels for too long, and I don't know if we're going on too long. I know I do, but
Yeah, but it's
for
good to
sure.
have people just say that, and then I don't take offence. That's what I was talking. But that's what I was talking
No,
about. About
that's cool. Yeah,
I don't want
and
to
you said up
offend
front.
you.
Me. I like to interrupt. I have to say my thought before I lose it. I understand that.
Yeah, but but nice one.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Just
Good
good
night, you
night.
too.
Sleep well, my friend. Have a good
All
one.
right. All right. Good
Nice.
morning, good night,
Later, brother.
and good afternoon. Later.
Hmm.
Yeah, what you guys been up to? I haven't been around for a minute. Couple days at least. Anything new on the in the world?
Oh yeah, sextants, Esau. Sextants. Like how it yeah. Coriolis. Yeah. All the fantasy stuff.
Yeah,
But
it's
anyway,
always tune in. You
I'm
heading
off
out?
as well. I'm
Right
off
on.
as well, so I'm
Good Alley.
gonna get something. Yeah. Have a good one. Yeah, cheers, bud.
Anybody know that song? I guess that's a no.
You got your ears on.
Hold up, I'm right in the middle of something. Hold on. 5 minutes. What up? What up? I didn't even know Bob Dizzle was in here spying.
Hello.
What's up?
How we doing? What's good? Good in the hood.
Doing right. I think I fell asleep listening to y'all. What's it here? Y'all been having some good combos in here, man. I know that, man.
Oh, yeah, this is the spot, bro. This is the jump off right here.
Oh, yeah, I did a little bit yesterday while I was hustling around. I had Gems on YouTube a little bit, and I heard maybe it was Gems. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because I didn't. It was that dude Illegal was in there with somebody else, and then they were inviting people to a synchronicity server or something like that.
Yeah.
You been there?
I accepted the invite. I don't really hang out anywhere but here, though.
Yeah, I haven't been. Kind of deleted a few servers and just been hanging over here. I got my video game one, my local game one, a couple like personal ones. Like as far as like community room, this is the only room I've been hanging in.
That guy Fundamental can fucking talk, man. Holy shit. I was literally counting in my head one night, and New Perspective asked, he's like, can you just sum that up in like a sentence? And he's like, yeah, sure. And then he started talking, and then like 10 seconds into it, yeah, man, that guy's a talker, man. Holy shit. I know I like to talk, but.
Yeah, I think that's who I was hearing last night, actually, on the late night.
I'm fucking worried about my taxes. I went to H&R Block today. The lady's like, well, I can't do all this right now, so you can come back next week and sign. I was like, all right. And she just called me. She's like, does this have a cover sheet? I'm like, no, I gave you everything. I print out everything they possibly had for taxes, and fucking, I did so many fucking transactions. It was 42 pages. And I don't know. I don't know how this is gonna go. We'll see.
I'm sure you'll be all right, man. You got H&R Block people doing it for you? You straight.
Yeah.
Your wife don't do them?
She usually does, but they changed the thing this year with crypto. Like before, it used to be super easy. You would just say how much you made. You would just say how much you made, and that was it. It was like easy. It was like one page worth of stuff. But now they do every fucking transaction, so my shit's crazy. I'll be all right. I'm not fucking with Coinbase anymore, I'll tell you that. Just if I need to cash out.
Why they turned you off? Why you don't like them?
Because you gotta have records of every fucking transaction you do. Dude, it's crypto. We do like 100 transactions a day sometimes. I got other shit. I'm not worried. I mean, I don't mind paying taxes, but they make the shit so fucking complicated. Like, can't you just tax me on what I pulled out in cash? Because other than that, it's not even. You can't say I profited money if I didn't get it.
Right.
Like, I don't know what kind of fucking game they're trying to play, but
Y'all heard this new song, Time Machine?
no, what is it? Is it good?
Jesus, yeah. There's another one. It's Elon Musk. You heard this? I don't even remember the artist or the song name, but I heard it about 10 times. I play it back to back. He said, "This smoke gonna take you straight to space like I'm Elon Musk." Like I'm Elon Musk.
It's funny. It's funny.
He say, "We got a whole lot in the safe. Don't worry about us." And they say, "I got a bad bitch in my place. She don't care if I touch." That's one of the goofiest lines of.
I'll tell you what a goofy song is. It's called Nito. It's Andy Milonakis, Riff Raff, and Dirt Nasty. It's fucking hilarious.
I have not heard that in a long time.
You heard that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny ass song. You ever see the video? Is hilarious.
Milonakis tripped me out. He's like a fun celebrity look to me. He's a fun dude.
Yeah, hell yeah. He did a funny rap battle back in the day. It was him and Dirt Nasty, and they went against these guys called Frank Stacks and L Money. It was a fucking great rap battle. Check that one out if you ever want to hear something fucking hilarious. Absolutely hilarious, bro.
All right.
Andy Milonakis, Dirt Nasty, L Money, and Frank Stacks. Rap battle.
All right, well, I'm gonna wrap this game up and then we'll chat about some.
All right.
Yeah.
What are you playing, Don?
Same thing we play every night, Pinky.
League of Legends.
I'm playing some League, man. I play League like
Dude,
to
I
kill
used to
time.
play League like years ago. I played for a few years or whatever, but then once Heroes of the Storm came out, I pretty much didn't look back. Heroes of the Storm is like, it's so much tighter and like better designed than League of Legends. That's not to say I didn't have any fun playing League of Legends. I did. Like I said, I played it for years, but once I jumped into Heroes of the Storm, it's just like I never looked back. It's a lot more team based in Heroes of the Storm.
My is it kind of like a mirror type of game where it's this 5-on-5 laning type of game?
It is. So it's a lot like a MOBA. They whenever they had it come out, they said it's not a MOBA. They said it's a hero brawler, which is kind of true that it's not set up like other MOBAs. So like in League of Legends, you start off and you're farming minions for gold and you spend your money at the shop to buy items, right? But in Heroes of the Storm, you don't do that. Okay, the minions give you experience. There's no gold. There's no like currency to spend during the game. Instead, it's basically your character, whatever character you're playing as, has a perk tree, essentially a talent tree, and each time you level up, or not each time, but like each time you reach it's I think there's level 1, then it's like level 4, 7, 10. So it goes in like I think sets of 3 mostly, except for like maybe the last one or whatever. But basically, you pick a new talent at that level, and there's like 3 or 4 or 5 different talents to pick from, and so that's how you get your build. Is you start building based on the talents that you've picked for your character and which type of build you want to go for. And then like level 10 is your ultimate, but each character generally has 2 ultimates to pick from. So it's not just you just have your ultimate, you pick which one you want and which one you want to go with your build. And then level 20 is the last one, and it's like your hero storm, your storm talent or whatever. And basically it's like a capstone, or basically it's supposed to be like a kind of a big deal talent. And so like the pace of the game is a lot quicker. Most of the games are I would say between 15 and 20 minutes. So it's a lot less time devoted to one match. There is no like giving up early. So you don't have to worry about people like getting killed once and then being like, okay, let's vote for, giving up. And the level of your character isn't just your level. So basically all people on your team are contributing to your team's level. And so if you're doing a good job soaking, you're not just doing a good job for yourself, you're doing a good job for the whole team. And so, yeah, it's really cool. The way they got it, basically they took like what seemed like the core concepts of the MOBA genre, and then they like streamlined them, made it more team-based, and kind of cut out a lot of the fat and stuff. And it's great because, I mean, in the time that you play, one match of League of Legends, you can have 2 or 3 games of Heroes of the Storm. It's great.
Oh, it's quicker like that?
Yeah.
One of my friends showed me a game where it was like, it was almost exactly the same as League of Legends. Exactly the same. Like, but I couldn't remember the name. It was, I mean, it was
There's
some.
several of them. Like League of Legends itself is based off of, I think, the core like Dota formula or whatever. Like I think it's based off of what Dota was. So and I think there's several others. Like there's possibly one called like Champions, maybe not. I don't know. There's one for console that came out on console too. That's like instead of being like overhead like isometric, you're like behind the character like a third person shooter or something. I think.
My friends play Smite or this and that, and I'm sorry if I can't remember the name of the one you're saying. It you obviously it sounds so much like just such a generic like Heroes of the Storm. It makes me think of StarCraft or whatever.
Yeah, that's
like,
well, it's Blizzard properties. So they have characters from StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo, like they pulled from basically their different IPs that they own. There's characters from them, and then they have like a couple that are like brand new characters that weren't part of any IP but were made just for Heroes of the Storm. Any other IP, that is. Yeah, if you've played like StarCraft, Raynor is in there, Phoenix is in there, Zeratul is in there,
okay,
Cassadar. They have Kerrigan, and then they have some Zerg like Abathur. So basically they drew characters from their other IPs, and basically it's almost like a Smash Bros situation, like Super Smash Bros. What Nintendo did with their properties, Blizzard did with theirs, except instead of it being like a fighting game, it's basically like Blizzard's Smash Bros. MOBA or whatever, maybe.
okay, interesting. Yeah, there was man. I'm like, what is this little one? My little buddy was playing. I mean, that shit. The graphics was smooth and everything's great, but it's like you could tell it's just different character pool. You know what I mean? Same type of. You just need some type of game to. But I think it's cool that they've. Have you seen like the AI play versus the people in like League of Legends?
Not recently. Back when I played, we did some matches versus AI, but nothing recent.
There's incredible like competitive AI that's just. I mean, it's just bananas, dude. You should watch how they act. Like the decisiveness of it. It's so like there's comparison videos of like the humans, how the human people act. It's just night and day.
Now, in other games, whenever they have like an AI, sometimes they give the AI like basically boosts or cheats or whatever. Do they do that in this, or do they make the AI play by the same rules?
Well, they're not. It's not that the AI is better, even. Okay, it's just that the way that they move is completely different from human.
Oh, okay.
I have a funny philosophy about video games. Like, if it doesn't have like where you have to click and do stuff, it's not a video game. I don't even care if it has like computer randomness, you know. Like, if it's not where your action, then it doesn't count as a video game.
I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Do you mean like constantly, or do you mean
No, just at all. But and I am kidding around, Bobby. But it's like
I don't think that like if you look at like the visual novels that people try to pass off as like video games, or I don't know if they try to pass them off as that, but they're like, I think sometimes people consider
You get more of these
some of the visual novels as video games. It's like, that's not really. I mean, you could get basically the same effect in a book. Video games, like I think I was telling Jeremy about this. Like, I think video games are like the best medium because they can have music and they can have the story. Plus, they have a thing that none of the other mediums have, which is the interactivity. So it's like, if you're not like keen off of the one thing that makes a video game separate from everything else, what are you even doing?
Nerds. Nah, video games are dope as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Get out of there, kitty.
Dude, they're awesome.
Yo.
Oh, I just saw the other day. I think it was. I don't know if it was a April, like a joke or not. But if it wasn't, it's kind of interesting. There was like this full bodysuit that they had they were talking about for people using to play, which I think is probably something that a lot of people have thought about, like, you know, as being like eventually that's what you would have, right? Here, let me see if actually, you know what? Now I think, well, I'm going to check to see if that was a joke for April or if that was like a real thing.
Yo, we're going this way. Fuck out of here.
oh my god, my team just quit.
I hate that shit. When you're in the middle of the game and you get down a couple points or a couple kills or something, it's like, yo, we could pull back from this. What are you guys doing?
No, the suit was a joke. Oh well.
The main thing in that is coordination. Like, you gotta tell your team, like, yo, here's where we're going, here's what we're doing. You stay here, I go here. Like, you need a guy.
Shot caller. You need a shot caller, right?
You need that Stone Mountain.
Yo, I love that Stone Mountain dude. Are you serious? That's my favorite dude. Commander.
I want him on my team every time.
He's dope, bro. Hilarious. That's a negative. Close lines of communication. He's like, I'm going to keep it simple. I want you to go to Fox Tango Alpha Delta. Like, he's crazy with
Charlie
it.
on your six. Charlie on your six.
He's awesome, bro. That guy's awesome.
Jeremy, do you play League of Legends?
No.
Oh.
I used to play, I played Mobile Legends. It was kind of like something like League of Legends, I think.
What game were you talking about then just now?
Oh, that was from like those first-person shooter Call of Duty style games.
Oh, okay.
The guy just goes in there and acts like he's actually in the army.
Nice. Oh, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. That guy's awesome.
My brother and I, we play Battlefield sometimes, and we'll say goofy names for the letters instead of, like, for F, we'll call it Fredward.
About to roll up mad cigarettes right now. Let's go.
Don't do it.
I gotta do it.
Resist the urge, Jeremy. Stop letting it control you.
Hold on, right after I smoke some weed, I gotta smoke some weed for this. Get in the fucking zone.
Oh boy.
There's no saving me now, Bob. I'm basically dead meat at this point.
You might as well be a necromonger.
All right. Fucking necromonger ass one. Dude, those movies, you don't know how long I waited for the fucking third Riddick movie to come out. It felt like forever. I didn't even think it was gonna come out. I'm like, yo, what are they doing?
I wasn't aware that they were planning a third one even when it whenever it came out. It's like, to me it was just kind of like a nice surprise. Oh nice, he made another one or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They do trilogies, quadrilogies or something. They don't usually end it at just 2.
Well, I was under the impression that it wasn't necessarily as popular, like that not as many people liked it as I did. Like I kind of thought I was in the minority on the Riddick stuff.
Oh, majority people love that fucking movie, and the way they ended the second one. They ended the second one with him being the head of the necromongers, right? So the third one was like, now what happened? You know what I mean? They had people sitting there waiting for fucking 10 years. It's like a cliffhanger, a fucking 10-year cliffhanger. The bitches.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just like for whatever reason, I was under the impression that me and not that many other people even liked the Riddick. Like I thought that it got it wasn't enjoyed by a lot of people. Like critically wasn't accepted very well or something. Like for some reason, that's the impression I got. Did you ever play the games that there was Starbreeze Studio? I think it was Vin Diesel's own studio. I think it might have been Starbreeze Studios that made Escape from Butcher Bay.
No, I heard of it though.
Oh, dude. It came out originally on the first Xbox, and at that time when it came out, pretty sure it was super impressive graphically, and they got the character to look crazy like Vin Diesel. But it's one of the, I think it's probably one of the best stealth games ever made is Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay. It's so good. You end up getting
was you Riddick
eye
in
shine.
the game?
What's that?
Was you Riddick in the game? Were you Vin Diesel in the game?
You play as Riddick in the game, yeah. And they made him at the time that they put this game out, it was really impressive how much like Vin Diesel they got that character to look. Pretty sure.
Was he tall or short?
I don't know, average size.
That's what threw me off on the Riddick dude. Is it be it's little Vin Diesel playing him and shit. The dude is so short, but he's so badass big in the movie.
Is he pretty short in real life?
Yes.
Yeah, but he's ripped though.
Yeah, whatever. I mean,
I'm just saying you can't sleep on them dudes. Them dudes that are ripped are stronger than the dude. You know, the tall dudes that ain't really built like
no
that.
Sleeping on any dudes, okay?
That's weird. That's what I mean. I'm not sleeping on that dude.
That's
anyway.
weird whether it's Vin Diesel or not. If you just go lay down on some dude to go to sleep, it's weird.
Sleeping on the kid.
Hey, stop.
Sleeping on the kid like plaid pajamas.
Seriously. This is why you have 382 restraining orders. Stop sleeping on random people. No, it's not a TikTok thing. How much crap do you think you could get away with? But just whenever people question you on it, you claim it's a TikTok thing.
Oh my god, yeah, you could be doing anything in public, and somebody calling you like, "Listen, this is for TikTok."
Just walk back.
All
walk to the back of the McDonald's. Start making milkshakes and shit.
Nice. No, it's a TikTok thing. No, this will be good. I promise. It'll be real good.
You just like go into a McDonald's and lay down on the floor and be like, "Don't worry, this is for TikTok." And everyone's like, "Oh, okay."
Right? I mean, like, I wonder what all the stupid stuff you could get away with. I said it's a TikTok thing.
I'll tell you what you can get away with is funny when you can walk into anywhere if you have the right stuff. You look like you are supposed to go there. You know what I mean? Like if you had like a toolbox and a ladder or something, like you go in anywhere with that.
With the toolbox and the ladder. Yeah, but I know what you're talking about.
Ladder, two guys carrying a ladder, you can walk in anywhere.
I could get in anywhere. Anyway. But you know, yeah, the toolbox and the ladder, that could probably get you a lot of fun places too. Yeah.
Oh, they let the one kids. I love them dudes on TikTok. They fucking just walk right into theaters, concert halls, like whatever. No one's questioning a guy with a ladder. Like, obviously, the dude's got a ladder. Like, bro, you think I'm fucking here with a ladder for fun? Which is exactly what they are doing, but no one would ever think that.
Glory. What's up?
No one questions guys with ladders. Just like
Hello.
if you were to walk in with like a fire department outfit on, like no one's gonna question that. It's from the fire department.
What outfit?
Hey, are you trying to steal a Seinfeld bit?
What are you wearing? That's what conversation you came into right now.
The Seinfeld bit.
So what they're wearing. And,
What is the deal with firefighters? What is the deal with ladders?
Oh no. I did like Seinfeld though. That was good shit back in the day.
It was.
I tried watching Seinfeld, and I don't know if I got more than like 1 or 2 episodes in, and I'm just like, "What? This is just stupid." Like it's just people doing stuff.
Show about nothing.
Like
I remember as a kid,
I
being a
didn't
little
find
kid
it
watching
funny.
that show.
Like,
one of the funniest things was like I always thought about like how do these people afford to eat at that restaurant every day? Like, where's all this money coming from?
Yo, they actually
How do
pitched
you live
that
like
show. They pitched the Seinfeld show in the show. Remember, he was like, I got a show. It's about nothing. I mean, and they were like pitching it because Jerry was a Hollywood guy, so he pitched the Seinfeld show in the show. It's funny. I'll tell you what a good comedy show was though. 30 Rock was good.
It's decent. Yeah.
Dude, Parks and Recreation.
Dope. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. My boss reminds me of Leslie Knope, and it's awesome.
Big off
Not
of that.
quite
He's
as
in Guardians
extreme,
of the Galaxy.
What's that?
Guy from that. He's in Guardians of the Galaxy and all that.
Chris Pratt, yeah.
Yeah.
Ron Swanson is the best.
Oh, I love
this.
Favorite one, bro.
Ron Swanson is like one of the coolest characters ever created.
Or it's like the cringe comedy. They like started all that shit. And there was
guys,
like 5 other copycat shows after that.
Guys, like, you don't have a will? No, I have a note in my wallet for whoever kills me to have all my possessions. And the guy looks at it. He's like, this isn't even in English. He's like, Ron's like, the person that kills me will know what it means.
Yeah, that's right. Like when he goes to help April Ludgate, normally when given the option between doing something and doing nothing, I choose to do nothing. But I will do something if it helps somebody else do nothing. I'd work all night if it meant nothing got done.
That was a good one. Hell yeah. The government. His whole lifestyle is fucking dope.
Yeah, it is.
His whole life, everything he does, that guy is just fucking awesome, dude. There's no other way. Like, I don't know how you could be a man and not like love that. That guy is great.
Are you talking about Ron Swanson?
Yes.
He was in a band or something too.
That guy Duke Silver, a legend. Scary. Dude, if you TikTok Ron Swanson, like all like mad funny shit, funny parts from him will come up.
He is like the ultimate male character. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's like the classic, like fucking Cro-Magnon, just man, fucking person.
It's like you're like a crotchety high school history teacher or something.
No,
Drank.
it's not that. It's not. It's way better than that. It's the guy who like
The baddest ass one ever.
And he doesn't like the government spending, and he works at a government facility and like actively tries to make sure things don't get done because he doesn't like the government. It's fantastic.
I love that guy. There was shit on TikTok like just a week or two ago. Fucking great. Where's my phone at? Oh, I found it. I hate when I'm talking to you guys and I can't find my phone. Because then it's like I'm stuck off mute and there's nothing I could even do about
it. There's this phenomenon where like, you ever do that thing where like you touch your phone screen and it like doesn't react? It's like your phone is like, okay, I see you want to do something on your phone, but I'm just going to be like, fuck you. I'm just not going to do anything.
I do feel like my phone is uncooperative on purpose sometimes. Like it knows I'm in a rush and then it goes slow.
Yeah. So it's like, I see you're in the drive-through line right now and you really want to exit out this thing so you can pay attention to something else, but I'm just going to keep pumping noise into your ear and keep going and make your life more difficult.
I live in constant fear of hot micing my fucking name or address on Discord. Because I don't use push to talk. I don't use push to talk, so it's like my mic is just always.
Is your name not Jeremy?
What's up?
Is your name not Jeremy?
Well, my last name.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy, yeah.
Have you heard of parallel construction?
Jeremy.
Have you ever heard of parallel
That'd
construction?
That'd be a weird screen name.
Have you ever heard of that?
Is your first name Ron by any chance?
No, that's funny.
Hey, I was asking Jeremy, you ever heard of this thing called parallel construction?
Parallel construction? No, what is it?
Yeah, it's this technique that like the CIA has been working on, and like these journalists and political activists, where they can like put together like phrases and things you say, and like do like deep searches through the internet, like basically track down like who wrote something, just based on like how you just say things and the clues that you drop around the internet.
Yeah, dude,
like
that's how they caught the Unabomber from his manifesto. They published his manifesto because the linguistics team was like, yo, we need to get this out there, because he spoke very distinct, like he had a very certain way of writing. So they were like, if we get this out there and people see it, yeah, you could tell a lot just from by how, the phrases people use or
little things. Yeah, like the weather they talk about, where they've been, places they visited, everything. But also like, you remember that famous GIF back in 2016 of Donald Trump tackling somebody in like WWE, and people like put it. You remember that famous GIF? And people would like.
I don't know.
Like,
I don't like that you're calling it a GIF to start. You're already on my bad side.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, like
but it was like this 4chan GIF of like of Donald Trump. Yeah, there's this famous GIF of Donald Trump from 4chan like tackling people in the WWE, and people actually took that post from 4chan and somehow found out that somebody who works for CNN like posted that, and that person working at CNN got fired because they were like suspected of being like a Trump supporter. So like that shit's wild, dude. How they like when they're motivated, they'll track down like who posts stuff on the internet.
I'll tell you what's dangerous is this nudge theory thing. You ever heard of that?
No, what's that? I think I've heard
you can get people to do things without even asking them. I do it. I used to do it before I even knew of the nudge theory. do it to people all the fucking time. If we're in the supermarket, right, and I have a shopping cart and you're walking next to me, I can very slowly make you walk into the shelf or anything I want that's on the side of you. You know what I'm saying? If you just go over and it's like I'm just nudging you little by little. I'm not hitting you with a cart.
I can just imagine like some stupid TV show where you're doing this crap.
I'm all about like doing.
Is this like the thing where you see your cat cuddled up in a ball? You just touch one of its hair follicles until you notice that the cat like react.
Like people will unwillingly do it.
Yeah.
Walking down the aisle and like you got this poor person like crushed up against the side. They're like pushing chips off of the aisle thing, and just like falling
walk right into the thing. Because people I do it to a lot notice it, so they don't fall for it anymore. But like somebody new, I can always get a new person to do it. Like even if we're just walking side by side, your natural instinct is to like stay a little bit away from the other person. So like if I just very slowly, you got to do it so slow.
Right.
If you try to rush it, it won't work. It's fucking great. I love that thing. That's one of my favorite things. That and I like to do the repeater. You say something, I say it at the same time. It doesn't work great on the internet, but if we're person to person, really good.
You try to think of what they're gonna say and then try to say the word at the same time.
Yeah. Like not even after they say it. I don't even wait till after they say it. I try to do it like as they're doing it.
And then you're like, that was my idea. I had that idea first.
Yeah, pushing people into the stuff is one of the funnest things, though. I made people walk in a telephone pole, like all kinds of shit, dude.
What do? You just get closer to them? You move slowly?
Lockers. I do it at the lockers at my work because it'll just be long hallways. I can get people all day on the locker one. It takes me a long time to do it. Like hundreds of feet to do it, so I just do it a little tiny bit. No one left I can even do it to at work now because I've done it to everyone so much. They don't fall for it. They know right away.
Knock it off, Jeremy.
No, what you got to do at work is you got to start
like legit stumble, and they're just like, knock it off.
See how that goes.
My fucking eyeball will be throwing me off. Great. I'm always doing funny stuff. I don't know.
How about the fact that people bring their pets into fucking places now? I remember between the ages of like 1 and like 25, I saw like maybe like twice in my life people bringing like a guide dog into some place.
Oh yeah, if there was an animal in somewhere, it had like orange fucking safety strips on it. It was like I am a seeing eye dog. Nowadays, it was like sacrilegious to bring an animal inside of a place before, and now people are bringing all kinds.
It's just like
this is my therapeutic.
Their $4,000 dog, carrying it around, whatever.
Crazy with it, yo. My therapeutic iguana. Some guy tried to bring a on a fucking air. He's like, yo, this is my
therapy lizard.
My therapy, my help animal or my comfort animal or something. And they let him on once. I don't know. I think they. What's up?
Yeah, it's their comfort animal.
Comfort animal. Yeah, the airlines had to change the rules because of this guy, though.
They changed the rules. They need to add like an amendment to the Constitution to deal with this.
We got this thing in the UK. People talking their phones hands-free all the time. Like they're walking around London. They can't seem to put the phone to their ear. and then you'll be on the train and stuff, and people are now like playing their videos really loud on the train. They just can't use headphones. But have you guys seen that in America? Like people can't have a conversation with their phone against their ear. They have to
We've
go
probably been
hands
doing
free.
that longer than you guys because
Dude, they're just doing it on
right
speakerphone.
before.
Hold on, are you saying they're just doing it on speakerphone? There's like 10 people in a subway car and they're all on speakerphone.
Yeah, man, like fucking all sorts of languages and stuff. And I know, but like I thought maybe these people are quickly talking into the phone on a WhatsApp voice record so that the person can hear the conversation. No, they're fucking having blatant conversations, man, like all the fucking time. And you're thinking, fucking put the thing next to your ear. That's what the fucking phone's designed for. And it seems to be like a trend. If you're doing it, you look cool. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah,
I don't know. I use. Go ahead, Bob.
I haven't seen anything even remotely close to that here in America. Like I wonder if it's like a social thing. Like we are more concerned about our privacy, I think, in general than you guys are. So like I don't know if that would happen here.
I think what's happened is we've had so much European integration that the Europeans over here and fucking people will be listening to their own type of music and stuff like that, full fucking blown. And you can see everyone else in the carriages looking at this person, but they're like, oh come on, you know, they I don't know, looking for attention. I don't fucking. It started happening, like I said, with European integration the last year or two, and just looks stupid, man.
I mean, everyone has Bluetooth now and AirPods and shit. You gotta get some AirPods.
I know, it's stupid, but it's...
You get your phone snatched out your hand like that, too. I don't know. I'm surprised that's not a bigger thing. It is in, like, third world countries, but I'm surprised it's not a big thing in big places like New York City and shit, because there's just tons of people walking around holding their phones.
Yeah,
and it's like, I'm surprised they're just not getting snatched more.
Yeah,
like
like
$1,000 phones. People just have $1,000 in their hand.
Exactly, but people don't nick phones anymore. It's kind of like it's not like the old days. But you know, I work in London, town centre, and everyone's walking around with a fucking phone, and you can hear all the traffic and everything, and you think surely that just doesn't make sense, man.
I don't know why they don't nick phones. All you got to do is, if you ever seen that movie Enemy of the State with Will Smith and fuck, what's that old guy's name? He's really good. Can't remember his name. Not important. All you gotta do is put it in an aluminum foil, and it blocks the signal. And then you go somewhere, you deactivate it or whatever, and you're good. You got $1,000. Like people are just walking around with $1,000 in their hand, basically. Oh, why can't I remember that old guy's name from Enemy of the State?
Look it up.
Gene Hackman.
Yeah, there you go. Holy shit! I don't know how I forgot that one.
Maybe you're the old guy. That's the problem. That's the question. At what age do you start realizing that you're the old guy? Like you're fucking old.
Mid-40s, mid to late 40s, probably.
Okay, that's good. Good answer. That's a very sobering answer. Some people would lie and
What are you in
say
your
like,
20s?
oh no, 50, 55. I'm in my 30s.
Yeah,
I already
good
have a
10
feeling
years.
that I'm old. I already have like the old.
You're right on the cusp
feeling
of being the old guy.
No, I've already gotten people that just are like, yeah. I won't go into detail, but yeah, you're not the young guy anymore.
Yeah, you're definitely not the young guy. You're not the old guy either. You're just in the middle now.
Yeah, it's weird. Depends how you look, how fat you are, how much gray hair, all that shit. If you got gray hair or bald, if you're bald, then it's impossible to look young.
Yeah, you get some Just for Men.
Yeah, it's just for
or
men,
just
right?
shave your head.
Shave your head, right?
Bruce Willis. Yeah, Bruce Willis style. Don't pick it. Just use the clippers with no clip.
If you're bald, you can't look young. I think Vin Diesel would like to have a word with you.
That solves everything. That solves gray hair and balding. Two birds with one stone shit.
Just be so jacked you don't even know like what you're dealing with. Vin Diesel has a brother too, just like him.
Not everyone has the head for a shaved head. You know what I'm saying? You need like a certain shape for it to look right. Otherwise, you look like a weirdo.
Yeah, that's true too. That's tough, man. I feel bad for them dudes. If you got a weird shaped head and you're balding and going gray.
Yeah, like if you don't have like a good like chin, a shaved head isn't gonna help you, man.
Yeah, I got a good jawline. That helps. Like I play hockey.
Yeah, I saw a bald dude who's probably like 28 years old or something the other day, and he stood out to me because he actually looked good, like with his bald head. That just reminded me of how it reminded me of how rare it is for like a bald guy to actually like really look good, like being bald.
You're saying there's a fine line between good-looking guy who's aging well and cancer patient.
No, yeah, cancer is just sad. You know, that's just a sickly look. Got to wear a wig for that.
Oh God, fucking uneven load in the washers. Bitch. Let's try that. Then I end up fucking with this for 3 hours. What do you hit? Play? My fucking washer got a play button. Yo, I called the guy. The washer broke once. I called the guy to fix it. He's like, I can't fix this thing. I'm like, huh? It was like a 30, 40. The guy was like in his like, he was old. He probably did this shit for like 30, 40 years. He's like, yeah, this is too complicated. He's like, your washer hooked to the Wi-Fi. He's like, I can't do this. I'm like, the Wi-Fi? What?
Maybe not.
Come on, Jeremy. Why you not just own like a normal washer like everyone else?
Because I'm not normal, bro. I've done the most weird shit always. Like every day I'd be doing weird shit. I had a pet bumblebee before.
Did it sting you?
No.
Oh, the bees were supposed to die. Remember that 10 years ago they said the bees were dying. I guess they made a comeback.
I mean, Bob knows we're always running out of all the natural resources on Earth, so
right.
we're very limited according to Bob.
That is kind of true.
Wait, are you talking about me, Bob, or other Bob?
You.
Because that's the absolute opposite of what I've been telling you. As far as humans are concerned, based on our experience, our resources are literally limitless, infinite.
For the ones needed for survival. I mean, I could see us having like 80 trillion people on Earth, like no joke. I didn't do the math on that, but you could fit the whole world's population, they say, right now in like Texas or something.
Yeah.
And that's not even getting crazy with it. People underground, all types of shit.
Yeah, I mean, think about the oceans.
How high up can you build? Like, how high can you go? You just put a fucking skyscraper everywhere.
But like, think about like how much water we use, right? And it's like as the population grows, if it grows big enough, it could possibly affect how much water there is in the ocean. And that means we could, like, by having more humans, possibly uncover more land mass.
Because the water would be inside the humans, yes.
Right. So it's like as we keep getting more and more, it's like we might literally actually make the Earth more habitable for humans by having more humans.
Boats, people could live on boats, and there's people right now that do. And you know how some people will like get old, retire in RV. There's some people that go and they live on this. There's a boat that has the mailing address and everything.
Oh, just sitting in the dock or whatever.
It sails around.
Okay, how can it have a mailing address if it's sailing around?
I don't know how they work that out. That's not my problem, Bob. The point is, there's people just living on boats. The one I'm talking about is like a giant luxury kind of thing.
I don't know if I would want to do that.
Nah, we're made for land, bro. Unless we started growing gills on some Waterworld Kevin Costner shit, I'm gonna just stay on land.
I would just I wouldn't mind maybe going on a boat for a while. It's just I wouldn't want to spend my life wondering oh, did I miss the leak today? Should I go to sleep or am I gonna drown? I would be worried probably a lot about did I was there a leak and I missed it and now I'm in trouble?
Just constant nightmares of drowning.
If you live on water, you're gonna be freaked out when you step on land. You're gonna be like, "Why is everything so nailed down and sturdy? What's up with this?" You'll get vertigo or something.
Yeah, those poor astronauts when they get back from their ISS trips, probably awful for them.
Yeah, that's why they go crazy, kill themselves. I went crazy going to the moon. I looked back at Earth. It was this small speck. I felt so small. I could never recover.
Well, you know how the saying goes: once you go moon, you never go back. Instead, you destroy that technology.
That was a good one. That's fucking great. Once you go moon, you never go back. That's fucking great. How come I never heard that before?
Because I just made it up.
Did you? This is the best. We're the best in here. I mean, you can't fucking top that, dude. I never heard that before in all my years of flat earthing. And come on, man.
See this?
We the best on some DJ Khaled shit.
This chick right here, you can't date this chick. She's been to the moon. You know what that means? She shit herself for a week straight in her own diaper. She's crazy, I tell you. Moon lady.
Well, apparently we got to get a trans person to the moon ASAP, or a black person or something. I don't know what they're trying to do. Apparently that's super important, though. Don't worry about who's best for the job, or who knows how to fly the rocket or whatever. Or
no, don't worry about
doctor.
that.
Just, we gotta get
all people. Jeff Bezos looks like a black person now since he shaved his head. So maybe he'll count as a POC.
You guys hear my machine going?
Your washing machine? No.
No, all right, never mind. If you can't hear it, good. I got an automatic cigarette machine.
I don't even know what that is. Like a hookah? I don't know what that is.
It rolls cigarettes for me.
Oh, okay? Cigarette rolling.
Yeah.
Times must be tough. You gotta roll your own now.
I've been doing this shit for years, dude. It's not, times ain't tough. It's a fucking no-brainer. For $25, I can get 200 or 400 cigarettes. I'm about to find out right now because I got a fresh bag. I haven't done it in a while, but for $25, you get 100 cigarettes.
Kind of learn how to do it quickly. You probably save more time than walking in the store, buying the stuff. Standing in that line. behind all the other degenerates buying stuff. Lottery tickets, stuff like that. How about the lottery? You think the lottery is a hoax? You think that's fake?
I don't know why
I
don't know how we're still paying property taxes with the lottery. They were supposed to use that to pay for schools, the tax from that.
All that money disappeared, I guess. I don't know. No, I think well, the thing about lotteries though is numerous lotteries have been caught like in scandals, like stealing shit, fixing lotteries, all that stuff. Despite all that,
Bro,
somehow they're still legal.
Lottery is the best way you bubble. Yo, do you know how I know time travel ain't real? No, because there would be some dude that would be just filthy. Because if you went back, all you need to do is remember 6 numbers and a few details about the past, right?
Well,
Like
they say Donald Trump's a time traveler.
Like, no, he's not rich enough, and that's why I know there's no time travelers. I would blow him out of the box in like 2 moves. Time traveler.
Okay.
Go back. You fucking play.
Him winning.
You got to do is go back and get $1, like bump some change or get a job or return bottles or something. All you got to do is get $1. You play this like $100 billion or something. So you need to remember those 6 digits. But then you just need to remember like key details about history, like, all right, what happened? Because now you got like $1 million from the lotto or something, let's say. So you're like, oh, Bitcoin thing, or you would even go back before that. You'd be like, all right, IBM. I'm gonna go back and buy. If you had 6 shares of IBM, you'd have $1 billion. You'd be a billionaire right now. But you would buy some IBM, and then you could go back and. If you could just go back and forth willy-nilly, I would just go to one spot, hit the lotto for $1 million, buy Bitcoin when it was fucking 10 cents. Fast forward to when it was fucking, 50 G's. Back, if you could just go back and forth like that, you would kill it. And, like, Trump's poor compared to what a time traveler would be.
There's a good low-budget movie about that. It's called Primer. The movie. It's really good. They invent a time machine and they just look at what the biggest trades on the market was today, and then they would only go back a day or two and put money down on it. This is cool.
Yeah. If you knew something that was going to happen, if you knew one good move in the foreign exchange market, fucking crush it.
Have you heard
or
of
a stock?
We already invented time travel.
Time dilation. You can only go forward though with that.
No, like actual real time travel where you can go into the past. We used it once and then we destroyed that technology.
Are you talking about like the Philadelphia experiment? That thing?
You could do that in their model, actually. If you went fast.
I'm just kidding.
Fast enough away from Earth, say you could look back and like see the dinosaurs or something. You'd have to go super far away, and you'd have to have like a telescope that doesn't exist. But
I did mention that Philadelphia
model that if you
where they said
go faster than light,
did it.
You go back in time or something? Maybe not.
Well, time dilation only goes forward. Right.
Now
time dilation. You can only go forward in time. But no, time dilation is time travel. It's only forward though. But they do say that if you were far away now, or you were to go far away or something, and had a good enough telescope, you could visually see in the past. You wouldn't be able to interact with it.
Yeah, the uncle or the grandma paradox, whatever they call it.
No, like the light right now. Wait, the light. Earth. Light from like when dinosaurs were alive. So if you had a bomb telescope and you could zoom in crazy and shit, you could like see dinosaurs roaming around.
Right. That just sounds like absurd. Like how it seems kind of fanciful.
No, dude, just get on Stellarium. You can make it work. It's legit.
But yeah, time dilation.
Model this out.
Dilation's forward. The old time travel right there.
Yeah, I think you're cutting out. Maybe that's me, but I did mention this guy, John Teeter, who I think
Maybe not.
it's still up in the air as to how legit that thing was. The guy who built a time machine. He posted on the internet. It was like one of the first versions of like QAnon on message boards. But the guy built a time machine and wrote about it. He went forward in time. I don't think he ever went back.
Hold on, am I good now?
Yeah, you're great.
Check, check. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. Maybe.
Mic check. Yeah, we're good. All right. Something weird has been going on. I don't know if it's Discord or the noise suppression settings or what happened. Yeah, time dilation is forward time travel. These motherfuckers really believe in time travel.
Who believes in it?
Globers.
Mm,
Time dilation.
I don't think anybody's ever gone forward in time.
Dude. Time dilation is legit time travel.
Who's done that?
Dude, Globers think every time an astronaut goes to the ISS.
Oh, they say
it can happen on Earth
or something.
Right, it could happen right here on Earth, top of a mountain and the bottom of a mountain.
So what's so offensive about believing that?
Offensive about believing in time travel?
Or time dilation, like
which is time travel.
Theory.
Yeah, time dilation is time travel.
So what's the problem with that? You think it's impossible?
It's cool. If you're into like Star Wars and Star Trek and shit, it's awesome. I love movies about time travel. Is it happening in reality? That's a little I don't know, man. That's a bit much for me.
Okay.
Like maybe if we get a DeLorean and put the flux in it. Like, yeah, I'm not saying we can never be able to invent some shit like that, but just for moving. There are things not, to be fair, there are things not the classic sense of time travel where you can go back and forth. You can just go forward, and once you're there, there's no going back. So it's not like legit time travel where you just like bounce all over the place.
Huh. Yeah, bouncing all over the place would be more kind of fun.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I had to have like $80 trillion in like 5 minutes. We would know at this point, I think, unless we haven't caught up to that moment yet. Like there could be a guy like 5,000 year, like in the year like 7,000 right now, that figured it out, and he's just like ridiculously amassing wealth in his time. But we don't know it. But we just don't know it yet. You know what I'm saying?
You've probably run into him at the fucking Best Buy or some shit. You didn't even notice.
Probably. Why would he go to Best Buy?
No, you can go anywhere you want. I don't know. Maybe he's picking up.
Maybe to buy a cell phone to buy Bitcoin on. Yeah, he could have ran into him.
I don't know. He might have been applying for a job there. Who knows?
No, all you got to do is fucking. If you can skip around like that, bro, you'd be hitting crazy shit. I don't even know how you would be able to hide it all. You'd have so much. I don't know how you'd even hide it all.
Some people think these time travelers already exist. I already mentioned John Teeter, Donald Trump, some weird shit going on. The Philadelphia experiment. How about like every once in a while you see in the news like some financial institution or this or that, Bitcoin, crypto exchanges, governments will just have like $1 trillion missing. That shit happens. Money just vanishes all the time. That shit's spooky as hell. How about that fucking the M370 plane? What was it? The one in Malaysia? Plane just fucking vanished. Just disappeared. Spoopy stuff. The fucking remember that guy Cooper? What was it? DB Cooper? The guy who jumped out of the plane with like $50,000 or something back in 1975. I forget what year it was. The guy did I don't know if he held somebody hostage, but he just took the money and just fucking jumped out of the plane. I don't know if he jumped out of the plane or he forced the plane to land and then he ran away, but
Yeah. That's supposedly some real shit. But like they talk about that on Coast to Coast all the time.
say it again.
It's supposedly verified, like that's a real story. And they always
they have the
they
police
talk
sketch.
about that on Coast to Coast radio like all the time. That's one of the big like mysteries of where the fuck what did he just jump out? Wasn't it like over water he jumped out that shit?
No, I think it was over the American West.
Oh, okay.
No, there's a lot of suggestions or evidence that he survived like in one piece. So just kind of hit the trees and just vanished. There's spoopy shit like that. Stuff happens, money disappears, money vanishes. Right. Remember before the Pentagon got hit on 9/11, there was like $1 trillion just missing. Shit like that. They got these like rare pieces of art and like diamonds that occasionally go like missing in Europe. That's why I suggested the Trump time traveler thing, because like Trump like won the election in 2016 like totally by surprise. It was like, what the fuck? Like he was supposed to lose. I remember that election day. I didn't even watch the election, the coverage, because I was like, well, Trump's gonna lose, and then he just won. It was like, what?
Once you go moon, you never go back. Fucking great.
Well,
my bad.
No, they'll have to say once you go Mars, you'll never go back. The moon is old news. It's all about Mars.
Dude, you should have seen when they were grilling Bolden, or I think his name was Bolden. He used to run NASA, and he was in front of a congressional or a Senate hearing or something. And the guys, the congressman or the senator, he's like, "Yo, where's next?" And they literally the NASA guy and the congressman started debating on what the word "next" meant. It was fucking ridiculous. That guy was a classic Glober right there. The guy running NASA started debating him on what next means. It's like, dude, where are we going next, man? What is the next step for us in space? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's next?
What's next on the docket?
Yeah, like we going to the moon, we going to Mars. What's your plan?
He said Mars.
I don't know. It ended in a debate over what next meant. He never got you never get a straight answer. You think that like we made that shit up and pulled it out of our asses?
That reminds me of the classic argument between a husband and wife just driving down the highway. It's like, what does next? What do you mean by next exit? This exit or next exit? Next exit? You mean the one after this one or this one? Which one? Maybe it was like that kind of argument of like, what does next mean?
Yeah, that's the game they were playing. He's like, well, we're going to go to the ISS, and he's like, all right, what's next? He's like, well, the funding for this, da da da, and the guy's just like trying to get an answer out of him. Like, yo, where are we going next, homeboy?
There was the guy that thought Guam was like sinking or something. Somebody thought Guam was like an actual like floating island. That was famous. That was a famous dust up. There was the guy, I think it was like an Alaska congressman, who thought like the internet was like series of tubes. He thought it was like these like metal tubes or something that like information was sent down or something.
Most of it is.
Yeah, but he wasn't saying it like that. He's just saying like series of tubes, or I don't know. It's very clumsy wording. He
I
definitely
mean,
wasn't well
with cell
researched.
phones now, it's more. There's more air-based traffic, but I mean,
Yeah,
most
now
of
with
it
cell
probably
phones,
is.
nobody really understands how it works.
Most of it's probably still is through tubes, essentially. I mean, not like a tube, but like a wire, a tube of wire.
There you go. An insulated tube of wire.
Yeah.
It's wild to think they got those oceans. They got cables under the ocean, supposedly. How did those get there? How did they lay down all those wires? Sometimes
If you
those things you
fucking
gotta go down there and fix it.
yeah,
That's why the internet will turn off in some areas for like a few hours.
maybe for you, maybe for other people, but that shit's always on for us. Like maybe
Yeah,
other countries, other countries that only have one thing going in or out, maybe. Yeah, but ours is like the connection, like the main shit.
sometimes shit goes down for like spoopy. I could probably look this up. Like what were the most famous cases of internet shutdown in maybe Western history, kind of European American history. It's probably happened a handful of times. I remember we had a tropical storm up here years ago, and we didn't get internet like 3G internet because it was 3G back then. We didn't have 3G for like a few days. I guess somehow those the power sources to those towers probably got cut off. Probably trees fell on them. Yeah. This is the incident I was thinking of. Yeah, 2016. The Mirai attack was the largest internet outage in history. 2016, not long ago. America woke up to find that the internet wasn't available for much of the eastern seaboard. Dyn, a company that provides DNS services. They didn't accept responsibility for that. It was the first serious indicator that a hostile third party has the ability to sense the world's foremost military power back to the 1990s. So 2016 was the last somewhat shutdown of the internet in the US.
You said the internet shut down in the U.S. in 2016.
Yeah.
For how long?
You don't remember this? You terminally online guy? Don't remember this?
That was a busy Mac in 2016.
Maybe you were sleeping. It happened at 7:10 a.m. East Coast.
Till when?
Friday morning. I'm
Till
reading this.
7:10 a.m. Until when? For an hour or?
Yeah, I'm trying to skim through this quickly.
The internet goes out for an hour. Like, okay.
I'd have to read through this article, but
we will survive an hour. I don't know how long we would survive without it, though, at this point. Things done through that. We'd have to know how you would do it now. I mean, I know how you would do it, but if we could do it in time, it'd be like the year two Y2K shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, if all your systems go down and you got to go to another system of doing stuff.
no, it would be all hands on deck. It'd be a big effort to turn it back on. So it might
Whatever it is, just get it back on. Yeah. I don't think we would resort to. It'd be more effort to make a whole new system than to just fix the internet. Yeah.
See, this exposes how little I know about all this internet stuff. Like, I barely even know what a DNS is. I don't know all this jargon. See, DDoS attack.
DNS.
That stands for Digital Denial of Service. DDoS. Okay.
DNS was from the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. Do not sleep.
Well, when your internet's on, it's do not sleep. Some people stay awake from the internet.
Keep you awake.
Hold on, honey. I can't go to bed. Somebody's wrong on the internet. I don't know how do the feds do that? How did they do a DDoS, a digital denial service? Like, do the feds just call up the ISP and just tell
people
just
do that? Dude, people do. There's groups of people that do it.
Yeah, I don't know the chain of custody though. Is it just the president?
You don't know what DDoS? What a DDoS is?
Yeah, well, it says digital denial of service. So that's when the ISP just stops sending you internet.
Okay, here's what happens. Like, so if you have a web page, what's up?
Distributed denial of service. Pretty sure it's distributed, as in, I think the idea is they basically get a whole bunch of different clients to hammer it at the same time or whatever, and it's pretty sure it stands for distributed denial of service.
What, multiple people just say?
It's not government. It's not government based. It's not do with the government. Like, groups of people do it, or
Right. It can be just one person. They set up a program to basically, like, they send it out to hide in people's computers, and then when they're ready to attack, activate them all and have all of these clients basically hammer the server or whatever. It would be, pretty sure it's referred to as a distributed denial of service. They have all these different places hammer it simultaneously, basically bringing it to its knees or whatever. But it could be just one person doing that.
Protection against that now, though. Because a lot of the crypto
they probably come up with things to help alleviate that and stuff. I doubt it's that they have 100% foolproof, but they probably have stuff to try and help or whatever, maybe.
No, I think they got it foolproof. I think they got it foolproof because I mean, these sites would be shutting down. A lot of the crypto ones were at first, and they got really good at the software, at the whatever it takes to stop it. Like, I don't think, like, if you have this DDoS protection, I don't think you're going to suffer from a DDoS attack.
You guys remember the I love you virus from the 90s? I remember
Vaguely.
that as being, yeah, in my lifetime, was one of the first cyber security problems. It's like a lot of people got in their email inbox like a thing titled "I love you." I don't know the full details of it, but I guess a lot of people clicked on it, and it was like a huge.
I don't know who's just opening emails like that. Like I have like 8 million unchecked emails
Yeah,
in
well,
my fucking inbox right now.
It said "I love you," so people who are lonely to think about, they just clicked it. Like, oh, I love you. Oh, who loves me? I want to know.
Yeah.
They busted some guy like in like Bangladesh or something that caused it. I still remember watching like the nightly news, and the guy like Tom Brokaw or somebody was like, "If you see this "I love you," please do not click it. It is potentially dangerous. Authorities are working to track down the perpetrator of this attack." And now you fast forward to the present year, and now you have a hard time getting people to just open up any email. You have the problem of people just marking stuff as spam, and then being like, "Oh, I didn't get it, didn't pay attention."
Some valid shit goes to the spam shit automatically.
Right. Yeah.
Times where I'm waiting for an email and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? And then you check all mail and it's in this spam folder or something. I mean, they had to do that because people were just sending out so many spam emails.
I remember this funny meme, this funny like college meme from years ago, and it was the slacker like drinking beer, and the text said like, "Gets job notifications in email, marks as spam." That's right. Let's see, the "I love you" virus affected over 10 million Windows personal computers.
Yo, remember the movie Die Hard? I don't know which one it was. The one with the hacker. The one with the hacker kid where he did the fire sale. To like inadvertently help plan a fire sale.
No, I never watched those movies. I've heard about the plot though.
How could you have never watched the Die Hard movie?
I never got into Bruce Willis stuff.
It's un-American.
I know, right? I know, and I should watch those movies now that he's dying. Apparently,
they're fucking awesome, bro.
I know. I never got into it.
Went through his whole fucking catalog, honestly. Like, he's been in a lot. He's been in a few movies where I was like, but he's been in fucking bangers. Low key shit too. Movies you never heard of, like 4 Rooms. He was in 4 Rooms a little bit. That was a fucking awesome movie.
Yeah, that's my thing. I've watched a lot of movies, but I haven't watched enough movies. Kind of, I don't know. I was more of like a book guy.
Nerd.
Yeah, that kind of nerd. Well, now I guess the nerds watch movies now, I guess.
Yeah, reading words on paper is borderline barbaric at this point.
Yeah, you're just illiterate if you read books.
I'm just saying, like, with the technology we have now, there's no reason to be like reading.
I know,
you
right?
know, have one person read it. Some people, I guess, intake information better reading it visually, though. So, but we definitely shouldn't be using paper. We should definitely be having everything on. Like, paper is the biggest waste. I can't believe we're still using paper at this point, honestly.
It can cut you too, you know.
Huh?
It can cut your finger as well. It's dangerous.
Yeah, I was less worried about the paper cuts and worried about other things.
I mean, how many people a year die from staph infections from paper cuts? Probably dig those numbers up.
Those numbers are irrelevant.
30 lives a year. Just banning paper.
More than that, bro. The amount of infrastructure that goes into paper, like truck drivers are right now driving paper frantically all over America.
True, right? That shit's heavy too, right?
Yeah, yo, truckload, bro. Papers and shit, bro. There are a lot of right now that are fucking driving. They're using gas. Like we put so much effort into paper. I can't believe we haven't gone completely digital yet.
Yeah, that's.
Like, I'm not saying burn the books. I'm not saying burn the book.
They're phasing out the paper. It's a process.
Paper is a huge fucking waste because they're going through the fucking rolls of newspaper a day. Tons and tons of those rolls of newspapers. And those are giant rolls. That's not like a little notebook. I'm talking about fucking.
Well, yeah, newspapers are probably the least offensive as far as using up resources to distribute paper, because usually newspapers are printed nearby where it's all distributed, as opposed to like books and other.
Yeah, and then they got to ship. Listen to me. And then they print. Okay, so you couldn't even tally up the amount of infrastructure that goes into a newspaper. I'm saying we need to get rid of the news, dude. I don't know where do they get the paper from? Trees? You got to cut a tree down.
I guess so.
Start this. Where you want to start? So some lumberjack got up in the morning, drove his truck to a fucking work site so we could get another truck to drive to where the trees are. Then they got all kinds of machines going out there, you know, cut his fucking thumb off with a chainsaw. Then you get the lumber. Then you got to bring it. Then they got to drive it somewhere to turn it into paper. Then
you got to sweep up all the sawdust. The paper plant.
Yeah, then the paper's got to be shipped to the fucking newspaper place. Then the newspaper place ships the shit all to the fucking all the people. House on earth, almost, if you want.
Say it again.
It's a newspaper delivery. They go to every house, every fucking convenience store. They go everywhere.
Have you ever seen in your area like a paper plant, a paper mill? They got the
Sure. There's a lot of giant fucking
the rail lines and there's even one along a river here.
Yeah, there's a lot of giant fucking industry buildings like that near me, so I probably haven't just didn't know it.
Yeah, because that paper's heavy. It's just
because I live in a pretty nice sized populated area. Probably 500,000. I don't know. I was just guessing. I know there's like 100,000, 200,000 people just in Albany alone. So, and the whole area is densely packed. It's
right. Yeah, I mean, I think you could probably dig up the numbers, but they are cutting back on all that paper shit.
No, bro, we're using more paper than ever.
Well, no, I don't know about that. I don't know. People aren't reading as much. They don't buy books as much. Newspapers have declined. The physical copies have declined probably 75% at least.
Yeah, but business is still using paper. Cards, they're still making business now. More people went into business. They're making more business cards than ever now. Probably it's paper. Business using a massive amount of paper. Government also loves paperwork.
I think there's
Bob, how much paperwork
that advertise exclusively digitally?
In our block, my Coinbase, 42 pages long.
You could have clicked the box that said "Don't give me paper shit."
No, I had to print it out for H&R Block.
What the fuck?
I probably could have done it electronically. But...
Well, you could have just lied. You could have just said I didn't make any money with crypto.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want is to get audited.
Yeah.
They're fucking around with these guys.
You got kids, right? Just claiming kids.
Yeah, we're just getting money back. I'm not worried. We get a lot of money back.
I mean,
You get reimbursed.
I wouldn't claim crypto gains unless I made probably more than 10K off it. I wouldn't.
Bro, if you make more than $600, if you made more than $600 and you don't report it, they're gonna fucking audit you. They hired a massive amount of IRS agents this year.
How do they know you
just
have
for crypto?
But how did
taxable? It's a taxable event. Your Coinbase tells them.
Yeah, but I don't even know if Coinbase does. So you think Coinbase reports everybody who made money off crypto? But Coinbase is only one fraction of the entire crypto market.
Did it without using Coinbase and some other shit. I mean, there's a lot of places that are doing that now, though. PayPal. If you get sent more than $600 in PayPal, you got to pay taxes on it. All kinds of shit. The IRS ain't fucking around no more. They hired a massive amount of IRS agents this year. Homie, we fucking spend money so frivolously, it's ridiculous. It's a shame too, because America could easily end world hunger. I don't know why they're not doing that. It's like it would be like a measly fraction. Like, yo, we gave out $3 trillion last year. It only cost like $14 billion to end world hunger. And I wouldn't even just give people food. I would take the $14 billion one year and go hook a whole bunch of people up with the infrastructure they need to keep making food. And then you take $14 billion next year and you hook more people up until eventually everyone has all the infrastructure they need to make as much food as they want. Because that's all it takes really is infrastructure. I mean,
which countries do you think have the most like world hunger problems?
I have no idea.
Or you probably have an idea, right? Maybe India, Bangladesh.
No, India has the most.
China doesn't have hunger, or India doesn't have hunger.
The reason why India and China have so many people is because they are great at agriculture. So I don't think people are going hungry over there. I mean, maybe they are now. The reason why they got to the point they are, though, is because they were great with agriculture. Like the monsoons, the Himalayan mountain stops all the clouds. That rain falls on that side of India. A massive amount of water for agriculture. Like they're sick with and China got so good because just like ancient Rome had the roads, China had the canals. So they were good at growing food and they could distribute it. That's another key thing. You can't just have the food, you got to be able to distribute it. Because food doesn't last that long. You know what I'm saying? You pick a cucumber, time's ticking. Had the canals and they could I don't know how India distributed their food.
I think Africa has a lot of the world hunger and stuff. Africa, India, parts of India. The fucking the South Pacific, like between China and Australia, all those fucking islands, they got serious fucked up shit going on there. There's like the civil war in New Guinea that's killed like, I don't know, 400,000 people or something over the last
right now
12 years. Yeah.
Oh, it's been going on for 12 years?
I forgot. I read about it a while ago. They got some fucked up shit in those areas. So people just live like all fucked up. And some people look at us and they think we're crazy. So it is what it is.
Crazy shit. We be doing crazy shit.
Yeah, we do. You ever talk to immigrants in the U.S.? Some of them will just openly tell you, like you guys are fucking weird. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I used to work for this one Chinese restaurant, and the guy came straight out of China, and he's like, "Yo, it sucks. We used to work just to eat." And even now, they had like living in like a 4-bedroom apartment, 4 or 5-bedroom apartment, like mad people. And when they would eat all the shit they wouldn't give the customers. Like, you know, if you get chicken and broccoli or beef and broccoli or something, and you just get heads of broccoli. So there's a lot of like stems left over. Like they would just eat the stems. You know what I'm saying? They would be eating the parts of the shit that you like couldn't give the customers or wouldn't give the customers. You know, no one's gonna be happy if there's mad just broccoli stems in your fucking beef and broccoli. You know what I'm saying?
But you're saying they weren't like wasteful. They still held on to some of their customs.
Yeah, it's called efficiency. Yeah, you want to be as efficient as possible.
Right.
There's no reason to.
Hard to shake all that behavior that's so ingrained.
It's just a good way to live because then you don't money on food. It's just more efficient.
Right.
Well, it may not be as healthy or as good as the other parts. I don't know.
So they probably got some tough ass immune system. Again, touching all that shit, eating it. Seems to be like there is a certain type of person who just gravitates towards living a more scavenger existence. Some people just like you see these homeless people that open up trash and take shit out of it, eat it, or smoke it, or whatever.
I love the dumpster divers. Eating trash out the garbage. I love the dumpster divers. Yeah, the guys that go and collect metal or just whatever they find. Like they'll go to like GameStop dumpsters and find like dope shit, or a construction site and find like they just find awesome shit in the trash.
And there's some obvious things like cans. They recycle all those cans and shit. There's people that live in New York City just making a living.
I'll tell you what, the coolest shit I ever saw though, that around with a screwdriver and a little dust buster vacuum for the Diamond District in New York City and just scrape the cracks of the sidewalks and then suck it up with the duster buster and then get home. He said he made like $300 a day doing that.
Just finding dimes and pennies.
No, he went to the Diamond District in New York City.
See, I don't even know what's.
They have a lot of jewelry. They sell a lot of jewelry and shit. And he would find like gold, diamonds, all kinds of shit in there. Yeah.
Jeez, the guy was mining, actually panning for.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, there's some people that their nature just like that's just them. That's just what they do. They have that ancient hunter scavenger brain still inside them.
And the guys that go gold mining, I love watching the guys that go gold mining and shit. They'll go scuba diving scuba diving in a river or an ocean or something with a metal detector, underwater metal detector. Those guys are dope.
Yeah, mostly there are those like fucking Greek divers, those like fucking professional treasure hunters. Supposedly that's a thing. People that just dive into the Mediterranean and come up with coins. Some of them get pretty lucky. Pearls, coins, gold stuff.
Yeah, I like the metal detecting guys. I like the metal detecting guys on the beach. All of that stuff. Awesome.
That's that shit though. I mean, you could like, I guess all of us in theory could dedicate our lives to treasure hunting, and then maybe if you're lucky, I guess you will in theory eventually stumble upon a nugget of gold worth whatever millions of dollars, platinum, gold, something like that. Rare art. If you pick through enough art, you'll find something.
And that's how I know we can't get to the moon, because if we could, the moon. Okay, this is in the heliocentric model. The moon has been getting bombarded by comets, asteroids, and meteors for I don't know, millions of years in their paradigm. And it's fucking dust. It's dirt, soft dirt on the top. What to do is go sift that shit.
I think most of the thing that hits the moons are meteors and comets, but they're small. They're like the size of a soft.
See,
I don't think they get
it
hit.
doesn't
I
matter.
don't think the moon gets hit with big ass things.
First of all, why would the moon not get hit by big ass? You can see Tycho crater with the naked eye, bro. Listen, that's not the point. Even if it is small ones, meteors, comets, and asteroids are made up of a lot of precious. They have a high precious mineral content, like platinum, gold, silver, shit like that.
Well, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mine the moon. They're gonna
They
do that
already would be if it was a real thing. They already would be doing this.
Well, they might have to get a lot of shit in order. Get your ducks in a row before that shit goes down.
It's so easy. The guy that does it on Earth, all he does is he has this giant thing through the dirt. He just puts buckets and buckets of dirt in this giant cylindrical machine all day. His office was like overflowing with gold. There was just like gold buckets and bags of gold like everywhere randomly. It was crazy. He'd kill it. That machine would crush it on the moon.
They're gonna do that, or they're gonna do that on Mars.
Yeah,
they're
I
gonna
know.
mine that.
I know.
Build some big ass fucking supercomputer out of it. It's gonna be the Borg. We're all gonna be slaves to it. It's gonna predict all our futures, all that shit.
Dude, stop watching Star Trek. The moon, the final frontier. That's your fucking motto.
The shit though. If us humans are already slaves to an advanced civilization, like we wouldn't even know it. That's what's scary though.
Yeah, like imagine there's an advanced civilization that could just come down or like come down, like freeze us all or make us all unconscious or something. And then they just fucking take everything. Like all the, how easy it would be to just walk around and take all the stuff.
Right? Just take your baseball card collection from
you. If being a slave is so like unobtrusive that you don't even know that you are a slave, is being a slave really that big of a deal?
That's what I'm saying. Damn. It ain't no
scenario. I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do?
I mean, like if it's so like non-issue, like if it's such a non-issue that you don't even realize that you are one, like it seems like it's a thing that doesn't even matter.
Right, you're helpless. Yeah, that shit's. We probably are just fucking slaves.
Maybe not. Maybe it's a matter of like just like taking the time to think about it so you can realize that you're a slave, and that's I don't know. So I guess maybe it could matter, and it's just like you're ignorant, and I'm not sure. Maybe not.
Going back to the point of scavengers, I mean, there is so much stuff that we all do because we think we're forced to, like we have to. And I guess big picture wise, you don't really have to do any of these things. You just feel like you're pressured into it, whatever. You're coerced. Social pressures, government pressures, financial pressures. Technically, you don't really have to do anything, right? You don't have to follow any rule.
Maybe not.
Yo.
What up, Don? Okay, here's a question, fun question I like to ask. That maybe I'll save it for later. I don't want to waste it on you guys. All right, fuck it, I'll ask it before anyway, because I've asked it before.
I'd say you could die any minute. Why waste it?
Yeah, listen, you're a time traveler, right? You've been sent back to, I don't know, let's say like ancient Rome, right? It's the year 0. Jesus, you just saw Jesus on the street.
Shit.
What do you only know what you know now? To help them advance technologically. What kind of good advancements could you make for humanity?
Tell them that the Earth is
What
round.
you know when you
Are you saying we can only tell them one thing, or just like
you can anything you know? Whatever you know to help them advance technologically.
Wow, good question.
Tell them.
You
I
can
think
teach
I
these
might know
people that
enough
would.
to make them think I'm insane.
I would teach them oil exploration.
No, guys, I promise. If we do this, there's going to be magic lights on the wall. Just listen to me.
Could you even do that though? Could you tell them how to make a light bulb?
No, that's the thing.
That's what I mean. There's
like I would. That's the whole thing. Is that I wouldn't be able to show them. I would be able to tell them enough for them to think that I'm a lunatic, basically. Like, what are you even talking about?
Things called cell phones, right? If you can't actually make one happen, though, they're gonna be like, burn them. It's gonna be like a Holy Grail movie. People would be absolutely worthless. Be absolutely worthless in that scenario, and would end up getting burnt at the stake.
I would tell them about oil. You can use fossil fuels. That would save generations of like slavery.
For
and
what?
Stuff.
They were already using oil. They already had oil,
No,
bro.
they weren't. No.
Oil in ancient Rome. Yes,
They
they did.
didn't have fossil fuels. No, they didn't have.
Okay. Let's say now you get oil. Now what?
Just go from there. They're gonna figure out how to build a combustion engine within probably 100 years.
Dude, you're killing me, bro. The combustion. Go back and be like oil. You get oil, and then.
No, because we did the combustion engine shortly after we found oil in the Industrial Revolution.
There's a lot of stuff that led up to that. It wasn't just like they had oil before, dude. They were using oil in ancient Greece. Ancient Greece, they were using oil.
Olive oil
too, but they were using like resin oil.
What's that?
For warfare.
What's resin oil? I don't know what that is.
For oil, they would just use oil, bro. They knew about oil. I don't know if it was crude oil. Would have just used it for warfare if you were like, here's crude oil. They would be like, oh, this shit burns nice. We're gonna throw it at people and set them on fire. Like they wouldn't have invented a combustion engine off of that.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell them how to make a combustion engine? Like that'd be big. You're like, all right, here's the metal. We gotta get the metal, shape them like this.
Mm-hmm.
Boom, you got an engine.
Maybe.
Okay, let's say you go back and tell them about oil. Then what? Where's the oil? They're gonna be like, where's the oil at?
Go bomb Saudi Arabia. There it is.
Rome. You're in
Rome.
You're gonna walk to Saudi Arabia, and then what?
That shit's gonna bubble up out of the ground. However they get it from Saudi Arabia or Africa.
All right, you're burnt at the stake. Does anyone else have anything?
Say it again.
Back to ancient Rome. What do you do to help them advance what can you tell them or teach them to help them advance technologically? You're in ancient Rome. It's what you know now. You don't have no cell phones, computers, nothing. Just what's in your head. Can you help them in any way, or are you going to end up get burnt at the stake for being a witch? Because you're talking about crazy shit.
I think like electricity is where the big breakthroughs come.
Could you show them electricity?
They had forms of it, but like it just is progress towards, in my opinion, like, because when you ask that question, I'm like, well, damn, what's your arbitrary cutoff point? Or like, what do I know of what they had or didn't have? And then you're just saying, could you teach them anything without it being too crazy magic of them to think you're a witch? But it's like,
no, if maybe I misunderstand, but I think his point is, are you as an individual even capable of teaching them how to make that stuff work? We use it, but we don't necessarily know how to make it work.
Yeah, I think definitely. It's like once you get to some of this stuff, you got to understand it's just this micro machining. And if you're in the industry of like creating that tiny product, like you would understand all the circuitries about it. You know what I mean? So yeah, you could teach them. You just would have to show them the little pieces.
Is that what you were asking, Jeremy? Did I frame that properly?
Yeah. Could you show them though? You can't just go back and be like electricity. Then what?
You show them the reactions of the chemicals and all that, or you show them the friction, and you show them these different materials that can hold the charge and all that.
Yeah, you can definitely show them copper and a magnet and how to conduct electricity from there. Like you don't need to be smart to show that, to demonstrate that.
And then what? No. Then what? Electricity. Now what?
Then you start making.
What do you do? They would just use it to torture. They would probably just use it to torture people with. They'd be like, "Oh, this is neat."
You get motors.
Trying to go with electricity.
You can build stronger stuff, and I mean, it takes supposedly, it takes millions of people doing all this stuff, man, to build this infrastructure. Time. But you could probably teach anybody. Hey, I'm a fucking idiot, dude. But I look up these things and these materials, like I learn it.
It'd be neat if you could show them electricity and, you know what I'm saying, and something. Just electricity alone doesn't really. They already had it. They might have already had electricity. They had the Baghdad battery. I don't know.
Hot water. Hot water.
They had hot water. They already knew it. That was one of the first scientific things we learned, was boiling water. The Romans used to have hot baths. They would have fire pits going underneath it for like hot tubs and shit.
Right.
What could you really like help them out? You know what I mean? Electricity's neat, with the copper and the magnet. Yeah, maybe they knew that, maybe they didn't. But even if you have that, there's nothing. It's the same thing as your boy saying oil. Like, all right, now we got oil. They're just going to use it to kill people with or something. They're fucking maniacs.
It depends on, right, man, whatever. Like, but you start realizing that the infrastructure gains the capability of like mass production and stuff like that. And so standards of living can go up.
They already knew about infrastructure. Rome had the most roads built out of any civilization, like by a lot.
Mass production.
Oh, they would build their army because they weren't attacking. Their army would be fucking actually doing shit like building roads and buildings and shit.
Right.
Which is what we should be doing with our army.
I'm sorry.
We're not at war.
Bruh, I think something we need to we could talk about, like the bullshit of the mainstream is like there's a man who says this, I don't know, but they say the printing press is the number one invention that changed humans the most or whatever. And it's like it's arbitrary. In my opinion, it's just an arbitrary claim. It's just
it is a little arbitrary because the Chinese had shit like that. while before the Europeans.
Ancient Sumeria had shit like that. You ever see those clay cylinders?
Movable type. Barely, yeah.
Called the ancient Sumeria. I forget there was a specific name for them, but they're like these little cylinders that had
cuneiform. I don't know.
Right. So it's some bullshit. It's like, oh well, the information, the power, the knowledge, but regardless, to me, the concept of the mass production, that's a big step. That's a symbol that like unifies the people. You know, like if everyone agrees to work together to make bigger things together, you know, be efficient.
That's a big.
Yeah. But I don't know, man. You could teach them like anything. Like imagine if you could just build a cell phone and show it to them. They wouldn't think it's magic. I mean,
yeah, they would.
I mean, not more than we do right now.
It's way less magical for us to see a cell phone than for somebody in the you know, ancient Roman time to see a cell phone working.
Start off by just having 2 light bulbs and just being like, for whatever reason, you have the copper or some wire connecting them, and you show, look, we start the power over here and it lights, or then we, you know, now we could disconnect the wire. Look, we could do it in a invisible way, right?
You know, if you could break it off, if you could break them off with a light bulb, that's definitely something. But nobody knows how to make a light bulb.
And then, yeah, you would show them, and then you'd be like, look, you take your little thing, and you know, no big deal.
They an electrical current.
Then TV, they learn all these things, and then
you wouldn't be able to tell them because you don't know.
No, I would try. I would go in the lab. I would put some shit together and try it on my own, and then from there.
I get what you're saying. Are you asking
Dude, you
me?
get sent back in time. You get sent back in time. You're in a room with a fucking ancient Roman, the leader of the Romans, whoever it was, Julius Caesar. You're like, yo, I'm a time traveler. Here's what's up. I'm gonna hook you up.
Right.
What do you do?
So you mean me personally, or like an average?
Yeah, just you.
Okay. I'm thinking we're like one of the smartest people, and that who could. There's plenty of people that would go teach you plenty of shit, but me, oh man, please.
Not a lot of people. Listen, our system is it's super specialized, right?
You know,
like I doubt there's one person that knows how to make a standard issued number 2 pencil.
Right, I got you.
There's probably not a lot of people on Earth that could even know how that happened.
No, then the point you're making is that the information is in the power of the infrastructure now. The common man doesn't know it. The machines are built. They're pumping out the pencils, but we really don't know how it's done. But I'd just like to say my personal info is I would just teach them how to like cook, bro. I like show them like awesome pizzas and soups, and I would cook. I'd be like, look at this new food we got up here, bro.
You're getting thrown in a dungeon.
Yeah, you would show them the microwave oven.
Okay.
How about you, Jeremy? What would your answer be?
Hold on, you're back.
Super glue.
He'd show him cryptocurrency.
No, you can't do that.
Crypto, right? Dogecoin. NFT art. You know, you could put this statue, the really small penis, on NFT. Sell it.
What are you gonna do with your really small penis?
I heard a theory that the reason that they made those statues with small phalluses is so it wouldn't distract from like the rest of the figure of the male.
They model it after you. Listen, percentage.
Well,
what's up, baby?
I mean,
we have a time machine. We're going to send you back in time to ancient Rome. What do you tell the people to help them advance technologically? Or just advance? Like, how do you advance this civilization? What could you tell them or show them or whatever? You'd have to show them, you know.
I would show them the technology of electricity and I'd show them how it's carcinogenic and how they should avoid it.
That's not going to help us advance. That's the opposite of what I asked.
No, there's different forms of technology. Like, for instance, we don't know how they built the pyramids. That's some level of technology that we don't have, right? An ancient technology. And I would say, stay with the ancient stuff. Don't come into like the artificial carcinogenic shit that kills people and causes cancer.
They didn't have this shit at that time. That was past that ancient Egyptian time. They had already destroyed that technology.
Strive towards that type of technology and stay away from this modern technology that we have.
Was it a painful process to build it back again, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was gonna go there. So there's nothing you could show them then.
No, I would show them the shitty technology and teach them to avoid it.
Dungeon with Don, bro. You guys are useless.
What do you mean? That's a fantastic answer.
Dude, we're trying to advance these people technologically.
You could show them the number 0. They didn't have that. Maybe just show them 0. That would blow their minds.
I mean, the ancient Romans and ancient Greeks, they had a lot figured out. They're probably more technologically advanced than we are today.
Dude, if I had a time, I'd be playing. If I had a time machine, I'd be playing pranks on people. Like I'd go back to, I'd figure out like when Archimedes came out with his stuff or Euclid or something, and I would release it just the day before. Thing. I'd be like, look, guys, I'd go back to when Newton was and reveal calculus. Just like right the day before he does it, literally.
I might go back. I was gonna say I might go back with the scientific method, but then they'd probably look at me like with a blank face, be like, "Dude, we already know that shit."
No, I'm telling you, that'd be the best thing to do. Go back to like Pythagoras and all them guys, and just release their shit like literally one day before they did.
Would you go back?
Like, yo, what the fuck?
Cause people to slowly walk into horses and carrots.
Like, who the fuck is this Jeremy guy? Jeremiah, what the fuck?
Like a Garfield cat history. That would be pretty funny.
Bill Murray and Groundhog Day. Newton sitting there trying to be like, I've been working on this for years. I'd be like, dude, stop trying to bite my shit. These songs with the same lyrics the day before people came out with them.
Oh, right.
Like right the day
the Beatles are in the studio and they're all singing like, "We all live." Oh, we need to finish this. What's a good thing for us to live in? We all live, I don't know, in a red house? No. We all live in a society? No. We all live in England? No. And then you come in there and say like, how about we all live in a yellow submarine? And they're like, shit, that's such a good idea. That sounds so cool. We all live in
Jeremy's just gonna be like the time travel version of Forrest Gump. Just like tumbling in and just solving things for people.
Yeah.
Every boomer's dream.
Maybe not.
What if I was just
I would
the
be
good
ruining
guy
people.
in
I would be
everything?
ruining people's days, dude. I'm telling you, I would come out with everything the day before everyone did it. Hear Biggie over like a country on some country shit. And I would do Metallica as like classical music, or like I'd fuck everyone all up. People wouldn't. Ludacris would be on a fucking techno beat. Like people wouldn't even know what to do. They'd be like, "Yo, I had that same exact song." Get out of there, kitty. I had all your fucking.
Every time you did it, just like you don't use your name, you just use a pseudonym, and it's always definitely not. And then you insert the name of the person that you did it to. So like you take Einstein's up, and then your pseudonym is definitely not Einstein.
It's hilarious. Hell yeah. Fucking great. That's fucking great. I would fuck up Einstein or not Einstein. I would fuck him up. I'd fuck with him so bad. I would, Edison. I'd fuck with Edison big time, bro. I'd put him out of business. I wouldn't let him come out with nothing. Just every time he tried to come out with something, I would come out with it like the week before. Like, nope. The whole timeline would be ruined.
Right. You come out with the idea just before him and then just be like, huh, Edison, you're not a very bright guy, are you?
It would be neat to go back and see what would have happened if somebody had like I don't know, say you kill Genghis Khan when he's a baby, right? Like the whole world would be a massively different place right now. Or like Hitler or something. You know what I mean? Just whoever killed like Idi Amin, just somebody who killed, maybe not him, but he probably didn't do that much damage.
Yo, Genghis Khan didn't even do that much too. It was his grandson Hulagu that kind of conquered everything.
No, but like if you trace back, I think like 1% of the world right now like is related to Genghis Khan. Like all he did was bang bitches and get money. He was like, fuck bitches, get money.
Yo, this is nuts, man. They did a study in Amsterdam for microplastics in blood, and they found that, you know, most people have plastic in their blood.
Oh God.
Have what?
Microplastics. On average, 1.6 micrograms of plastic material were measured for every milliliter of blood, with the highest concentration being just over 7 micrograms. These are particles of plastic that are 700 nanometers or bigger.
Yeah, because there's probably a lot of plastic. Like when you make a soda bottle, like little plastic particles left over in it or something, and then we drink the soda, and it gets in your intestine. I don't know.
Yeah, there's plastic everywhere.
That's one of the types.
I don't know how it works.
Polyethylene.
Let's get rich.
Trephylate,
Let's get rich.
which is used in clothing and soda bottles. Drink
So
bottles.
you can just fear porn people with the plastic blood and then sell them something that will melt the plastic out of their blood, but it could just be vitamins. So let's sell. I mean, I feel
I
like
actually heard.
Oh, there's already exists. All right, sorry.
Heard when when Julius Caesar was around. I actually heard there was a guy when Julius Caesar was around. He invented some random guy invented plastic, went and showed it to Julius Caesar, and Caesar had him killed on sight. You know, Caesar had a lot of money in the glass trade.
Are you serious?
You don't want plastic. If you got a lot of money in the
disclosure,
glass.
It was a limited sample. It was like 22 people, and 17 of them had the plastic in their blood, but still, like, you know, not a lot of volunteers. 3 out of 4.
We should find out who has the least amount of plastic in their blood and make them the master race. They would be the real purebloods. It'd be like some Hunger Games shit.
I don't recall the Hunger Games being about pure blood, like at all.
Yeah, I don't know how that related.
Even a little bit.
I never watched the movie. I just go by like just basic tropes of like dystopian nightmare societies.
Oh, okay. You can't be bothered with the details.
Fucking nerds fact checking you on Hunger Games. Come on.
You can't just be making Hunger Games. Yo, you know what movie was dope?
Bothered by accuracy.
You know, it was dope. The Hangover games parody
I never saw that.
between the Hunger Games and the Hangover. It was fucking awesome.
Never saw
even heard of it.
Was that a B
Was
movie?
it really good? Because like I get the impression that those parody movies aren't like necessarily all that good a lot of times.
Yeah, it was good for a parody.
Was it as good as Spaceballs?
Really, yeah, parodies aren't really that great.
Yeah, Spaceballs would probably be like the standard, right? So like, was it good as Spaceballs, or like?
Come on, dude. How are you gonna make me say it can't be good as Spaceballs as far as parodies go? It's fucking crazy. That's the golden standard.
That's what I'm saying.
What about
Like
basketball?
how's it stack up?
I mean, it's probably a 7 or an 8 on the parody list.
Okay, all right.
Parodies are garbage. I mean, seriously, like.
Yeah, like those like scary movies. I'm guessing those probably aren't very good.
But think about it. The Hangover was just a parody of like
Maybe
every
not.
man bachelor party existence.
Check.
You fact checking us?
No, I was mic checking myself. I don't know. My mic's been acting weird lately. I've come to find out it's not my mic, and you're just a huge fucking overtalker.
Yeah, whatever. That's Discord. Discord is just over talking. They should just rename Discord app just over talking. Interruptions.
Well, I mean, what do you think Discord means?
I guess
No.
fusion argument. I don't know. I don't know the technical definition of Discord.
To have discourse.
Oh.
A chord that's been disemboweled.
What does it mean? What does Discord mean, Bob?
Well, okay, so just checking Google here. Disagreement between people, lack of harmony between notes sounding together, disagree. So it's not quite what I was pitching it as, but
this is literally a place to come argue. You're telling me.
You're not grooming, you're arguing.
So if I said level is horizontal and you thought it wasn't, we'd be having a Discord over. We'd be in a Discord.
Also be stuck in the year 2019.
There would be Discord.
There would be Discord. Okay.
Maybe
we would have Discord. Would we have Discord, or there would be Discord, or both?
There would be Discord in your discourse.
Don't start %.
There would be lots of water levels.
According to me, there would be Discord in your discourse. That's why in French, when you agree, it's d'accord.
Say it again.
D'accord.
Just spell that.
D''ACCORD.
Wow. If I was in a spelling bee, I
accord.
would have failed epically at spelling that.
Accord is to like agree, to have agreement, and discord is to have disagreement.
Oh yeah, if you were in a spelling bee, you would have lost that one instantly. Who thinks to be putting apostrophes in the middle of words and shit?
Right before the last letter, yeah.
No, apostrophe is after the first letter.
Oh yeah, well, putting your apostrophes before where we normally put them. But yeah, contractions are assholes in general.
It's not a It's not a contraction, though, right?
Talking about English, yeah. English contractions are.
Oh, that word though isn't one. Is it a contraction or what?
I would say, as far as French goes, yes, it would be one.
Oh yeah,
they don't work the same as in English.
What? Well, what 2 words is it? What are the 2 words?
I guess like DE and accord. Accord.
What's
Because
DE?
like, I don't know, man. It's tough.
Dude, that's a fucking prefix, bro. That ain't a contraction. Apostrophes on prefixes?
Yeah, we should just get rid of French. How about that?
We do one world language. It definitely ain't gonna be French, that's for sure.
I mean, we can keep Eiffel Towers because that's a euphemism for a woman getting banged by two men at the same time.
You sure about that?
Last time I checked.
They do be putting a lot of phallic and phallic shit out there. Like the Washington Monument.
They got all those like catacombs and shit.
Does of like if you think of some company, it's like, you know, since 1947 or whatever, the date of establishment, it's you know, and then the date. Yeah, I guess it would be technically a French contraction, but it's at the point where it's like you usually find the word like that, you know?
We've already established they're not going to be the one world language. It's fine.
Like you have the idiom, or it's not really an idiom, but they say like, you know, first of all, d'abord, and that has the D in there, you know, from the of, I guess. So yeah, I'd say it's contraction as far as French goes.
They got an election coming up in France. I don't know if that's today or tomorrow. That's April 10th.
Fuck the French government.
Tomorrow. They vote on Sundays? No way. I refuse to believe that. Or it's today. When is this French election? This French fry election. When are they having it?
What did fucking Dipset get in the house? Bird Gang.
Birdman.
We taking
Birdman,
over one city at a time.
Yeah, what's good? So all the flat earthers are like split up between a bunch of different servers, huh?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any because
War of Words. You got a bunch of people in there. Flat Earth debate. What a shitty.
You guys see the video of the woman like freaking out on the kid with the Trump shirt? This was in like some woman from like Portland, Oregon. She said to the kid with the Trump shirt, she was like, "Oh, Trump doesn't believe in climate change. Does Trump not believe in gravity? Gravity's just a theory. Gotcha, checkmate." And then she like got blamed for like harassing the kid.
What was the kid wearing?
Like a Trump shirt. He was wearing some stupid shirt.
Like a
Trump
Make
like,
America
like,
Great Again
like one of those,
shirt.
Like, gaudy. Yeah, one of those gaudy Trump
Make
shirts.
America Great Again.
Yeah, where Trump looks like Rambo. He looks like a tough guy. She was like perpetually triggered by it. I was in Los Angeles around 2017, the year 2017. I was in LA, and a lot of the Mexican people there were wearing these shirts that said something like "We are dreamers." They're wearing like dreamers t-shirts. It was kind of funny to me. It was like, okay, y'all are dreamers, got it. Sweet dreams, then. You don't. Hope you don't fall out of your bed in that dream. Fall out of your bed, fall onto a box of thumbtacks. They call it the American dream because you have to be asleep to believe it, as they say.
Was that Carl Sagan?
I think that was the other guy, Carl George Carlin, not Carl Sagan.
My bad. That's what I meant.
Carl Sagan wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't famous for saying anything really. He was famous for like his books and his
George Carlin.
science TV stuff.
I like George Carlin.
He's all right. Yeah, he's pretty funny.
Oh, he was hilarious back in. He was one of the best comedians back in the day.
I grew out of that comedy, that kind of nihilistic comedy where like you point out things in society that annoy you, and then you just laugh because it's like, oh, I can't do anything about that. I'm just gonna laugh about it.
What do you mean when you say you grew out of it? Do you mean like you grew out of it like a rose out of concrete, or like you grew out of it as in you got like you grew tired of it?
Yeah, psychologically, I just kind of got tired of like
Gotcha.
know-it-alls, that kind of know-it-all style of telling jokes.
You felt like you were being talked down to?
Sort of, yeah. Or I kind of felt like at a certain point that the pithy observations in my own head were more interesting than his observations.
So you felt like the stuff you were saying wasn't even intelligent?
I became my favorite know-it-all to listen to.
All right, give us some material.
Oh, whoa, you put me on the spot there. I mean, it's not... well, the thing is, it's too raunchy and racy for YouTube, so...
What?
This is on YouTube, right?
No, it's not on YouTube. Go ahead.
Is Geo in here?
No, he's not.
I'm not going to risk it.
Give us your cleanest joke.
No. One of the things I'm thinking of right now involves the Nazis.
Nazis are fine. Go ahead.
Not doing it. Not going there.
You got nothing.
I was also thinking about George. I have this thing about George Floyd and the Nazis, but you might have heard it already.
How would I have already heard original material from you that you've never said?
No, it's just... It's lame.
Are you repeating other people's jokes?
No, it's definitely original. It's original material. But it's like... Well, what do you think of George Floyd? You like the guy?
I don't know the guy.
You don't know the guy? No, none of us did, I don't think.
He
Do you miss George Floyd?
No,
Would you pay money to bring him?
I don't miss someone that I don't know, but he did die a sad death.
Definitely very sad, right? Just die, yeah. Very sad. Some call him Saint George Floyd. Saint Floyd. But who knows? Maybe they'll. I think there is a project to bring him back to life. They're gonna somehow. It's gonna be like Frankenstein's monster. They're gonna like electrocute him and shock him back to life.
Oh, so your shtick is like jokes of delusion. I got you.
Delusions, right? Well, this is science. Wasn't Frankenstein a great scientist? The great biological mortician scientist of Germany. Is that possible though? Can you take body parts and put them together and then electrocute it? I mean,
no.
In theory, well, don't you just have to jumpstart the heart? So if you jumpstart the heart, can the brain start up? Is that possible?
It has to be on life support such that the brain is constantly getting oxygen. Because if the brain goes for too long without oxygen, then no matter how much the heart pumps, there will be no life.
Heard about this technology that Peter Thiel is working on where you freeze people at death and somehow years later you can like defrost them. So supposedly that's something that's being worked on.
Yeah.
And that's one of the theories as to why so many like these really rich like billionaires are living so long, because some of them think that this technology is going to be available soon.
You're talking about cryogenics, but
is that cryogenic? Yeah. So is that
I don't think we're there yet. So I doubt that these rich people are living due to it, and I don't think we'll ever be there, to be honest.
You got to check out the latest and greatest on cryogenics. They got a list of people who have been arranged for cryogenics. People who arranged for cryogenics. You got Ray Kurzweil, Seth MacFarlane, Peter Thiel, according to Wikipedia, have been arranged for. So does that mean they have they've already set stuff up? They kind of put the down payment on that.
Yo, Ray Kurzweil, that guy you just said, he's predicted like 80% of like technology, like straight up predicted it. Like sorry, my bad. 80% of his predictions come true. And his next prediction is they're gonna put a chip in your brain so we can access the internet instantly, which is dope. But also, the chip's gonna have a thing where they can, send you a little electronic shock in case you got to be incapacitated. That's fine.
Wow.
That's not a huge fucking.
Is that kind of like when you're at the restaurant and they give you that buzzer to let you know your table's ready?
Okay, there's something I wanted to talk about. If anybody's interested in a conversation about YouTube censorship.
Talk your shit, Sway.
Okay. So, there's government hearing or whatever, or just whatever, whoever the fuck is involved, YouTube, other people talking about YouTube, talk about censor this, fucking censor that bullshit. Obviously it's about their money and they gonna do whatever they think of money. And then if people say government tries to lean on them, they're gonna, try to fight in the direction of their money, obviously. Why would they go in any other direction? But yeah, they do all these disclaimers and shit. And it's some bullshit. Okay. And then I'm looking at some of these commercials that they run. Have y'all seen this fucking mask commercial that's fucking going viral all over the YouTube? And then it's got the chia seeds growing out of people's face. No. Have y'all seen this shit?
No.
Yeah, I've seen that one. And then they scrape it off and their face is nice and clean.
Yeah, and you could see the camera editing like dead ass in the video. You can see the terrible blending. And it's like, and then they put the chia seeds on the face. And it's like the skin changes like so much crazy different color. They put this fake hair, right? It's just so stupid. But it's like fake, Now how is YouTube like allowed to run that? Right? Like they're straight up just conning people. Like it's a straight con. You know what I'm saying? Like why is that shit allowed? Like it's a provable con. Like they know, like you could boom, it's like boom, con. Guaranteed instantly.
Well, that's similar to how YouTube now allows like threats to Russians on their platform. Like you can Like, you can't physically threaten people in general on YouTube. You can't say, like, I'm going to kill you, but you're allowed to if it's directed at Russian people.
Well, that's new. That's
Depends on the
interesting.
political climate, yeah.
Because of war or something, or what? Just because they don't
Because they
care?
want Russia, they want Russia to lose. They want Russia to lose. So if you send goodwill towards Ukrainians' way, they'll put up with that.
Damn.
This depends on the political climate.
Wow.
I saw
How
the
many-
there's some Twitter influencers who say, like, oh, we don't care about Ukrainian war crimes. We don't care. That's fine. That's cool. But the Russia stuff, oh, that's bad. Can't do that. But that comes down to people not understanding, like, Geneva Convention, like how that works, how the theory of rules of engagement, the ethics behind it. Some people don't understand it, so then they'll get it in their heads that one side is always right and the other side is always wrong. And that's how everybody sees it and how everybody ought to see it, when that's not the reality.
Okay. Well, I know what you're saying. That's common, but I don't see it that way.
YouTube is just not, it's not like the old days, you know. I'm sure you've seen it. You've observed it on your own, just how much YouTube has changed over the years.
Ridiculous.
Search function has declined and how the community in general is smaller. Yep. It's closing ranks.
Supposedly every town hall has a microphone for you. Every, any floor you could have your voice heard to your representative. So where's the people's tube? How much for the infrastructure would that cost and oversight? Where is that? What's the fucking problem? People should be able to say whatever they want to say, without making a company rich under the guise of that's what it's gonna be. I mean, come on, man. I don't know. I God bless the advertising industry. That's all I say. At least it ain't coming out of my pocket. I'm good old advertisers, man. And I don't really think that's the industry that drives up the price of goods. Like, I think enough of our free market has competitive prices of goods and services, and they just eat it to compete even more. They just eat these advertising bills that they fucking. It's hilarious. Jeremy was talking about the nudge theory earlier. Did you hear that?
I still don't understand that. What that is exactly.
Yeah, the guy that invented it, they supposedly did a study where they painted a little fly and there was piss all over the bathroom. So the dude painted a fly on it inside the urinal, and you know how you always aim for something. So he got people to piss on the floor less. He didn't tell them to piss on. He didn't say, "Hey, piss in the urinal. Don't piss on the floor." Those don't do anything. So he nudged them a little bit to do it, and they do that with all kinds of stuff.
Basically, just trick you. He's like, here, now you want to hit this fly. You want to pee.
That's social engineering. It's like social engineering 101. You ever So Yale University is famous for producing a lot of like politicians and top lawyers and top psychologists. And one of the courses they used to have, like one of the undergraduate, like 5-credit easy courses they used to teach there, was just a class similar to that, where a professor would have their students just walk around the city and just observe like little things, like where curbs are located and where picnic benches are, and notice it. He forced students to look at like how customer service works in little coffee shops and stuff, and that would be an introduction to like larger like social engineering classes. So yeah, you got to know how that stuff works if you're gonna kind of enter like kind of political once before you get into like political theory, just like kind of behavior modification. Pavlov's dog, Pavlov's experiment, similar. It's kind of a similar thing. Operant conditioning.
Yeah.
It was that Yale professor. He was the first person to notice that the FedEx logo, like the arrow pointing, like he was the first person to make that like a public, put that in the public consciousness. And now we notice it, but he got the ball rolling on that.
Imagine how many flies they've painted on the urinals that we think are real flies.
I forget which story it was, but I think it was some European country. They had like an ad on one of their soccer games, and like some of those soccer games in Europe, they get like 20 million people watching or whatever. And there was an ad featuring like a cockroach like crawling across the TV screen. And then it was like the next day it was something like there was like millions of people reported like throwing objects at their TV because of that ad they played during the soccer game. Because people were terrified. They saw this giant cockroach on their fucking TV. It tricked people, got tricked. They threw their shot glasses at it. And I don't think they showed that ad again after that. Yeah, that's called yeah, I was trying to look it up. The word is called social contagion theory. That's what it is. The spread of behaviors, attitudes, and effects through crowds, types of social aggregates from one member to another. And that's where you get those like scatter graphs, where you get those like dots all over a circular pattern, and then all the little like lines connecting them.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm out, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, yeah, I gotta charge his phone. Good talking ball, Jeremy. I'll be back.
What's up? Yo, one of these bags is $22 bag of tobacco. I'm definitely gonna get 400 cigarettes out of this. And then the tubes are like $3 a box or something, $4 a box. So $30 for fucking 2 cartons. And that's like 2 packs of cigarettes if you just go, maybe 3 packs of cigarettes if you buy them at the store. They're like $12, $13 a pack now, so. I started cutting my hair at a very early age. I'm like, yo, $20 a haircut. I like to have one every like 2 weeks at least. Because I like to keep it nice and short. I was like, it's a no-brainer. I just cut it all one length. I don't even know how to do a fade or anything. All one length. That should just be like human standards. Like, fuck wasting all this energy and efficiency on hair. Just shave that shit off. We could solve so many problems if everyone just stopped spending money on haircuts. Lawn care would solve a lot of problems. Haircuts, you probably I bet you haircuts are more than lawn care. I don't know how much we spend on haircuts. All everyone needs is a pair of clippers. You won't have to worry about no more haircuts.
All right, blades of grass or strands of hair?
I mean, we should do both. Honestly, we should just be doing what's the most efficient.
Which one has the most on Earth? Blades of grass or strands of hair?
Don't you dare, Bob! You son of a bitch! All right, how many hairs are on the human body on average? Only human hair? We're just doing human hair?
Well, I mean, that is what hair is. Like, you might be able to find an animal that has hair, but I don't know that hair and fur are the same. I think fur is different, so it would be hair.
Horse hair. Horses got hair. Right?
There you go. Yeah, like a horse has hair, right? So like all the animals that have
horses.
Hair.
Do you see this snowball effect we're into now? It's going to be an avalanche. Don't with me. I don't know why you do this to me. Next thing you know, we're going to be like, well, their ants got these little 2 hairs on the top of their head. And there's 8 zillion ants.
Does a bumblebee have fur or hair? Maybe not.
There's got to be a lot of blades of grass. That's calculable. I don't even know how to say that. How do you say that word? Calculable. That's it. Calculable. The amount of grass, you could just do like square acreage or square miles of all the land on Earth, and then, you can see how much grass is in like a square centimeter, and then just extrapolate that out. It wouldn't be perfect, but you could at least get like a close estimate. The wheels thing, you couldn't even, like the wheels and torque thing was like, you can't even get an estimate on how many there was. The hair and grass thing is, I think you can come to a conclusion on that. Depending on what you count as hair. Because I'm going to say human hair. I don't know, man. That's tough. There's a lot of grass.
And it begins.
Bastard. I don't know, but there's a shit ton. I got a shit ton of hairs on my body. So, and I know motherfuckers that are built like Bigfoot. Cut one of my friends' hair. He's like, "Yo, shave my, get my neckline." I'm like, "Dude, your neckline never ends in your back. I'll be shaving your fucking ass crack." But
it doesn't end. There's no
yeah, like your hairline goes down to your fucking. Neckline or your backline? Fucking backline. Oh my god, we were at this resort, this couple's retreat, and we went with two of our friends, and she was like, "I got next," and I was like, "You ain't got next, you got chins." Roasted her on a couple's retreat. So terrible. It was all good sport though. She's like a crazy couple. We hang out with. My H&R Block lady was so nice. She's already texted me like 4 times. And called. What's up?
Yo, what's up, Jeremy?
Magic.
Yeah. Well, it's what their whole model kind of rests upon too. It's a bunch of living shit came out of a bunch of non-living shit.
Yeah.
So something became living just for no reason.
There's no way you're getting DNA without a creator of some sort. Like, there's not. It's just not. There's no way.
That motor, is it an electrostatic motor? Is that what it was?
I don't know what it was. I have no idea. I just wanted to know, like, what could you run anything off it? Could you like charge a cell phone off it? Like, what kind of motor is that? I have no idea. I DM'd him. He never DM'd me back. He might have been busy or something. He's not a really big DMer.
RC's in the house.
It's my day off, RC. Don't bother me.
Say what?
Nothing. How's it going?
Good, man.
He said it's his day off, and he doesn't want to be told that he's spiraling today. You guys and the spiralings, you two specifically. Like,
I only do it because RC does it.
I only do it to make fun of Crit.
This all boils down to Crit.
It probably does, actually.
Well, I've had a couple times where I've gotten a bit heated, and then I'll DM Jeremy, and I'll be like, "I'm spiraling."
Was you spiraling? Like it's not even bad.
Maybe my version of a spiral is just within my own head. I'm spiraling.
No, well, I mean, it's probably the same thing in our heads, but you're just handling a lot better as far as like portraying it. Like if I'm spiraling in my head, I'm fucking screaming at someone. Where if you're spiraling, you're just you get a little stern with them, and it's not really. It's the nicest spiraling I've ever seen.
Well, in my mind, there is something to that concept. I mean, we all have emotions. We all have, so to me, it's like, everyone likes to make fun of each other for being triggered. Like, oh, you're triggered or you're spiraling. Well, not everybody, but certain people do. But I mean, to me, like there's something to that. Like, I mean, we all have emotions. And so if you're like triggered, that's not really something to laugh at someone about. Like, yeah, they might have some emotions that are coming up. And ideally, like that should be sort of honored and respected that there's emotions coming up. So instead of making fun of someone for it, it's sort of like,
there's definitely people here. Hold on a second. Sorry. There's definitely people here that are here just to trigger people. I mean, I don't know that for 100% fact, but I'd put my bottom dollar on it.
Yeah. For sure. Well, that's kind of like the concept of trolling, I guess, in that way. Like the purpose is just to trigger. Try to start a shit show or whatever it may be, yeah. So RC, you're a Mormon, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you know of any planar, stationary, flat Earth, whether they use any of those terms, or flat Earth Mormon type people? Is that a thing?
Is there somebody else? Is there somebody else talking somewhere?
Can you guys hear my background noise?
No, I don't hear anything else. Maybe you got something else on yours and RC, but I don't hear anything else.
It's the voices in your head, RC.
Oh, it's because I am watching the stream. How the hell do I turn that off?
The YouTube, yeah. Well, I don't know. You on a phone or computer?
Yeah, that gets confusing really fucking quick if you've got the Discord and the stream open.
There, I turn the voices in my head off. Funny enough, Gio, I actually learned that people believe the Earth is flat from some guy at church. This has been probably 3 years ago, and I wrote him on Facebook the other day and say, "Hey, you remember when you told me you thought the Earth was flat? Do you still believe that?" And he's like, "No, I definitely don't believe that anymore." But no, I mean, our theology is such that we definitely recognize the fact that God has created many planets with countless numbers of people on them. So it doesn't stand to reason that but there isn't anything in our, well, Actually, I would say yes. There are quite a few things in our theology that where we recognize that the Earth is a sphere.
Okay, yeah, I was just curious because I mean, in Christianity, a lot of people, talk about the Bible having certain wording that correlates with a stationary,
Oh yeah. There is no question though that ancient Hebrews pre-Second Temple era thought the Earth was flat. Like that's well documented that the ancient Hebrews thought the Earth was flat, that it had a solid dome over it.
Yeah. Well, my understanding is virtually all of humanity before this globe idea thought it was.
No, definitely not all of humanity, but like most of the ancient Hebrews, it's well documented that like there were writings even during the Babylonian era that like there were scribes who talked about the fact that there were still those among them who thought the Earth was flat. But by Second Temple period, and definitely by Maccabean periods, like nobody. In fact, it was made fun of by like Jewish scholars at that point.
What year kind of are you talking about?
Maccabean is going to be like 250 BC to 170 BC.
Well, I mean, even the mainstream story talks about the Greeks being the earliest. So you're saying before the Greeks?
No, this is well after the Greek Golden Age. Like Alexandrian periods because Alexander conquered Judea in the early Maccabean period, and after Second Temple was built, and by that time you already see, like by the Septuagint, like when the Septuagint was written and translated in Alexandria, there were lots of Jews all over the Mediterranean because of Alexandrian conquests, and they were already like making fun of other Jews who thought the Earth was flat.
Or so you've heard through some history information.
Well, I mean, there's pretty well documented. Like the Septuagint is probably one of the most well documented, like Jewish Greek overlap texts and the creation of it in history, and that's where you start seeing Jews and Greeks interacting philosophically, scientifically, linguistically, and all that kind of stuff. And that's where you see like the comedy that comes out of it. Like people making fun of it, basically.
So ancient Globers. You guys been doing this for a while.
Why would they have made fun of something that they had zero proof for other than quote unquote ships going over a horizon? That's totally bizarre.
Well, because there were people like Iamblichus, there were the Pythagoreans during that time who, and like they even knew from interactions with people on the Indian subcontinent that talked about the fact, like even the ancient Hindus in the Indus Valley knew that the Earth was spherical. There's a Indian mathematician who Iamblichus knew about, and like talked about the Pythagorean principles, but they were discovered separately from Pythagoras. And they talked about how the Earth was a sphere, and they actually knew it the same way that Jeremy and I have been talking about. It's like just knowing basic distances and the rules about triangles and sides of triangles. They knew that the Earth wasn't flat. So if you take three, like the Indus Valley mathematicians would use three triangles that all shared one side to prove, and then distances between the 4 points on those triangles. Jeremy, funny enough, that's actually where I got this idea of like, well, wait a minute, you could do the exact same thing with like known distances now. But that's how the ancient Hindus knew that the Earth wasn't flat, was because of three triangles that share one side. And the distances between the three apexes, is what they called them, of the other triangles showed that it was spherical.
Well, then why are you guys having such a hard time proving it now? If this is so easily
Oh, there's
done?
no. I mean, there's no hard time proving it. It's the idea of like.
Oh, you guys
people
are
wanna
having a
believe it.
brutal time. I mean, unbelievable. It's been a
No,
decade
no,
now, and you got
Gio,
nothing.
you're confusing. You're confusing your incredulity with having a hard time proving it.
No, I'm talking about definitive proof. It has nothing to do with me. I'm talking about actual definitive proof that you could lay on the table and everybody says, yeah, I can't deny it.
Oh, but see, Jared, again, you're confusing the idea of people saying they can't deny it. People deny facts all the time. Like there's definitive proof with the with the videos, with the measurements that we have of like all distances and places on the face of the earth. I mean, but people denying that is a different story than it being a fact.
But I hear you on that. But I'm talking about actual verifiable, like if we want to get into science, verifiable, falsifiable, repeatable, etc.
Yeah,
Something
all
that,
of those things are falsified.
Right. But you've never brought that once in the discussions, nor has any Glober ever in a whole decade that we've been talking about it.
Yeah, that's also not true, though, Gio.
Well, then do it now, and then we'll be done.
Sure, we can see multiple live streams from space right now with,
and then we can pick that apart. That's not verifiable. That's not science. That's not science at all.
Gio, that's you denying it. You denying it isn't falsifying it, man.
I would like to point something out. Even if you believe that the videos like for the moon landing and stuff like that were true and that all happened and the pictures, even if you believe that all that stuff all the way up till the absolute latest 2012, if you're intellectually honest, you have to admit that after 2012 at the latest, pictures and video cannot be held up as a standard of proof, because by that time at the latest, we had the ability to make anything look real. Can you admit that intellectually, honestly, that at the very latest, 2012, any video or pictures after that cannot be held up as proof because we can make anything look real?
I actually know exactly how to, because I actually helped work on an algorithm that.
So can you admit that?
But can you let me finish my sentence, Bob?
It's a yes or no question, man.
Oh my gosh, Bob, listen. It's very easy to show which images have been doctored, because it's very easy to see compression algorithms that have been run on any type of video or picture. So yeah, you can tell what's been doctored. No, what I'm telling you, I know how personally. I know how to tell if something has been doctored or not.
So you're not intellectually honest enough to say that anything after at the latest 2012 cannot be held up as a standard of proof, because at the latest,
no, Bob, I'm telling you, you're wrong.
Had to check by then to make anything look real.
Wrong on that, Bob.
Okay, so you're not intellectually honest then.
I am intellectually honest.
No,
I'm
you're not.
you wrong, and I can
the
show you
absolute
how you're
latest
wrong.
that we had the technology to make anything look real. Now you're just assuming that you have enough knowledge that you can pick out every trick they could ever possibly come up with.
Yes, there's a very
easy way to do it, which means you're not intellectually honest.
Well, Bob, there's a very easy way to do it that you can pick out every single.
Right. I understand. You're assuming you could always know between now and the end of time. That's what you're assuming by saying that you would be
between
able to pick it out.
2012 and now, I can tell you exactly how you can pick out any given image or video, because all you have to do is.
You're assuming that you have all knowledge of all those things, right? You're saying
I do know how to pick it out.
Nobody could have possibly in the whole world have come up with a way to make footage look real, and you yourself wouldn't be able to detect it. So like I said, you're not intellectually honest.
Bob, that's an appeal to ignorance. What I'm telling you is that I can detect. I can detect any type of compression algorithm on an image or a video, and I can use that to tell you if it's been doctored or not. That's not hard.
If you can't admit that anything after 2012 at the latest cannot
Bob,
be
you're just repeating your claim. Repeat it for the 8th time. I'm telling you that I can show you exactly how to run a compression algorithm on the thing to detect if the thing has been compressed or not. Because all ways that you can doctor images involve some type of pixelation and compression, then there's no way to say that there's to unfalsify it. Right? I can falsify any image.
If you can't admit that pictures and video after 2012 at the latest are not usable as a standard of evidence, or as a standard of proof, then you are not intellectually honest.
We heard you the first 8 times, Bob, and I'm telling you, it is very easy to run a compression algorithm.
And what I'm telling you is you're simply not being intellectually honest.
Okay, Bob, you're just going to repeat yourself. That's fine. Have fun.
Yes. I'm saying a true thing about you.
Bob,
and
Bob,
the way
do
that
you
you're
know?
thinking about
Bob,
this.
do you know how to do a compression algorithm on an image?
I don't need to know that.
It's not hard. It's not hard.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's entirely irrelevant
you
point whatsoever.
know that when you
zero need for the information that you're trying to provide right now whatsoever at all, even a little tiny bit in the conversation we're having. It does not matter.
Bob, I'm just trying to teach you something about how
100%
imaging
unrelated.
works.
Well, let's hear what RC is saying. So, are you talking about RC image that, like, for example, if I took a picture of myself and a friend standing next to each other, and then somebody, did something to block out, someone's arm or whatever it is,
exactly like that.
Okay, well, nobody's claiming that that's what NASA's doing per se. They may have done that in some ways, and actually, those have been found. The pixelated square that's around
the LRO.
That's very
that shit. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's the totality of the technique that they use.
No one's trying to explain that claim that that's the totality. That's just a very simplified version of the exact same thing. So anytime that you look at an image, right? Anytime it's been digitized, you're going to find some version of pixelation or compression that happens. Okay, the way that you can decode. Okay, so which method was used to pixelate it or to compress it is that you can actually look at the signature of how that pixelation happens, because every single algorithm does it differently. And now there are ways though that if you look at it, that the first layer of that pixelation will only happen. It's called on the primary scan. Okay, so if you look at that primary scan pixelation, what you're going to see is that the pixelation actually only happens on the primary colors with it, none of them on the secondary, only on the secondary colors, none of them on the primary colors, because that's when you typically scan an image in, that's when you're going to get it. Okay. Now, the same exact thing happens when you're doing something like CGI. That's why it's so easy for us to watch CGI and say, oh, yeah, that's CGI. It gets harder with better CGI, but it's still very easy to do, because what you still have is just zoomed in, highly resolute images, but it's just bigger files, essentially. But it runs the exact same algorithm. It's very easy to identify.
So you're unfooled. You can't be fooled with this. There's no way they could get you.
No, they can't fool my computer in doing it.
Yeah, your computer is you have an unfoolable computer.
No, I have a unfoolable image reader that I can detect any of these algorithms that they run with them. It's not hard.
So you're claiming that you have a software on your computer that runs something that you didn't made, and that you now have debunked that all of NASA's photos and everything they've put out is completely accurate because RC has a software?
Is that what you heard me say, Gio?
Yeah, you just said you have an algorithm and a software, and that you personally, RC Meisty, can absolutely detect any CGI and any fakery that any multi-trillion-dollar government could ever put out, and you today are known 100% claiming that you have certified that you can tell whether the image is fake.
What
doesn't sound like that and an algorithm that you have on your
for a
computer.
second. Gio, chill
Verbatim. That was verbatim.
Bob, no. Bob said, is there you saying that there's no way you can detect it? I'm telling you, I haven't gone through every NASA image in the world. No, absolutely not. But what I can do is say, Bob said that it's undetectable, and I said no. It's actually very detectable.
Show me one. Show me one.
Once.
Show me one that you actually gone through. Show me just one.
In any of our conversations ever, especially including today.
Show me just one man that you actually try to forensically prove that is fake or not. Only one.
They found that shit on the LRO. You guys seen the LRO footage? That compression shit RC's talking about? They found that all over the LRO. Remember when they sent the thing I don't know what they sent it for, but it was supposed to prove the moon landings? It was supposed to take a site of the Apollo missions and shit? That should have got that
Did RC
digitized.
just leave?
That LRO got the digitized moon compression shit all over it.
He always does that. He comes in, he throws some very weak arguments, and then once we start to talk with him about it, he just leaves. He does it every time.
Have you guys ever seen the LRO one that I'm talking about?
I was about to say a minute ago, I was like, you guys, RC's looking for the exit call button on his phone already. So
Yeah, I think I saw those, by the way.
It doesn't seem like it should be a difficult thing for them to just admit that. Like, even if you want to believe that the moon landings are real and whatever, like, you should be able to intellectually, honestly admit that at the latest 2012, we officially had the technology to make anything look real. You can see Iron Man flying around and, going part way to space, and a Hulk jumping. Like, we have the technology to make things look real on a screen. So you should be able to just say yes, even if they couldn't be faked up until then. At the absolute latest, 2012 on, it can be faked. We can't use that as a standard anymore. It should
what
be
happened in 2012?
The reason I'm saying 2012 is because I would consider that to be like the absolute latest year that you could argue. I would say it's probably close to like 2007, 2008 that we had the technology to make anything look real. But I'm basically giving leeway for the absolute latest year for you to say that this became basically the way our world works is 2012. After
Okay,
that,
Bob,
you cannot
Bob,
reasonably
can
claim that
you
things
name
don't look real.
Bob, can you name the technology or the specifications for what you claim is quote unquote look real?
Are you misunderstanding the word
Bob,
look real?
I'm asking, can you name the technology or specifications for what you mean as quote unquote look
Right.
real?
Clarify for me which word you're misunderstanding. Look or real?
Both of them. Tell me, how do I make quote unquote?
Then what I would recommend is that you simply purchase a dictionary and look at the words what
Oh my
look
gosh,
means
Bob.
and what real means. It's not complicated.
This is tiring, Bob. My gosh.
I'm not interested in going back to the basics of how words work with you. It's a very simple statement. Looks
Okay,
real
Bob,
should not be complicated or difficult for you to understand.
Okay, so anything that looks real, quote unquote. Okay, how about we take like ultra realistic paintings, right? I can with a very simple way show you an algorithm, right? And all you need is a little bit of Python knowledge, by the way, to show you how you can write a basic algorithm to figure out if ultra realistic paintings are indeed photographs of real things or if they are indeed
It's not
paintings.
basic.
Very
It's not basic. Why are you lying? It's not basic. I know what you're talking about, Arsimeister. You are talking actually right now to a guy that actually does know how to do this.
I want him to
because I
finish
have
what he's
done
saying.
this 100 times.
Yeah,
Okay,
and
sorry.
so where I've done it a couple of thousand times, this isn't hard. I can teach someone in 2 hours how to write an algorithm with it. In 2 hours.
Show me one example of
Okay,
you
listen,
doing
hold
this.
on, hold on.
You must have
Listen,
some screenshots
so what you're
or
saying,
something.
I want to make sure we're clear. What you're saying is that you can't agree to what I'm saying because you know that you are able to pick out whether or not a thing is fake or not, right?
Yes, very easily.
Okay, great. It's great that you made that argument and that you are so wholeheartedly 100% in on that argument. Fantastic. We can look at what we see from NASA and we know that that's fake. And according to your argument, that is good enough.
When did you hear that?
That's what you just said.
What did you find?
You're saying your argument that you're able to pick out the fake thing means that mine is untrue. If you're able to pick out things and determine if they're fake, and that's it, that's the end of the argument, then so are we. We're saying we are absolutely good enough to pick out the things that are fake in the NASA footage and the NASA photos. That's the end of the argument, according to you.
So, Bob, bring up something that you quote from the Himawari satellite is fake.
No, Arsi, I had a question and you haven't answered it. Can you show us you doing this at least one time regarding one NASA photo? Show us your forensic method to prove if it's fake or not.
Sure, when I'm not on my phone, I'm happy to show you that.
They found it in the
It just happens that you cannot prove what you claim.
Whoa, what's up? What's up? Have you ever used like just basic Python imaging analysis? Have you ever done that before?
Yeah, which one do you mean? The noise analysis that could show you if it's something is pasted in or not, or do you mean what's the other
noise
one?
noise analysis? You don't even need Python for that. You can do that in Adobe.
What Python? It doesn't. The Python is just a fucking language. What are you talking about?
I'm just like Jupyter. You can use Jupyter Notebook to analyze these.
You see,
Listen,
when you say
retard, we're
Python,
asking about the
Python
specific
software,
fucking analysis, not the fucking Jupyter
when
Notebook or the fucking Python. We all know what it is, retard.
RC,
Hey, you're
RC,
coming
when you
in
say
very hot.
Python,
Relax.
Yeah, no. Why don't you just calm your tits a little bit? I don't think you know what we're talking about.
Well, I know
so
enough
RC,
to know
when you
that
say
you're fucking
Python,
talking
you have
shit with
no
generalities
idea.
and
I
not
know
giving
that you have
actual
no
fucking
idea what you're
examples.
talking about.
All right. Well,
When
there's
you
no
say
need to hurt
Python
ourselves.
software, you have no
Yeah.
idea.
Just
Say
relax.
Python
So what?
software. Okay, it doesn't matter.
So what's your contention here? That I don't know how to use Python with
You
analysis?
Yeah,
haven't
surely you do.
described
You have
what
fuck all
analysis you're
idea. Yeah.
using. You just said Python and Jupyter Notebooks, which does not describe anything. I could do anything with that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying you just need about 2 hours worth of training before I can show you. Hey, here's how you can write it. Just basic algorithm.
You have the code with
Algorithms.
you or
If
not?
you can
You
see
have the code on
compression,
you or not?
if you
You
can
don't
see
have to
compression
write
layers.
any
You have the
algorithm.
code?
There are
Oh my
already
gosh!
Hold
free
on, you
guys
guys.
have
software
RC's
out
getting
there
talked
for
over.
this.
Please try not to interrupt. RC. Okay, he left. All right.
There are already free softwares out there that anybody can use any day of the week that they want. You don't have to write a software for this at all. What the
It
fuck
doesn't
is he
even make
talking
sense
about?
what he's saying. He's saying like, "Oh, I used Python." You know how many different fucking things you can do with Python? Just saying
feel you.
Python itself
Almost
does not
anything. Yeah.
fucking say anything.
I feel you. Let's be careful with the over talking, though. For real, like we don't want to box people out.
I think that this can be like a really useful litmus test for anybody that you're going to have a discussion on trying to actually prove something. If they can't be intellectually honest enough to just admit that our technology is good enough today to make things look real, therefore those like pictures and videos cannot be used as a standard for proof. If they can't just admit that, then you don't need to actually worry about continuing to have a fruitful conversation about proof or not proof with them on reality. It should be very easy for anybody to just admit that.
Charlie Chaplin used to pull out some amazing video footage straight.
Yeah, that's very good. That's a very good video, by the way. I suggest everybody watch that because that's really good. It's very creative.
What video?
Oh, and I posted about 10 minutes after the hour.
5 most iconic old school visual effects.
Yeah.
Dude, does anyone have the LRO, that digital compression thing? They literally found that on the LRO once. It was a really big thing years back. You guys don't remember this? The whole shit, the moon or something was digitized in, or something was
sure.
fucked up with it big time.
No, you have a link for that, or maybe something
I don't.
can search
I haven't
for?
seen it in years.
You know, keywords maybe. What should I search for?
I don't. LRO fakery? I don't know. LRO analyzed Photoshop? I don't know. I have no idea how I even found it. It might have been on a Glowbusters thing back in the day. This was like years ago though. It might have been
You might
P-Brain.
see,
I don't even know, dude.
the videos of Paul on the plane, because that was one of the first things that got me around this whole idea, by the way. Paul on the plane was the guy that was making forensic analysis on every kind of
It could have been
satellite
him.
images.
It could have been him that did the LRO. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a perfect
Paul on the
example of
plane.
exactly what RC was talking about when he said you could tell. Yeah, we could tell, and we see it right here in the LRO video.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. I can do this kind of stuff, by the way, anytime. Literally within 5 minutes. I did this like half a year ago.
So they
Mactoon, I think Mactoon's channel or Rentis Discord server. I was talking to some guys and I showed them within 5 minutes that, and they picked the NASA image. They picked the NASA image and I told them whatever you pick, you can pick any fucking image you want, as long as it's a digital one. So claimed by NASA, it was that photo wasn't made with the Hasselblad or anything like that. It's a digital image. I can prove that it's fake. And I did it within 5 minutes because it's that easy. Most of the images are very easy to shown to be fake.
So when you said that, right? So I looked for the LR Fourier digital compression, right? NASA made I'm gonna post the link. NASA just made what do you call
rebuttal?
that? Yeah. So it says lunar reconnaissance orbiter camera simulates view from lunar landing. I posted the link.
Simulate.
And it says the only visual record of the historic Apollo 11 landing is from a 16mm time lapse, 6 frames per second, movie camera mounted in Buzz Aldrin's window. Right side of the lunar landing, yada yada. Due to the small size of the LM window and the angle at which the movie camera was mounted, what mission Commander Neil Armstrong saw as he flew and landed was not recorded. So,
no, what the fuck is this?
So the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter camera team reconstructed the last 3 minutes of the landing trajectory.
Oh my. Okay.
Yo, so they're what?
Yeah.
What the fuck did you just tell me? Some kind of fairy tale story? First of all, we got the footage of Neil when he was landing on the moon. We saw the moon surface.
I just posted a NASA link, man.
The whole thing's wrong. Everything that you just said that you said they said is wrong. They're totally wrong.
Oh, I'm just reading off their book, man. I mean, off their website.
Messenger. We kill the messengers here. You're done.
Shit, all 300 all over again.
Man, they're fucked up, bro. I don't know why they be coming out with this shit.
And this was posted in 2019? Yeah, 2019.
Yeah, the thing is, bro, try to find the actual LRO footage. Wait, so they're saying no, the LRO really went up there though. And got videos. They're claiming the LRO was a thing that flew around to try to capture the site at where the Apollo landing sites were. I don't know if that was its main purpose, but that was one of the things it was going to do. It ended up being they ended up showing like a pixel. It was like the size of a pixel or something, like a darker pixel. And they're like, yo, there it is. Boom, proof. Apollo landing site. I'm like, yo, get the fuck out of here with that. But then they started combing through that footage though. And shit was fucked up with the digital compression thing that RC was talking about.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess their whole thing was saying now it wasn't an actual footage. Now they had to reconstruct it, and it said using.
Wait, are you fucking kidding?
No, I'm actually reading off their freaking website.
It wasn't real.
Yeah, they're saying using network navigation and altitude call outs from the voice recording, from the trajectory information, and high resolution LRO narrow angle camera images and topography was simulated. What Armstrong saw in those final minutes as he guided the LM down to the surface of the moon.
Wait. Oh, this don't sound right, bro.
Wait, is this from the NASA website?
Yes, this is from NASA.gov, bro.
Can you send this? Can you send this link?
I just posted it.
Listen to me. The LRO. So they're saying the LRO never went near the moon?
They're saying that the camera footage, I guess, it wasn't recorded. The thing wasn't recordings or some shit. Let me read it again. The only visual record of the historic Apollo 11 landing is from a 16mm time lapse, 6 frames per second. Movie camera mounted in Buzz Aldrin's window, right side of the Lunar Eagle or LM. Due to the small size of the LM window and the angle in which the movie camera was mounted, what Mission Commander Neil Armstrong saw as he flew in the landed, the LM was not recorded.
No, this isn't the same thing. This isn't the same thing I'm talking about. I'm talking about something recent. They sent a satellite or something to go around to go near the moon or something and try to capture the Apollo landing sites. You're talking about something from the moon missions.
Yeah,
the actual video from the moon missions. My shit's something different. But wait, that's weird too, though. Whatever you're saying, that's suspicious too.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's not skip right past that.
I mean, that's just weird. Just saying, okay, well, yeah,
So they're saying that footage. They're saying that footage they've been showing people for years of Neil landing on the moon from the cockpit. You know that video, right, where the moon's skating by? They're saying that's not real.
Yep, is reconstructed images.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Did they say that at the time? Like, when did they just start saying that, in 2019 or
2019? That's when it was posted.
Mad shady. That's mad shady. Yo, they should have a thing on the. They should have a little disclaimer on the bottom of the screen, like, "Yo, this is not real," or simulated image or something. You know what I mean? Some kind of like disclaimer on the screen. Otherwise, people are walking around for decades thinking shit's real. I've always thought that was what it claimed to be, because they play the audio at the same time as he's doing that of him talking him down through the landing. You know what I mean? Like, his voice is over that video. What the fuck? You gotta be kidding me.
But it couldn't be fake. It couldn't be faked.
Yo, I watched like an 11-minute thing on YouTube once of how it couldn't be faked because they didn't have the camera technology back then. Like, this guy knew all the video and camera technology they had at the time. I love when people think that they know that. Oh, we don't have that technology. How do you fucking know what they got or don't got?
They
tell you everything?
And they clearly say they just reconstructed. They reconstructed that shit.
They literally admitted it. That's hilarious, dude.
Yo, that's why NASA had to hand the torch over to SpaceX, bro, because that shit's not gonna last. If you go through and watch the Apollo 11 moon landing footage, it's clear they weren't on the moon, dude. There's a hot spot around them. Like, you can clearly tell it's a local light source. They were supposed to be in the middle of the moon. The whole shit should have been lit up, bright.
That's true.
They fixed it. They fixed it in the later missions. But the first one they fucked up. They didn't use enough lights or something. I don't know what they fucked up though.
You're saying there was another one that not too long ago, or?
Yes, this was recent. In the past, recent as in like the past decade or 15 years, maybe. It might even have been sooner than that. It might have been like 5 years ago. I thought it was called the LRO. It might have been something else though, but they sent something to. I don't know if it was specifically to do this or if it was one of the side missions, but they were taking pictures of the Apollo landings, one of the Apollo landing sites, and it was like a pixel. It was like one pixel was darker than another one next to it, and they were like, "That's it. We proved it. The Apollo landing sites. There it is."
I think China went up to had something to do with the moon in the last 2 or 3 years. I don't know. I think they're the latest to go up.
This one I'm talking about, it was from NASA, but that wasn't the thing that was fucked up. That had the digital compression shit in it. It was that video, but it was from something either before or after it.
I've got a slightly different question, but we'll go back to that.
Like the moon is like is clearly like photoshopped in or something. It's crazy. Anyways, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, sorry, it's just a quick one. It's just regarding space. Are there stars behind or in front of the sun? Because I think the obvious thing people would say, well, what would your answer be? Are the stars in front or behind the sun?
I mean, my guess would be behind. I don't know though.
Yeah, it's something I just asked myself recently. I've been ignoring. I'm trying to see what's further. Is the sun further? The stars further? We know that at night the moon is in front of the stars, but kind of hard to think about the sun, because if the sun is behind the stars, I think it changes things. But anyway, go back to your thing. I just wanted to see if anybody could give me a more confident answer. I think, like I said, I think if the stars are in front of the sun, it definitely does change things. But sorry, I wasn't going off topic. Just people here in the audience, you know what I mean?
No, you're off topic. That's going in your file.
Damn.
I can't believe NASA admits their own video is fake.
Well, I mean, of course, it's hidden in gems, right? You have to like really look for stuff like that. So then when somebody said, "Hey, this isn't real," you're like, "Yeah, we told you like 2019."
Yeah,
know?
we've been told you that wasn't real. Yeah.
That's so hilarious. Honestly, it's just I don't know. Being a Glober, I don't think, but being a moon landing fucking person, like that's really like, oh my goodness.
I did learn it. The true north and magnetic north line. Sorry, I got off topic, just in case. I learned today that like 2020 is when true north and magnetic north declination was at 0 at GMT line, and it was the first time in 360 years they used that number. 360 years. I thought that was quite interesting, because if that pole is moving and it's moving all the way around the Earth, then would it cover a great circle over 360 years? And what
Listen,
impact
have
would that
you watched Carl Monk the Code yet?
have? I don't get a chance to watch a lot of videos, to be honest with you. I guess I'm on here or with
Bro,
family.
you gotta watch that shit. You're gonna have a fucking orgasm if you watch this. I'm telling you, you love these numbers and shit. Well, you're gonna love this fucking video, dude. It's called Carl Monk the Code. It's like 5 hours long, bro.
Oh, he doesn't break down the Bible and stuff, does he?
Dude,
As well?
you're gonna love it, bro. It's awesome.
Because I saw one guy breaking down the Bible in a portion of his video, and I'm like,
Oh, this is not biblical. No, this is not the Bible. Has to do exactly with Earth and the shit you're talking about. He does all kinds of numbers and shit.
What's his name? Sorry, I'm typing in now.
Carl Monk the Code. It's like 4 or 5 hours long.
What is it?
It's called Carl Monk the Code.
Carl.
Yeah, but like
MUN.
Oh yeah. It's like spunk with an M. Yeah, Monk. Carl Monk. Harry Monk. Harry Monk was a Harry Monk is Cockney for spunk. Anyway.
But yeah,
cool. I'll find it.
You're gonna love that one around all kinds of numbers and shit, a lot of geometry, Earth shit.
Yeah. Cool, man. I like stuff you guys recommend, man, and it's not that often that I go into it. Is it just so? It's just one video, and I guess loads of people have just got that video. Yeah, 4 hours 56. Yeah, it's the same video. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
just watch the 4 hour, 5 hour one, whatever it is.
What's the video about?
It's about all the ancient megalithic structures and where they are on Earth and shit, and he does a whole bunch of math and numbers. Instead of pi, he figures out some old other number using an old kind of numerical system. It's crazy.
I'm actually interested.
But he can actually predict where other megalithic structures are going to be by the numbers that are built into the ones that he's looking at. I don't know if you guys can even understand what I just said. Like there's certain, like Stonehenge. He can say, all right, there's this many stones in this spot and this many stones in this spot, and he does some math and he'll be like, all right, there's going to be something else over here, and he'll find another megalithic ruin and he'll do numbers on it. Like he can link up all the megalithic ruins and shit. Is dope. And he does crazy math. You'll love it. You're gonna love it, Rom.
See, because like if he was trying to predict stuff with the sun, for example, then the sun has a second axis.
He uses a lot. Cool. He uses a bunch of sun shit because a lot of those ancient megalithic structures have to do with where the sun is and shit. It's dope.
Yeah, I've got a map that I'll just put on up now, and it'll look familiar to you, but actually, there's there's this line in the middle that changes on all the maps. Not all the maps are the same. They're all like different orientations. I'll give you two examples where the line is different. Now, this might be a summer or winter comparison, or it could be the fact that the actual sine wave is moving west by, let's say, 1 degree every 100 years. So naturally, these two maps could be 100 years apart or something. But there's a sine wave that goes up and down from the equator, and that there in the top picture is where one of these lines are, because the ancient site on the top one, it goes to Pakistan, but it doesn't quite touch it's a comparison between the top and the bottom, and it's something like maybe they just swap every 6 months, but this could be something else. They could be 180 degrees apart, and how long does it take? I don't know. I think it's more summer, winter, possibly. But also the icon, I don't know. Just see what you guys thought of that.
I can't look at anything right now. Sorry, I'm mad busy.
Oh, cool, man. Cool. Actually,
Mom's got the kid. Trying to get shit done here. Wife's taking a nap. My wife's taking a nap. Like,
you're fucking getting it done quickly, man.
yeah, I'm trying to fucking do shit. Like, I can't be fucking around. This is not the time to fuck around.
But you shouldn't be listening to this, man, because you'll get nothing done.
No, I can do this, and I get mad stuff done. Listen to doing this. This is fine. I'm on a cell phone with a Bluetooth in. I could do this shit all day and get stuff done.
Mm-hmm. But if this magnetic bulkies are moving, it's going to probably end up at the edge of a flat Earth map.
What are you smoking? A cigarette? Are you smoking a cigarette right now?
Yeah.
I'm rolling up 400 cigarettes today. I got the machine.
You smoke cigarette? You smoke tobacco, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if you
bad
did.
Habit. Bad
Has
habit.
anybody seen this debate with Professor Dave and so?
Yeah, I saw most of it. Yeah. You talk about the one with David Weiss and Professor Dave?
Yeah, how did you find that debate?
Would we have done a better job, Gio?
Well, who wants to comment on it?
Would we have done a better job? I only watched the first few minutes of it. It looked like a shit show.
I mean, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Elbow.
I mean, if you hear it, I mean, it's the issue is that Professor Dave just freaking annoying, being a dick, right?
He ain't more annoying than them dogs. Holy shit! What do you got? A kennel? You work at a dog kennel over there?
She's freaking out. As soon as somebody knocks the door, she wants to go crazy.
Did you think we would have? You think some of us would have done like a better job at it? Like
100%. I mean, and I don't think he did that bad. It's just that it was hard to get his point out, right? I mean, of course, he does.
Yeah, it's like David Weiss was kind of going through his talking points, like, because that's what he does. Like, he does all these shows and stuff where he kind of presents his talking points. So he's usually used to people just listening, and he's able to get his points out. So he was kind of doing that, trying to go through his points and trying to call out stuff that he thinks is, false about the globe model. And then the Professor Dave guy was pretty much not engaging in anything he said and was just calling him insults, just moron and idiot, and even doing things like, oh, that's so cute. You think that. Yeah, it's because you're a moron. Just extreme condescending, energy. And then David Weiss was just kind of trying to like go through his points. So it wasn't really a debate. It was just sort of Professor Dave just constantly insulting him while David Weiss was trying to go through his points. And it was bad. I mean, it was bad in that way, I'm saying. It wasn't even really like a actual discussion, it seems.
I clipped a couple of things. Let me actually.
It's like one thing to do the insults or whatever. Like I get it, some people, whatever, but it's like when that's just all it is, it's pretty ridiculous. I mean, I just don't see how David Weiss even could have done well with that guy doing that. You know, it's just sort of.
I clipped this. This is funny. Where he says, "How did talking about gravity and how did Sorry, they're bringing stuff into my house and my dog's going crazy because they. So yeah, it's a pretty hilarious clip of you, like when he's like, "When how did the gravity start?" Like, gravity? What gravity? How did the stars start accumulating the dust and yada yada yada? And then he comes and says, "Gravity." Like, the fuck?
Yeah, he says it so matter of factly. Like,
yeah. And then there was funny part. The last part was about they wrote books. I was like, oh shit, he's a religion tard. I mean, might as well by that logic, Bible was 100% true. I mean, that's what I would have came back with it.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like that could have been moderated a bit better. Like, because at the beginning they were saying that they were each going to have 2 to 3 minutes and we're going to say their points. It seemed like it could have been done that way, but
dude, the mod was laughing over the top of both of them at one point. I'm like, what is this guy doing? Go on fucking mute. I don't know if anyone else thought that.
Yeah, I think they're not used to because they're like from UK or wherever they're from. But they're not used to like the whole. I mean, in the end, they were like, "Well, y'all are having like an American debate, cussing and everything."
Yeah, they called it an American debate. They're like, yeah, this is a real American debate here. All the name calling. Yeah, they said that at one point. Yeah, it's like David Weiss, like partway into it, he just kept saying like, he's like, dude, stop being a dick. He just kept saying that to the guy. He's like, you're being a condescending prick.
And then he this I posted this other clip. Like they looked at the sky to figure out the Earth is a sphere. I love that. I clipped that. Like he's a regular nump. I mean, like he's like a regular glober. Not you would think that he would bring more. I mean, better talking points than you just look at this guy.
Dude, these guys got nothing. All the way up from Neil deGrasse, all the way down to fucking Lael or somebody. They got nothing. Or B-ball or someone at the bottom there.
Yeah, no, the Professor Dave guy is just like standard, like it's all just the standard information that he has no verification for, and he's just pumping out like Wikipedia.
So do you think that David Weiss did good against Professor? Well, he's not even a fucking professor against the fucking YouTuber.
Maybe he identifies as a professor. All right, I mean, it's 2022.
I mean, I think David Weiss definitely won in terms of like conducting himself in a way that was at least trying to have a fair discussion.
Yeah, I don't know. When I watch Professor Dave's fucking shit, I'm not saying I watch it a lot, but I watch his like top 10 debunks of flat Earth. It doesn't even actually like address any of the fucking flat Earth arguments and shit. You look around his channel, it's just a bunch of normie talking points. Like, I don't understand how this has 1.9 million subscribers. Like, what? Where are these 1.9 million people?
You're
roboting.
Who fucking decided I could get more normie information with Google alone?
You cleared up. I cleared up, nice.
Yeah. At the end. So in the last clip I it was when he said, "I just proved the Earth is a sphere by looking at the stars." I was like, wow, this guy is just retarded.
Yeah, I don't know about that shit. We have like object A and object B. You say, I know this about object B, therefore object A has to be a sphere. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, I'm like, anybody would have destroyed. I mean, any of us would have destroyed this character like fast. I mean, 'cause Wise is not a debater, so
Dude, Professor Dave is known like across the truthers movement, not just flat earthers, but he shits on all of it. You know what I mean? Like, he's known in like the fucking like conspiracy theory circles. You know what I mean? In the numerology circles, like he's like a basically like the trolls champion. Like they kind of chose him to just go and make normie points for them or something.
He's kind of like the younger brother of Mick West.
Yeah.
He's like following in the footsteps of on the shoulder of anti-giants. Yeah, no, Professor Dave has that classic like just like extremely condescending tone with very little to actually back what he's saying. You know, it's just like the standard narrative and then just extreme condescension and just like push the authority as much as possible without much substance behind it.
Yeah, I don't get where
it's the Neil deGrasse shtick and all that.
He's also like pushed by the algorithms for sure. Because when I look up flat Earth, he's the fucking first thing that comes up. Not any actual flat earthers, but Professor Dave is popping up. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy's some sort of shill. Honestly, he I mean, you know, there's been shills that have been fucking harder to figure out than this guy.
Wouldn't be worried about the shells on the globe side. I'd be worried about the shells on our side. The people getting paid to push the globe, that's nothing. They can't do nothing to us. Like I said, them guys got nothing all the way from Neil deGrasse down.
I heard someone fucking sent in a submission for McToon's challenge and they rejected it.
Brian Lakey.
I think so, yeah.
What was McSween challenge?
Well, somebody won Somebody in here won $100 off McToon for doing some other challenge. Not that one, not the $10,000 one, but another one.
Yeah, well, I think the $10,000 one is basically they have some data, and you're basically supposed to use that data to, I guess, triangulate your position using a sextant or something. Which I really don't fucking understand how you're supposed to actually get the fucking competition. You know, like, what if I do fucking do it? Won't he just reject? Like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like his fucking challenge. Maybe the challenge is find your position on Earth using his data.
Well, yeah, I mean, he wants to give you angles to stars, and then you have to find your position on the Earth. But he wants you to use like, you know, a flat Earth type, like planar geometry, essentially. So he wants you to like show how you did it with planar geometry. And so the thing I've said about it is that the only way to do it that I would know to do it would be like, let's say I was somebody was to go out and take sextant measurements all around the Earth or wherever section, you know, like, okay, let's say that his actual position is, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's just say that that's what it actually is. Well, the only way to do it with like planar geometry, the real way, would be to map out that whole region. So like all of Wisconsin, Illinois, Indiana, et cetera. Like you have all that mapped out yourself with GPs that you've created using your angles, using your 90-degree triangles, actually doing sextant measurements. And then you build a planar map. So now you have the planar map and you have all of your angles and your GPs and your circle of equal altitudes that you made yourself. So now when someone says, okay, here's these angles to the star, you can look at your map and say, yep, that's going to be Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Yeah, but we're supposed to do that for the whole fucking entire Earth and only supposed to get $10,000 for that? Didn't they give they probably gave 10,000 pounds back in the fucking British Empire for the same thing. Back fucking 200 years ago. Adjust it for fucking inflation. You owe me 100,000, maybe more.
I got Ruhip to put another 20 on it, bro. I had that was a bad negotiation tactic on my part. I didn't start high enough. But yeah, so 30 G's.
Well, I don't know if MC Toon is actually saying that you need to make your own planar map. Like I'm just saying that that's the only way I would know how to do it. Like that's how it has to be done, because basically the coordinates the system that MC Toon is given, is what Google gives them, right? So it's the government issued WGS 84 coordinate system.
Yeah, but think about
it. He thinks it works from that, and then he wants someone to do it on a planar Earth, but you have to actually have the real planar map in order to do it.
Right, that's what I was about to say. Like, if their fucking globe Earth map is distorted, then we're gonna get distorted answers no matter what, basically.
Right. So even if you did it correctly, the actual there's that too.
Oh, it's fucking pumping.
I mean, there is a way in which they've reverse engineered these positions. Like, the thing that I think it was Bacon that got $100 for it is because he, I think all he had to do was
Bacon a Glober?
Yeah.
The Glober got the Flat Earth Challenge money. That's hilarious.
Well, no, I think he just had to I don't think it was necessarily Flat Earth Challenge. He was just given the angles to the stars, and then he had to give his location, but he just used the globe, way of doing it. Basically, there's softwares that you can do it. Like Kocho does it. It's not difficult to do, where you basically can find your position that way. So it's just using the globe coordinates.
Well, I don't know. Couldn't I just fucking reverse engineer the fucking globe program? I know how to do fucking pretty advanced mathematics. I could just fucking engineer that same equation, except fucking graft it onto a fucking plane instead of a ball. But I'm pretty sure he wouldn't give me the money if I did that.
Yeah, probably not. I think that's a little bit.
All you got to do is transfer the fucking physical points on a ball to a flat plane, and then just pretty much put the angles above it, and that's it. I don't understand. It's like a coordinate change. I don't understand what he's asking for.
Well, there's distortion, like you said. I mean, there of course would have to be. So that's the question, and it comes down to the distances. These guys are given distances that they haven't verified.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and those distances will make a difference. It's kind of like a spider web. If you take a spider web with all those little, connecting things on a spider web, if you were to wrap that around a ball, then of course the distances are going to be different than if you put a spider web on a flat table. And so and I know they'll claim the distances are down, exact, to the inch or whatever, but that's a whole topic in and of itself, like whether those distances are accurate to that degree. And also maybe they're accurate in some areas and less accurate in others. I mean, that's the kind of quandary to have to unravel with this.
Me and RC were right in the middle of that.
He didn't let it get any further because he was just constantly interrupting you and saying that you were interrupting him. He just went into one of those loops.
That was weird. Yeah. But yeah, we were right in the middle of that. All we gotta do is figure out how they got the distances in between these fucking wave catchers or whatever the fuck they were called.
Well, it's kind of like a pretty hard thing, if they've done the deception with the map and the coordinates and all that through slight distance variations, it's kind of smart for them to do because it's so hard for us to verify. Like when you think about how much land is privately owned land, government owned land, to where you can't even walk across it and measure it. You're not going to be able to do that. And then all the hills and valleys, like it's pretty difficult. So it's kind of smart for them to like chop up all the land and have all this government land and all these different areas to where it was like almost near impossible to verify the distances. And then by doing that, they can still make a coordinate system. Oh yeah, the star angles work on this globe model, and everyone thinks it's a globe. And MC Toon is sitting there like, aha, I'm going to do a $10,000 challenge because my government issued cosmology is so correct or whatever. And they can have all this like ego around it and think that they're correct. But little do they know they are completely supporting and chasing after a false structure that was given to them by some magicians.
You think there's some people in here that would have done better than Dave Weiss, though, at that?
Well, I think people were saying that. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever really heard David Weiss debate before, actually, ever.
I saw him a couple times. He was on a Kill a Priest live stream and some other places, but it's tough debating, like having just a one-on-one. I don't know. It seems like intimidating a little bit. I don't know.
Well, I'm saying he always does his like presentations, but I mean, I guess he has done debate like things, but I'm just trying to think of like a formal debate. You've seen him do like a sort of formal debate style?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know about a formal debate style, but I've seen him going at Globers. He was on a Kill a Priest live stream talking that flat Earth shit, and all of Wu-Tang, they're huge fucking heliocentrists. Like the RZA has this one song called Tragedy. There's mad fucking. He talks about gravity and all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
Yo, that battle rapper Daylight was talking about though. That guy might be a flat earther. That guy, because he'd be talking about the firmament and wrong Earth circumferences and all kinds of shit. Yeah, I've definitely seen Weiss going at Globers. I don't know about any kind of like formal debate thing or whatever. Weiss actually believed Weiss was a flat earther. I was still believing in the moon landings.
Talking about that, I was just sending my this with a little quote, and the thing that I showed you earlier from NASA, right, with the reconstruction.
Yeah.
What's funny? It says that you usually would put like the video camera. They said the movie camera.
Oh yeah, dude, they're shooting movies, bro. At one point, they leased the biggest green screen in the world out. I mean, they have they have all the cameras they claim to use for training. Like, they have huge, massive amounts of video being produced there.
I mean, you would think they were like mince their words, like
they were in bed with Walt Disney. Why you think Pluto? Dude, I was talking about this the other night. Walt Disney and NASA were straight up in bed together.
Oh yeah.
Walt was in on it with him. Dude, he got a silhouette of Pluto character on the fucking planet. Come on, man. That's fucking a blatant connection right there for me. And we got pictures of them together with fucking who's in the pictures, Gio? Don't we have pictures of Walt and
Oh yeah,
NASA people?
Werner
Von
von Braun.
Braun and who else? The CIA. Was it CIA dude?
Yeah, well, there's that famous one with like Walt Disney and Werner von Braun. Yeah, there's that like that one where they were. But yeah, there's so many core connections between those guys with JPL and Jack Parsons. Yeah, I mean, NASA is just the Disney for adults that they're actually pushing is real. It's like they get the kids with Disney, and then they get the adults with NASA.
I'm telling you, the best one is the little Glover / Santa Claus believing kids, right? And there's another group, and we're going to call the other group the Flat Earther / Santa is fake group. And I could just picture us trying to explain to the Santa Claus believers, like, guys, it's not real. It's all a big hoax. I'm telling you, I saw Amazon bringing this package, and then one of the Glover Santa Claus believer kids is like, no, we got a NORAD satellite tracker that tracks Santa wherever Santa goes. Like, you know what I mean? I'd love to see that put into like a little skit or something.
Yeah, that would be funny to compare kids defending Santa Claus with adults.
They'd be like,
defending
yeah, they'd be like, I got pictures of him at the mall. You know what I mean? And they'd be like, the cookies and the milk's gone, and just all kinds of Santa shit. The presents appeared. Where do you think those presents came from? You think they magically appeared? They would be blaming magic. They'd be like, you think they'd be
Do you know
trying
how
to
many
say
of
we're
my family
invoking
members
magic?
would have to be in on it if Santa wasn't real? Okay,
There's that
it would be
one.
all my uncles and my cousins and my mom, my dad, my grandpa, and they would all have to be in on the lie. Why would they lie?
Billions of people.
So you're telling me that my parents shop for presents, hide them in the house somewhere, wrap them up, and then lie to me and tell me Santa brought them? No way.
Great little skit to do. I tried to get Brandon to do it a while ago, like as in like a cartoon or something. That way you have like an audio visual thing.
Instead of B-Ball just repeatedly posting those same pictures that he posts every time of the crosshairs in the building, you would just have B-Ball posting like pictures of like the cookie with the bitten off part of the cookies and the milk half
Comes
drink
on a plate. Milk's half drank.
You'd be in here just spamming that all day, just half drink milk bottle pictures.
The NORAD satellite. NORAD has a Santa satellite tracker, bro. That's huge. If you were the Glover / Santa believer kids, be like, yo, are you nuts? There's a fucking satellite tracking Santa Claus. Come on. You think NASA's in on this? Think NASA's in on this? Come on, guys.
The Santa tracker.
The Santa tracker at Christmas for the kids. You know, cute little thing. Oh, it's here. Santa's here. Santa's there. We're tracking his sleigh. I don't know if they still do it anymore. They used to. Some kids are getting letters back that they wrote to Santa. They're like, who wrote this letter then? Who do you think wrote? What do you think? There's some guy in a room writing letters that kids write to Santa? Come on.
Right, so check out this article. Brainwashing at its finest.
I'll just read the first sentence of it. The years after World War II left the American public with an almost insatiable desire for space-related science fiction. That's the first sentence.
Like the third paragraph, man, is the awesome part.
Yeah, Von Braun served as technical advisor on 3 space-related television films that Disney produced in the 1950s. Together, Von Braun, the engineer, and Disney, the artist, used the new medium of television to illustrate how high man might fly on the strength of technology and the spirit of human imagination. According to David R. Smith, director of archives at Walt Disney Productions, Von Braun caught the attention of Disney's senior producer Ward Kimball. The Collier's series had appeared about that time that Disney decided to use the television to promote Disneyland in California. Yeah, so this is like the lead guy of NASA and Disney, just balls deep in each other's business here. Yeah, this is right from NASA.gov.
Yeah. The statement that I like it was a matter of synthesizing the philosophical aspect into a neat packages and solid statements which the public would buy.
Wow. I mean, from the mainstream perspective, they would just say, oh, well, you know, Von Braun is just helping Disney to, you know, because Disney's trying to make, you know, the science fiction part of outer space and Von Braun is the real space guy. So, I mean, that's what they would try to say is that they're just linking up to try to kind of.
He's a subject matter expert on the thing and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He's really good at faking rockets for Hitler.
Yo, for real, bro. What makes you think he stopped? That's how they used to do it to get Hitler, because Hitler's logistics were a mess. He would just fund whatever he thought, like, he'd be like, oh, this is a good idea, and just give it a lot of funding. So you had to, like, you know, show him you were making power moves. You know, so. I saw that video, like, years ago, and I can never find it since. The video looks so bad. The rocket looks so fake. I'm like, yo, that doesn't even look anything. It might have looked real at the time, though. You know what I mean? Because if you watch the Apollo when the lunar lander takes off of the moon, how those sparkles come out, that might have looked amazing back in the fucking 70s or whatever. That might have fooled people, but
yeah, the ridiculous the sparks that.
It's like a fire. It's like a couple spark. It's like firecrackers or something. It's clearly
Yeah, to me, it looks like that thing is on a crane, you know, the actual thing that launched up off it. Because the way that it goes up, it's like actually it wobbles a couple times and it looks like it has that geometry of something hanging, you know what I mean? Like the way it wobbles, it kind of is like hinging on something.
Yeah, sometimes they use that one. Well, there's one where the missions, you know, they had the one ship that went around the moon, another one. Well, there was one time they were linking up, and it looked like it was like stop animation or something ridiculous. Like it's just shifting all around. It doesn't look. I don't know. It looks ridiculous.
So anyway, it says here that one Von Braun supporter lamented the discouraging spectacle of hard-headed and reputable scientists calling the latest proposal of Dr. Werner von Braun to send a man 150 miles into space a circus stunt. Interesting. It says that one of the things it says that he was noted as a either a space nut or a science fiction hero.
Oh, he's at my mom's. I know. I answered her back in a private text message because I didn't want the text to keep waking you up.
Hot Mike. Jeremy. It's also interesting to think like how much a lot of these movies, like, you know, the whole space thing, like Star Wars. I mean, it is kind of cool. Like, it is fun to think about, like taking rocket ships out and going to other planets or whatever. Like, I get that as a science fiction concept, but the way that it's been pushed, you know, that concept, like, there's so many other ideas that could be done as well, but it's like that one thing has been pushed to such a extreme level to where there's like thousands of movies and video games and just space everywhere.
The shit was real. I don't know how much they've been spending on this ISS thing over all these years. For the amount of money we spent on that, we could just went to Mars or something. Maybe somewhere we could have lived. Like, if this shit was real, we would have been making power moves. Plus, for the money it costs like $50 billion in today's dollars to go to the moon. That's fucking nothing. We gave out $3 trillion last year for free. That was just handouts. To mention other money we spent elsewhere. We could go back to the moon every fucking year if we wanted to.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt in my mind that if it was real, if they went to the moon like that easily, dude, they would have been going back every year, every month. They would have been set. I mean, at the very least, the government would have set up a bunch of like quote unquote research facilities there. I mean, think about how much you could get from space out at the moon, you know, just in terms of, I mean, even at the very least, if it was all real and they're afraid of an asteroid coming and hitting the Earth and killing us all, at the very least, you would have outputs on the moon with all your fancy telescopes, you know, monitoring space to make sure that, you know, you could go intercept the asteroid. I mean, everything in the world would point to that they would have, at the very least, research bases and things on the moon. Now, whether it would have turned into like, you know, hotels and shit like that, maybe not, because it's kind of small and like that'd be a big deal to have a bunch of humans polluting it or whatever. But the government would have locked it down and they would have had so much equipment up there, you know, if they were able to go there like that.
So what I'm hearing is that if we had the technology, you guys would go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Yeah, if it wasn't so painful to rebuild it. Yeah, exactly.
No, seriously though, we would be on the moon by now because you're right. An asteroid could come wipe us and the dinosaurs off the face of the Earth. If we had a whole civilization on Mars, we're good. Everyone on Earth dies. Them guys are good. They just shoot down one day and repopulate Earth on some Adam and Eve shit. Like, there's nothing stopping us in their model. There's nothing stopping us from going to Mars. Send the supplies up. You send a whole bunch of supplies beforehand. It all lands. Now you have a whole bunch of infrastructure there to live, and you just start doing it. I mean, it's not like they have to send one ship, and that's the stuff you're stuck with. They say you send a whole bunch of ships before you even send humans. There's a rover there right now. Just land a whole bunch of stuff near wherever the rover is. Good for humans to live, whatever, and boom, there where you got the rover to help hook you up. Yeah, the moon has been getting hit with asteroids, meteors, and comets for like millions and billions of years, or however long they say the moon's been up there. It's all turned to a fine dust. Well, not all of it, but a lot of it has turned to a fine dust on the surface. There's going to be so much fucking valuable shit up there. It's unreal. And it doesn't take nothing to get it back down to Earth, right? You just send it on its way. Earth's gravity will just pull you right in.
That would also be the central hub launching spot. If you were going to go to Mars or some shit like that, if it was all real, that the moon would be your hub. That's the main hub. Because you would go there and you would stop off and refuel or whatever you're going to do, get your resources. I mean, that would be the main hub of the entire Earth for its relation to the rest of outer space.
Yeah, that's what that congressman or senator was trying to get out of Bolden, the guy that used to run NASA. He's like, yo, what's next? Where are we going next in space? And the NASA guy was just playing games with him. Yo, this is embarrassing for that dude. Why aren't you just telling him where we're next? It was like a Senate or congressional meeting or some shit. Grilling the head of NASA can't get a straight answer in a Senate meeting. Fucking embarrassing, man. Plastic Glober shit right there. My man was asking simple questions. What's next? Where are we going next? Where's the next place we're going? Like very simple, straightforward questions.
Yeah, but with time dilation and relativity, though, like next becomes maybe a little bit more complicated than you first thought, Jeremy. Okay.
There's no time dilation to Mars. Very little. You'd be all right. We won't even notice it. 20 minutes. They're not really going that fast anyways. It takes 6 months to get there. If you're going to Mars. They say. So they say. I don't believe they've ever fucking been there. There's a rover on there, though. It caught a ground squirrel, a duck, mushrooms. What else? I think they caught a bird once.
Ducks and mushrooms.
The guy went nuts with the mushrooms, bro. He was fucking... He took him to court over that, I think. He's like, yo, there's mushrooms growing there. He's like, what's up? They weren't here yesterday. And now they're there today. What else? What? If you know what I mean? If it's not a mushroom, what happened? That you could like see them. You could see them progressively growing. It's not like just like one day something was there, the next day something wasn't. You could see them like progressively growing. So it's not like they couldn't be like, oh, a rock blew in the way or whatever. A meteor landed there or something. Like you couldn't say that because it was just getting. It was. You could see the progression in it. That squirrels. I mean, you could say that's a rock, whatever. I don't know how you could get away with saying the duck one's a rock. That's tough. And we have images on Mars match the landscape up to Earth landscapes. Like not like, oh, it's close or it could be. Like it is exactly Earth landscape with a red tint. Like exactly to the pebble. I think they got Greenland and Devon Island like that, or one of them. Moon landings were wild fake. I don't know who's buying this shit. Would you say it's Santa Claus for adults? Or it's Disney for adults? Disney for adults. That would have been the A1 priority. Once you can do space travel, get humans onto another planet. That way, in case something dumb happens, we don't get wiped out. Like
You
that
just
is
scared the hell out of me, man. I
my
forgot I was
bad.
here.
That is
Sorry.
huge. That would be huge for the safety of mankind. You know what I mean? That's the first thing you would do. Let's get on another planet. That way, as long as the sun doesn't explode, we're good. You know what I mean? A comet or asteroid could hit one of them, and we're still good. Or anything, any kind of doomsday scenario happens on one planet, the other planet's still good. Right? I don't know. That's what I would have done. Like, oh, we can go to the moon. All right, let's go to Mars. We just bring more stuff. It's probably like a one-way trip, though, right? You ain't coming back from that.
Are you talking to someone here or on this?
No,
Livestream?
I'm just talking to talk.
Oh, right. I thought maybe there was someone waiting for you to come back with that.
No, I didn't even know if anyone was listening or not. I don't know who's in the room. My phone's just on.
All
I'm
right.
busy doing stuff.
Get it.
You get that $100 in Bitcoin?
He would transfer today during the live stream.
I hope it goes good.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bitcoin is already the value of Bitcoin has already went down.
Whatever. I mean, you got it for nothing basically. So.
Or I have to develop the code, but I mean that was already done when he did the challenge.
That's what I mean. That was an easy whatever
Yeah,
you get
that's
out
true.
of it, even if it's $50, whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Hoymar had the idea of using my app to try to also get the prize, but he kind of did it too late. And actually, if he tried to do that during the challenge, it wouldn't work because I took down my website during the challenge.
Just for that?
Yeah.
That's
I
fucked
took
up.
down. I made the repository private, so no one could find that unless they had downloaded it previously, which I don't think anyone would. But as soon as I submitted the answer, I just put it up again. I'm not sure if anyone tried that, but it would be funny if someone was complaining that the website was off during the challenge.
Yeah.
I think what you were talking about Mars is one of the Elon Musk's argument for doing so, for doing that, trying to do that. have a
Dude, that's
backup.
the best fucking argument ever. I mean, you can't beat that. There's nothing you could say to beat that argument. Only watching a certain percentage of the sky, something could hit us at any second. Not only that, there's way more stuff than just that. There could be a biological event. A whole bunch of stuff could happen that could wipe us out. But if we're on another planet, we're good. As long as the other planet is self-sufficient. Like, you have to send the infrastructure. You can't just send people to Mars and then rely on visits from crafts from the U.S. You got to make it so they're growing their own food, shit like that.
Yeah, otherwise, if Earth is screwed, so is Mars. Right?
Yeah, that's what I mean. You want to have it so they're self-sufficient, so they're producing their own water. They have their own own ecosystem going, under domes or whatever, lights underground with solar panels or wind turbines, whatever you need to do to make them self-sufficient. It's not hard.
Right.
You can grow. We know how to grow crops inside. Like, you can do anything. You can grow everything inside.
I think there's still like a bit of an issue because it's harder to survive in Mars, even though we can come up with many solutions for most of the problems. It's still it's easier to die in Mars than it is to die on Earth. So if the situation of we needing a backup never comes up, we're just putting people in a place in which it's easier to die. So I don't know. I think you have to take that into account.
I'm saying
I'll still do it.
If they're self-sufficient, and they can sustain themselves, they could always just come back to Earth one day. You just keep your population steady and you come back to Earth someday.
For example, the cancer rate in Mars is supposed to be a lot higher. So,
what? Did you say the cancer rate of humans on Mars?
Yeah, it's supposed to be higher because there's
from all
more
the studies
radiation.
they've done from the people living on Mars, or where'd you get those numbers from?
No, I'm just talking from the fact that they're gonna have a lot more radiation there.
Okay, we'll get tinted glass or something, bro. It's not an issue.
I'm not sure if that's enough. Like, you have to have a ton of that, I guess.
Ton of tinted glass? Yeah, sure, we can do that.
Oh, so yeah, if we can solve all those issues, then yeah, fine. But
yeah, you don't even have to have you don't even have to go outside.
Yeah, but but I'm not sure how much protection you get just by being inside.
You go underground.
Yeah, how well does that protect you from space radiation? I don't know. It might be good enough. I just don't know.
Do we need to go with lead? Do we need to bring lead, or can we mine lead there? I don't know. Whatever they used on the spacecraft to get through the Van Allen radiation belts, I'm sure that will be fine for whatever colonies on Mars, right? That wasn't too complicated. Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't still that people in the ISS has still like a higher cancer rate than chance than people on Earth?
Yeah, so whatever the ISS is made up of, we can build the walls of our colony, quadruple that thickness.
All right.
How does that work for you?
If that's how it works, then yeah.
I don't know. I mean, do you think we could build a permanent structure with 4 times the thickness of the ISS?
Sure, we can build that, I guess. But yeah, I'm not sure how much better that would be. But yeah, it's reasonable. I mean, it sounds reasonable.
Yeah. Like if this whole Mars thing was possible, it would have been done by now. We would have went to the moon and we would have been shooting straight at Mars. That's how America rolls. We don't fuck around. The moon, the final frontier. Once you go moon, you never go back. Shouts out to Bob Dole. Self-proclaimed real Bob Dole.
Dude, why do you be like this? Listen, if I'm not the real Bob Dole, then who is, Jeremy? Where is he? Use a little baller logic on you. If it's not true that I'm the real Bob Dole, then show me the real Bob Dole.
Prove to me that I'm not the real Bob Dole.
That's right. Prove it to me.
If you can't produce the real Bob Dole, then by default, he is the real Bob Dole.
Exactly. End of discussion. Period. Game over.
Gio, have you ever heard the phrase "once you go moon, you never go back"?
No, but I just heard it right now. It sounds funny.
Yeah, I came up with that. I made that up earlier.
You fat sack crap.
No, Bob made that shit up earlier. I'm like, yo, I can't believe I've never heard that before. Like it seemed so easy.
It was easy.
Don't give me that, Bob. That easy, you would have said it 4 or 5 years ago.
Easy like Sunday morning.
These people think
the bigger thing is like that you've been in this arena how much longer than me, and you never came up with it yourself.
That I know. I don't know. I haven't been in it like the Discord scene that long, like 2, 3 years.
All right, I'm around 2-ish years, I think, or so, maybe.
Yeah.
For Flat Earth's Discord or whatever, maybe.
I used to talk in 24/7 a little bit, and not in a voice chat though, in a text chat before I even started fucking with voice.
Maybe not.
All these brilliant minds, no one's come up with "once you go moon, you never go back." Come on, guys, we gotta step our game up.
Yeah, only the real Bob Dole has come up with stuff that good. Kind of gold. The verbal equivalent of diamonds raining from the sky.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that they're ever going to try to do another fake moon landing. I think at this point it would be near impossible for them to do with all the high zoom cameras and everything people have. I mean, it'd be tough.
Plus, RC's got the shit. The RC's got the unfakeable computer or whatever, the unfoolable computer. So there's that.
Yeah, somehow he has the one computer on Earth that is 100% infallible. There's no way anybody could ever be hiding something from him, video or photo wise. He would be able to figure any of it out. That's how good he is. He's better than everybody else on the planet put together, or something. What a ridiculous argument. It's easy to know when somebody's lying, so people don't lie. I mean, that's essentially what his argument is, right? It would be too easy to catch them, so they must not be doing it. How stupid is that?
No, it checks out, bro. It checks out. That's why.
Oh.
That's why we're in the middle of the invention of lying movie right now.
Yeah. He ran that through his computer and came back. It checks out. So I guess we're good. We're in the clear. It's like a weird version of the fallacy of innumerable eyes. It's just like the fallacy of him. He would know about it. It can't be happening because he would know. He would say something. He would let us know.
You know what I think I might start doing? I've seen on YouTube or TikTok or something. There's guys that'll like they'll just go around to banks and get rolls of like $50 or rolls of quarters, and they just crack them open, and they find the silver ones. It's like treasure hunting. Pretty neat. And my bank has a thing where you can just go dump change in, and it doesn't charge you a percentage, so you don't even have to like rewrap it or anything. Such a waste of human resources. No, wait, like, it's ridiculous.
How much are the silver ones worth in comparison?
I don't know. I think the quarters are worth like $3 or $4. I don't know. I haven't priced it in a while. I forgot. Definitely more than 25 cents. Like, but they're not easy to come by either, though. Like, you probably won't find a lot of them, especially if they came from the mint and they weren't already circulated. Like any quarter before 64 or any $50 before, I don't know what it was, 70 something maybe. I forget the date on the $50. Or maybe the quarter was the 70s. I don't know. I don't remember the dates. Not important. They're like a few bucks. I think they were worth. I got a few of them just from finding them like through my random travels. I know, they're easy to spot.
So, I mean, like your best case scenario is, I mean, if there's one in each roll, and you might make, if you get 10 of them, you might make $30 or something.
Oh, dude, you ain't gonna find one in each roll.
Yeah,
That'd be a fucking miracle. You probably find a couple in every $500 or something. You probably got to go through a ton of them. Sometimes I see the dudes get lucky though, and they'll get a whole bunch in a $500 batch, but.
So there's people that do this to actually make money doing it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's a hobby or they do it just for the money or what, but it's definitely a good way. If you were like trying to stock up on your silver supply, that's like a great way to do it because you basically can do it for free. You know what I mean? If you drive by a bank, just drive by a bank. And obviously, if you're out specifically driving to banks and shit all the time, not really going to be worth it, but. You could make money on it. I don't know. It takes time to go through it. Like, you get it in rolls and you got to crack each roll open. Then you don't have to put it back together. Like I said, if you have the banks that have just the machine in it. Let me see how much a silver quarter is worth. Each silver quarter contains 0.18 troy ounce of pure silver. It says the value is generally between $3 and $5 a quarter. It's probably more for the $50. I see the guys doing $50 rolls all the time. Like, I don't even know if the quarters are even worth it at this point. That's just easy, like dummy work, though. You could do for fucking nothing. I might incorporate that into my routine if I ever could figure out how to stay at home. I'd feel like a weirdo though, just going in the bank and be like, "Yo, let me get all your $50 and quarters that you got."
Yeah, it seems like a lot of hassle and
Not much money. Yeah.
What do you? Yeah, then what do you do with all those? You gotta take them to a Coinstar or some shit, or you gotta take them back to the bank.
Well, my bank has the thing where you can just dump the change in for no fee. The Coinstar wouldn't even be worth it because they charge you like 10% or 13% of the money or something. But my bank has a one with no fee, so I could dump any coins in there and they just give me the dollars back.
Won't be too long. They're probably gonna do away with cash at some point.
The money system we have now, there's no way it can sustain.
So an uncirculated was a 1932 quarter is like $18 and up.
Yeah, you could find more rare ones and shit if you know what you're looking for. But then you got to sit there and inspect it. If you go crazy with it, though, then you really got to sit there and inspect each fucking quarter. With the ones when you're just looking for the silver ones, you could just crack a roll open, and it takes like seconds to see if there's a silver quarter in it or not, or a silver $50. But yeah, if you want to inspect each one and see maybe there's a rare one where the serial number is askew or whatever the fuck, you'd be there forever going through one roll.
The most expensive one, 1932 D, $750 and up. If it's uncirculated,
It'd still be worth a lot circulated though. I mean, they get dinged up a little bit, but you could clean it up nice.
Yeah, like on good condition, it's like $50, $50 to $60. Pretty damn crazy.
I saw one guy. This one guy was, this guy had some crazy shit going on. He was getting pennies, right? Rolls of pennies. And then he had a magnet set up. And the magnet would attract like certain pennies that were worth a little bit more, like 2 cents or something. I don't know. He was using magnetism though to farm the pennies. That's something you could literally do if you were poor and you only had $10. Just go into a bank. Well, you need an account at the bank, but you just go into a bank, like, let me get a roll of quarters. Just fucking crack that shit open right in front of them. It doesn't have the thing in it. If there's no silver quarters, fucking dump it in the machine, bring it right back. They would hate you after like one day, but I know a dude that used to do it with a quarter thing. He said he used to make like $50 a day or something. He was going through thousands of dollars worth of quarters a day.
Hello.
What's up?
Are we streaming on the YouTube?
Yeah, we're streaming.
Nice. That's the dream. They said the dream is to be on the radio. Well, how about being on YouTube? How about that? Goal unlocked. Milestone achieved. Over here. Next up is get one of those stars on the Walk of Fame in Los Angeles, Hollywood. I was listening to the Alex Jones show. I think it was this week or last week. And he mentioned in passing that when he was really young, he got turned down for a radio job when he was like 18 or so, when he was young.
Was it?
Alex
Rush
Jones.
Limbaugh? Alex Jones, all right.
So that, yeah, I was listening to Alex Jones. And so that is funny. It is funny to know that somebody out there is turned down Alex Jones for a radio job. There's always those people that miss out. They had something in their hand. They had gold in their hands. They didn't realize it.
Morgan Freeman would have killed it on the radio. I mean, he killed it on the big screen too, but
I thought maybe he was on the radio at one time.
maybe, yeah.
He sounds like he has one of those like Christian radio voices.
Didn't Michael Jordan like not make his high school basketball team or something?
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe like it was junior year or sophomore year. Supposedly he was not on the varsity team. Something like that. And I think Michael Jordan went pro. I think he did college basketball for a couple years. And then was drafted like number 5 or 6 overall. I mean, it's not the biggest. I mean, Tom Brady's story is crazier. That guy was drafted like what was it, like second round? Was he second round pick? He was like the 48th pick overall or something.
Listen, I'll tell you something crazy in basketball. Go check out Charles Barkley's golf swing. My man is pump faking the. Yeah, right. That shit's crazy. Why is he pump fake the golf ball?
It's called the yips. It's called the yips, man. It's built into almost everybody has it in their brain, where there's hesitation and fear of doing something. It's like some people have the speaking yips, the stammering, stuttering, can't say something, can't spit it out. And in sports, you see the same thing where the brain and the muscles just shut down. Just failure to commit.
Tell you who's filthy at basketball. The professor. You ever see that guy?
I've seen that guy. Yeah, he's white kid.
Yeah, sometimes he goes to the court, and sometimes he'll show up at the court in like a Spider-Man outfit or something crazy.
Yeah, I've read about that kid. Or not kid. He's not a kid anymore. He's like 40 years old now. But that guy, that's another story because he was like a community college basketball player. Some coach out there probably didn't let him. He was probably playing like community college basketball, and the coach like kept him on the bench, didn't let him play.
There's
But
another
yeah,
guy.
he's like one of the best street ballers like in the world.
There's another guy. There's another guy who's called Big Dawes TV, is like his YouTube TikTok channel, and he'll show up at the court like a nerd, like he'll be a huge nerd with it.
Yeah,
but at the end of court, he also looks like a real basketball player. I forget the guy's name. I think he's from Golden State. He looks just like him. Like they let him into
Steph Curry.
No, not Steph Curry, different guy. But they let him into the arena one time because they thought he was like faking, like it was him, like he was the basketballer.
Right.
There's
a whole genre of sports stars doing that stuff. It all started with Kyrie Irving, of all people, when years ago he did that Uncle Drew bit at the
that was funny.
playground
Yeah,
basketball.
that was good. Yeah,
And
I went
since
out with the
then,
old guy.
ever since then, there's been all kinds of copycats, copycat acts.
Does Kyrie talk about flat Earth anymore, or did he kind of stop doing that?
I think he gave that. He did anti-vax. He does anti-vax stuff now. he went down the iceberg on that one. He moved on to anti-vax. Maybe next he's gonna do piss drinking. After he already took the flat Earth. He took the crazy train. He already got off the crazy train at flat Earth, and he went to anti-vax, and then next crazy train stop is piss drinking, and then maybe after that he's gonna do breatharian breathing. He's gonna claim all his basketball powers come from breathing.
What's crazy about thinking the Earth is exactly what we experience it to be?
No, I was saying that just sake of argument. I was just saying that.
You're crazy, Gio.
Saying
You're
that
crazy.
from like saying that from a colloquial point of view.
From a CIA psyop kind of point of view.
Yeah. Kyrie Irving does that. He does that thing with his hair now, where he does like the oh, look at my hair. I have this unkept afro going on, so he looks like he's like a nerd in college. He does that whole hairdo thing. He has like it's like a black person version of like the Woody Allen hair, like the unkept crazy hair.
Well, I wonder what would happen to one of those like basketball players if they really started talking about flat Earth or like other truth topics and really were doing it, like on every interview or really getting it out there. I wonder how quickly they'd be shut down.
Oh, they shut Shaq down quick, dude. They shut Shaq down real quick on that because he came out as a flat earther. And then he recanted it, but then the next day he said, no, it's flat.
I think he's too large physically for people to give him a hard time.
Well, his handlers, I mean, he does a lot of...
Broke through that ceiling there.
He does a lot of icy hot commercials and shit like that, the general car commercials. So, I mean, he wants to make his money.
Yeah, like you said, he's larger than life, so the normal rules of professionalism don't apply to him. Seems that way. In my memory, when you think of like sports stars doing like the whole like public commentary bit crossover appeal, probably one of the first maybe in U.S. history was you guys heard of Sandy Koufax? He was like a Jewish pitcher, and he famously like back in the 50s or 60s he took a stand. He was slated to pitch in the World Series, like Game 3 or something, or Game 1 or Game 4, or something like that. He famously said, "I will not pitch," and he sat out and refused to play. It was because he was Jewish. He's like, "I'm respecting Yom Kippur or something," and that was considered like, "Oh, look, he's doing this jock, this sports guy is doing a sit-in. He's doing like a protest, whatever. He's standing up for his metaphorical beliefs and stuff." And I think he might have been. I mean, Jackie Robinson's famous, but I think Sandy Koufax came before Jackie Robinson. So Sandy Koufax kind of started that thing, and then like a lot of subsequent like protests you see in sports have been compared to that thing that he did. The baseball game must have been on a Saturday, I guess. Maybe it was like he wasn't gonna work. He wasn't gonna pitch baseball on a Sabbath.
You know how they get out of that, right? They got like a loophole. People to get
I
out
don't
of
know.
it.
Did they swing a chicken or something? Kill a goat or?
No, I'm gonna tell you how right now. What they did was they hung a wire all around New York City, or maybe it's just Manhattan or a part of Manhattan or something. I forget exactly where the wire is.
No, you're right.
And they got it to, and then they're like, okay, we're in our house because you're not supposed to like leave your house or something. So they're like, all right, we're in our house. We can do whatever we want. It's like a loophole. It's the biggest like fence thing or whatever it is in the world.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah,
like
there's that
fenced off
wire
area
in New
they
York
call it
City.
or something.
Yeah, I could look it up now. It's not only in New York City. There's other city centers that have it too as well. Many people don't know about it. Yeah, it's called the Eruv. That's what it's called. It's called a Eruv, a Jewish symbolic enclosure. You know, like Colin Powell passed away like almost a year ago, and it was either in his own autobiography or somewhere else I read about it. But I read about his start, his upbringing at a young age of being introduced into the world of politics and stuff. So Colin Powell was like a 4-star general, but I think he had some sort of like political military college background before all the heavy duty military stuff, Gulf War stuff like that. And so he actually, I think he grew up in Brooklyn, New York, maybe Manhattan, but he actually got started as a Shabbos goy, and he was paid by some Jewish lawyer or rabbi or something to turn the lights on Saturdays. And then it was like the Jewish person noticed young Colin Powell at that age and noticed that Colin Powell was like articulate, or he liked to read like history books or something. So the Jewish person, I think, helped him out financially or something to go to Army college. So that's how Colin Powell got his start. Is he got started as a Shabbos goy in New York City. He was like he was recruited, but he was also like, I guess that was the way he made money at a young age.
Would you read his autobiography?
No, I didn't read it. I had one of those situations where I listened to a podcast of somebody does the podcast, read the book or something, passed on secondary information source. But it's totally believable.
Ball Lives, would you say that you trust the government, or do you think that there's deception and corruption within it?